Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
An unclaimed dimension. Do you seek to become its lord? Galactus tilted his massive head, intrigued by Chronos' request. It was rare for him to feel surprise, but this was one of those moments. Chronos was no ordinary being. Galactus, with his ancient perception, could tell the young god before him had surpassed the threshold of a super single entity. Among the gods of any age, that level of power was rare, almost non-existent. Only the ancient exiled gods might rival it. None of the current generation had reached such a height. With your strength, Galactus mused, you could conquer a dimension lord outright and claim their seat. Why not do that? Chronos had considered it, but that path invited too many conflicts. A direct confrontation would disrupt his grander plan, provoke enemies, and draw attention he didn't yet want. I need a natural, unclaimed dimension, Chronos said calmly. One I can evolve myself. This was the crux of his ambition. Chronos had long intended to enter the master dimension, but the opportunity had eluded him for a simple reason. The multiverse of Ragnarok contained no unclaimed dimensions. Every inch was spoken for, but if he could find one, just one true blank canvas, Chronos could evolve it into a universe of his own. With the proper cosmic design, the energy of the microcosm, and godhood infused into its fabric, he could do what few dared to dream. Transcend the multiverse itself. Galactus went silent, considering the implications. Then, very well, I accept your request. Chronos gave a small nod and extended his hand. A cluster of brilliant lights materialized, raw, pulsing power harvested from the hearts of distant stars. What is this? Galactus asked, frowning. The original star power, Chronos replied. Unrefined. Primordial. That's impossible, Galactus said sharply. Even I must devour planets to awaken such force. How can you summon it directly? Chronos remained silent. Then Galactus understood. Ew. With the title Lord of the Stars, that wasn't metaphor. He looked at Chronos anew, not as an ambitious upstart, but as an equal. Perhaps even more. There's a dimension I discovered long ago, Galactus said, but I've forgotten its exact coordinates. I only recall fragments. Chronos' gaze stayed steady. How long? Give me 3 Earth years, Galactus replied. No more. Chronos nodded. Deal. He had more than enough to do in that time, not least of which was the study of the X gene. The hidden fragments of universal law buried within the mutants of Earth. Evolving a universe wasn't merely an act of will or energy. It required laws, doctrines of reality. Sidorak had attempted it once with his Crimson Universe, but his evolution had flaws. It only contained one principle, Crimson Force. That was powerful, yes, but finite, limiting. Chronos sought more. He would weave a complete, balanced universe. One where inner and outer dimensions overlapped. If successful, he would rise to the rank of a true creator god. There was one great challenge in this path, convergence. A being must exist across all timelines simultaneously to escape the bounds of multiversal fate. But Chronos had already done that. There was only one Chronos in all the Omniverse. That gave him a head start unlike any other. Now he needed fuel for his next phase. And he thought of one key figure, Franklin Richards. A mutant whose dreams shaped galaxies, whose idle thoughts forged realities. If there was anyone in existence with an affinity for the law of creation, it was that boy. Chronos would need him. But first, he returned to Earth. Is that guy gone? Professor X asked hesitantly, referring to Galactus. He left, Chronos replied. We struck a deal. Magneto and Professor X exhaled in relief. The oppressive divine pressure that lingered from Galactus's presence had nearly buckled the Earth's psychic field. Was he truly a god? Apocalypse murmured, dazed. He had only recently awoken to a changed world, and already he'd been humiliated by Chronos, Jean Grey, and now this. Take him in, Chronos said. Give him a TV. He'll adapt. To others, Apocalypse was a relic. But to Chronos, he was a key component. His body capable of absorbing variant abilities without conflict. That kind of adaptability was ideal for refining the laws of reality. There's 1 year left, Chronos whispered to himself. That's how long until his inner cellular universe reached full maturity. After returning to Xavier Manor, Chronos made a proposal. I will soon leave this world, he told Professor X and Magneto. But I offer you a choice. Will you join me? I can merge this Earth into my dimension. They were stunned. He clarified. In my dimension, I rule. I will evolve a true universe. And I need capable individuals. If you come, you'll be elevated, high-dimensional beings with near immortality. No more discrimination. No more hiding. You may even gain divine power. And the cost? Magneto asked. Absolute obedience. They deliberated. Professor X, now addressing Chronos as Lord Chronos, returned 3 days later with an answer. We accept. Good, Chronos said. Then begin the work. I need blood from every mutant, powerful or not. 1 or 2 vials. Nothing more. And so began the collection. Chronos entered seclusion. 1 year passed. Then his eyes opened. It's done. The cellular universe within him had fully evolved. It was now a true microcosm, ready for the forging of laws. He summoned Professor X. How is the collection? All mutant samples on Earth have been obtained. Chronos smiled. Then let's begin. Boom. Tubes burst open. Blood samples hovered around him like glowing gems. He began with Apocalypse and Darwin. Their adaptability yielded tremendous law fragments. Excellent, Chronos murmured. Just what I needed. The power of law poured into him. Gold, wood, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, darkness, ice. Each law seeded the universe inside him, evolving it closer and closer to a living cosmos. Though there were no beings yet, the structure was almost indistinguishable from a true universe. Thousands of laws now flowed through Chronos. Some were incomplete, many repeated, but each brought him closer to his goal. In time, he thought, I will have 1,000 godhoods under me, independent of Marvel's divine hierarchy. The 6 core laws, time, space, mind, soul, power, and reality, progressed fastest. He had already been baptized by them. Still, many more were needed. Some would take decades, even centuries. But Chronos had time, and now he had followers. Then, 6 months later, Chronos. Galactus's voice echoed in his mind. Chronos's eyes flashed open. You found it. Yes, Galactus replied. Here are the coordinates. Chronos took them. What kind of dimension is it? Galactus hesitated. It's no mere pocket realm. It's vast, ancient, unclaimed, and waiting. Chronos smiled. It's time. The dimension I remember, it's no mere pocket realm. Galactus shook his massive head at Chronos's question, a faint trace of amusement coloring his usually impassive voice. A pocket dimension couldn't handle even a fraction of my being. Those realms are like soap bubbles, useful, fragile, and ultimately dependent on other worlds to exist. Chronos nodded. I'm on my way. The moment he focused on the coordinates Galactus provided, Chronos's eyes shimmered with cosmic light. The distance was immense, beyond galaxies, across layers of isolated universes. But Chronos now held mastery over the law of space. A blink later, reality folded. He stood beside Galactus. What he saw made his breath catch. This is no fragment. It's a full superdimension. The magnitude of it staggered even him. In the Marvel Omniverse, dimensions were as varied as stars. Pocket realms, like the Tarot's secret realm, were small and dependent. Even at their peak, their strongest guardians barely reached sub-Godfather levels. But this was different. It was closer in stature to Dormamu's dark dimension. Dormamu, once a mere mortal sorcerer, had ascended to become a lord by merging with that vast domain. Even now, though feared, Dormamu was considered one of the weakest dimensional lords. His dark magic borrowed from Syon, the god of Hades. His victories, like devouring a parallel version of eternity, were impressive but circumstantial. Yet here stood an unclaimed realm, greater in scale than the dark dimension, radiating dormant potential. Chronos extended his senses and froze. It had a heart, the heart of dimension, a cosmic node akin to the fabled heart of the universe. An artifact of pure essence capable of shaping and governing an entire realm. If refined, it would make Chronos not just a ruler, but a god of place and law. I've known of this dimension for eons, Galactus said calmly. But I couldn't use it, so I sealed it. If one of the other lords had claimed it, the balance would have been broken. Chronos turned to him, eyes gleaming. This is more than I expected. Our deal is complete. If you hunger, he added, come to me. I will feed you stars. Galactus nodded once, approving of the terms. But then Chronos turned serious. One warning, Jalen, the devouring power in you. It's not of pure origin. Galactus froze. You know my real name? He studied Chronos with rare intensity. Only eternity ever knew that. Galactus was not a child of the current cosmos. He was forged in the death throes of the sixth omniverse, granted power by its dying eternity, an entity of pure technological force. Chronos didn't flinch. I know your origins, and I know your power isn't wholly from the sixth eternity. Galactus stiffened. That's impossible. The tech, the armor, the ship, they're all gifts from. They are, Chronos interrupted. But only a third of your power came from him. The rest. Chronos' gaze darkened. Came from Black Winter. Galactus was stunned. He had never heard that name. Black Winter devours what you do not understand, Chronos said. You consume planets. It consumes entire omniverse. It destroyed the sixth omniverse. And you, lucky as you are, became its inheritor. Galactus stood motionless, the truth fracturing his carefully built understanding. He recalled the destruction of the sixth, how he barely survived, how the dying eternity had blessed him with purpose. But this added a new dimension to his origin. A dual legacy, Chronos mused. You were created by two abstract forces, one of tech, one of entropy. Galactus turned. Wary now. How do you know this? You shouldn't exist. There's no record of you. Not in any archive of the tribunal. Not in the mind of eternity. You're a ghost. Chronos smirked. If I told you I dreamed it, would you believe me? Then he added, almost casually, the sixth eternity isn't dead. He's hiding. Galactus's eyes burned with disbelief. That's impossible. I saw him vanish. Chronos tilted his head. Or maybe he let you believe that. Maybe the eternities across the omniverse are playing a longer game. Galactus didn't respond. He was thinking hard. From the first omniverse to the seventh, each eternity had fragmented further. The seventh had split itself into death, infinity, annihilation, and others, as if preparing for something. A hidden enemy? A final convergence? Chronos leaned closer. From the second omniverse onward, we've all been part of a board game we never consented to play. Galactus finally spoke. If you value your life, don't speak of this to others. I won't, Chronos said. It's just between us. In truth, even if death herself whispered these truths into eternity's ear, Chronos wouldn't care. He already bore her mark, not of demise, but of preservation. Galactus had noticed it too. Death's favor was usually fatal, but with Chronos, it was reversed. Protective, immortal, unprecedented. Chronos turned toward the massive realm. If you ever need star power, call me. Galactus nodded and lingered at the threshold as Chronos walked into the dimension. Inside, Chronos immediately sensed it, the heart. It's magnificent. It wasn't just a core. It was a control hub, a nexus of will and structure. With it, he could sculpt timelines, birth new laws, and command the fundamental forces of existence. But before he could begin, boom, the god cloth and eternal spear appeared, summoned by fate or something deeper. The spear radiated rainbow light, raw energy resonating with the powers of the 6 infinity stones. That energy twined with the celestial starlight imbued within the god cloth. Together, they plunged into the heart of dimension. Outside, Galactus stirred. "It's begun," he muttered. Within, Chronos felt it too. The realm shifted. Timelines unraveled and reformed. Space expanded. Stars flickered into being. A sun, a moon, a sky. Laws formed: time, space, mind, power, soul, reality. Chronos gritted his teeth, pouring divine power into the heart. It shimmered, then vanished. And in that moment, he knew he was the master now. The dimension bent to his will. He stood as god and governor over an evolving world. "This is the blessing of sovereignty," he whispered. But it's just the beginning. The realm wasn't yet aligned with his essence. Not fully, but in time it would be. Then he would break past his current limit, beyond even the super single-body level, and truly step into the multiverse class. Chronos turned toward the stars he had just birthed. It's time to go back. His eyes narrowed. Ragnarok's universe awaits. It seems that the super-large dimension has blessed you quite well. Galactus looked at Chronos, who walked out of the dimension, and said, "You haven't left yet?" Chronos didn't expect that Galactus was still waiting for him outside the outer dimension. "I'm just going to give you some advice. It's a return for the information you gave me before," Galactus said to Chronos. "What advice?" Chronos looked at Galactus in confusion. "Look at the death mark on you. There's also a reverse blessing from death on you. That is to say, in the entire omnipotent universe, except for the death and life courts, no living creature can wipe you out. The premise is that you don't kill yourself." Galactus' words surprised Chronos, because he really didn't know about this. But since Galactus said so, it means that the death mark on his body is real. And it was planted by death when he didn't know it. "I know what you want to do. You won't die, but you'll be sealed. Chronos, you are very special, from your soul to your power. I don't understand why death is betting on you. But you're still a long way from the multiverse now. You can't even handle one multiverse, let alone several multiverses. If you go back now, you'll be courting death." Galactus' words made Chronos fall silent. To put it nicely, Chronos broke the fate of the Ragnarok time loop. He saved many gods, including Asgard, although they are still waiting for rescue. But to put it bluntly, Chronos has not changed anything. Ragnarok is still the result. The gods in the multiverse died completely. He himself was sent out of that multiverse by Gaia. It was a miserable escape, and it was a miserable escape with the help of others. The moment the timeline was restarted was the most chaotic moment in the multiverse. It was also the moment when the ancient gods above the multiverse could take action without awakening Adam, the God Eater. If it weren't for Gaia, Chronos might have died now. "I know. Thank you for your reminder." Chronos took a deep breath and said to Galactus, "Just keep in mind, you are now the Lord of Dimensions. Some things you can do openly." Galactus looked at Chronos meaningfully. "I know." Chronos naturally knew what Galactus was talking about. After all, he is now the Lord of Dimensions. It is not too much to devour several real dimensions, right? After Galactus gave Chronos instructions, he left. Galactus still cares a lot about the Black Winter mentioned by Chronos. If his birth is really related to the Black Winter, then the problem is very serious. Thinking of this, Galactus also had a headache. It's time to go back. Chronos glanced at the dimension behind him, which he named the Holy Land. With a teleportation, Chronos came to the outside of the Earth. What is this? The Vishani Formation? Chronos looked at the golden formation in front of him with some surprise. He didn't expect that he would be blocked outside the Earth by the Vishani Formation. And on the Earth, to the holy place, Ancient One opened his eyes at night. A new dimensional lord? Ancient One looked at the sky. The Vishani Formation was triggered, and he, the Sorcerer Supreme, definitely knew it. Above the Earth, a golden portal appeared in front of Chronos. Strange dimensional lord, What's the matter with you coming to the Earth? Ancient One stepped out slowly. Chronos glanced at the other party. It's actually the old Ancient One. There's no time gem on his chest. Don't infinite gems exist in this universe? Chronos didn't expect that the supreme holy place in this world was actually commanded by the old Ancient One. In terms of magic power alone, the strength of the old Ancient One is actually higher than that of the bald Ancient One. Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, I've lived on Earth for so long. Don't you know me? Chronos looked at the Ancient One. He has always been saying that there is a supreme holy place in this world. And when Professor X and Magneto changed the past and caused the torn of time, the supreme holy place was not covered because the timeline is too close. At the time point when they changed the future, it was already the supreme law. Ancient One frowned slightly when he heard what Chronos said. He was sure that he had never seen Chronos. And as a dimensional lord, if the other party wanted to enter the Earth, he would definitely activate the defense system of the Vishanti formation, just like this time. But Chronos said that he had lived on Earth for so long. Did you just become a dimensional lord? Ancient One looked at Chronos, and he could only think of this possibility. Yes, I just became a dimension lord not long ago. And the dimensional coordinates were provided by the planet Devourer. Chronos said lightly, I know who you are. Chronos. Ancient One did not expect that the other party had become a dimensional lord. Ancient One knew about Chronos' existence, but had never met him. He also learned about Chronos from his magician, Professor X, and Magneto. Until nearly 2 years ago, Galactus suddenly visited Earth. From the look of it, he had already regarded the Earth as food. Originally, Ancient One was ready to take action. But Chronos stopped Galactus and reached a deal with the other party, and Galactus left Earth. Originally, Ancient One did not want to take action, but after Professor X and Stone Magnetic Lord restarted the timeline again, his observation of the future was no longer so accurate. It seemed that there was an invisible force interfering with him. Now, he saw Chronos, who had become the Lord of the Dimension. Ancient One thought that he might have known the reason. So you came back this time to use your dimension to devour the Earth. Ancient One looked at Chronos. Yes, this is the deal between Professor X, Magneto, and me. This Earth will be incorporated into my dimension. Chronos nodded. Ancient One's eyes flickered. In Chronos, he perceived an unprecedented divinity. For some reason, he had a good perception of Chronos. Are you a god? I perceive the power of God in your body. I didn't expect that God would become the Lord of the Dimension. Ancient One sighed. I have a reason to become the Lord of the Dimension. This is my way to transcend the multiverse. Chronos was quite patient with the Ancient One. Although the old Ancient One in front of him was not the same as the bald Ancient One in the Ragnarok world. But in essence, the settings of the Ancient Ten in the multi-universe were similar. There had not been much change. Occasionally there might be 1 or 2 unique variants. Beyond the multiverse? Interesting. The Ancient One looked at Chronos deeply. The Vishanti array was built by the Trinity God Vishanti. If you want to merge the Earth of the real dimension into your dimension, you need to break the Vishanti array. But there is one thing, I will not provide you with any help. The 3 holy places within the Earth will also be fully protected by the holy place. If you can merge the Earth into your dimension under such conditions, I have nothing to say. The Ancient One said to Chronos. The strength of the old Ancient One reached the peak of level Godfather. Even without the blessing of Time Gem, he is the first magician in the universe. So he knew how strong Chronos was. Just the normal combat power of walking out of the dimension has exceeded his perception limit. This strength is far beyond the Lord of the Dark Dimension Dormamu and the Lord of the Day of the Hell Dimension Mephisto. And Chronos was originally a god. Even if he did not become a Lord of the Dimension, his strength was extremely powerful. It was not something he could contend with. So he told Chronos about the Vishanti formation. I know. A smile flashed across Chronos' face. He heard the meaning of the old Ancient One's words. If he could merge this Earth into his dimension under the full protection of the holy place. Even if they surrender, so what? Chronos was not polite. He directly expanded his own dimension. The breath of the holy dimension swept the entire multi-universe at this moment. What is this? A new dimension, Lord? In the hell dimension, Mephisto widened his eyes. When was this guy born? Why don't I feel anything? In the dark dimension, Dormamu was also very surprised. You must know that the ownerless dimension, even the pocket dimension, is what all dimension lords want to swallow up, because it can not only increase the power of law of the dimension, but also enhance the power of the dimension. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. But now they perceive this dimension. It seems to have appeared suddenly. They are completely unaware of this. Just when people in the universe were surprised, Chronos' holy dimension had begun to devour the earth. Chronos' throne is the Lord of Stars. Although the earth is now covered by the Vishani formation to the holy place. But Chronos can still communicate with the earth's star source. Under the combination of internal and external forces, the Vishani formation can't hold up at all. Strictly speaking, even if the Trinity god Vishani himself is here, he may not be able to beat Chronos. After all, the god of white magic Vishani is very special, although he is also a dimensional lord. But Vishanti is different from other dimensional lords. There are 3 people. The strength of a single unit may be the level of a super single unit. Only when the 3 people work together, with the blessing of the dimension, can they burst out the combat power of multiple dimensions. And it is a relatively powerful combat power among the multiple dimensions. At least the 5 shadow ancient gods who created the Ragnarok time loop will not be Vishani's opponent. Bang! The sound of glass breaking sounded. The Vishani formation covering the earth was directly broken. The entire earth was exposed to the holy dimension of Chronos. This is impossible. Dormamu roared crazily in the dark dimension. He couldn't believe that a newly born dimensional lord was so powerful. He directly broke the Vishani formation and merged the entire earth into his own dimension. This is what he has always wanted to do, but has not done. In the hell dimension, Mephisto's face was also quite gloomy. Hell is his territory, and the billions of souls on it should have belonged to him. But now the earth is gone. It was merged into the Holy Land dimension by Chronos. This means that he has lost billions of souls, including many precious souls. How can Mephisto not be angry? Is this the power of Lord Chronos? As the earth merged into the dimension, many people perceived the changes in their bodies. I didn't expect that after merging into the dimension, there would be such benefits. Chronos looked at the earth in front of him. The social system of Galwu has been built. Although mutant occupies the leadership position, it is not absolute. Because Chronos annexed the earth, a new way of cultivation has emerged on the earth. Microcosm. That's right. It's a microcosm. In an instant, Chronos planted the seeds of the microcosm in all the humans on the earth. And using the inheritance of the seeds of the microcosm, he told the importance of cultivation for the humans on earth. In other words, the earth has now become an important source of combat power for Chronos' sanctuary dimension. Next, we have to build the dimension. Chronos' eyes were full of indifference. If you want to develop a dimension, the best way is to devour it. Whether it is devouring the universe or devouring the dimension. As long as it is beneficial to the development of the dimension, it can be devoured. This is the way to develop the dimension. Let's start with these dimension lords. Koro 370 North immediately set his sights on Dormamu. There is no way. Who made Dormamu's dark dimension the weakest? As for the hell dimension, Chronos is not ready to make friends now. Although the hell dimension nominally belongs to the gods of the hell system. In fact, the one who controls the undead in the hell dimension is the goddess of death, who represents the origin of death. And the actual owner of hell is the god who still lives under hell. Obien are all things. Not to mention that Chronos is not yet multidimensional. Even if Chronos reaches the almighty universe level, there is no way to swallow the hell dimension. The status under all things is the same as that above all things. And the essence of OBA is very similar to Mangogo. They're all negative emotions of living beings. The difference is that the Supreme Go can only absorb the resentment and anger of living beings. An OBA under all things absorbs all negative emotions of all living beings, including the abstract entity of the universe rule represented by eternity, and those transcendent gods and the eternal tribe created by the colored god group, even including that OAA. Strictly speaking, OAA and OBA are the same person. They're just the positive and negative sides of their personalities. One is the god of creation, and the other is the god of destruction. So OBA can only be suppressed, not killed. The point is that OBA is not weaker than OAA to some extent. This is the most difficult to deal with. If you want to defeat OAA and OBA, you can only wait until Chronos gets the heart of the universe and then finds the reality controller. Just as Chronos was thinking, the sanctuary dimension had collided with the dark dimension. The collision of the two dimensions directly set off huge amounts of storms in the high latitude. Damn it, what do you want to do? Dormamu's angry voice sounded. He didn't expect that this newly born dimension lord, after annexing the earth, he came to him without hesitation. I don't want to do anything. Song hopes that you will give me the heart of the dimension. Chronos looked at Dormamu. Dormamu in the dimension is no longer in the form of magic flame. Instead, he looks more like a humanoid life form. You are looking for death. Dormamu was extremely angry. The magic flame on his body burned again. Too weak, Dormamu. Although you have entered the dimension, you were just an ordinary magician after all. In essence, you have distanced yourself from me. Not to mention that you are in the dimension now, even if I have not become the lord of the dimension. It is just a simple matter for me to kill you. Chronos looked at the angry Dormamu with a cold tone. The power of the microcosm on his body rose, and the bright light directly illuminated the entire dark dimension. Many creatures in the dark dimension disappeared directly under the shining light of Chronos's microcosm. They could not even withstand the irradiation of the microcosm light. Hole. Dormamu was angry and helpless. Chronos' strength was beyond his response range. As Chronos said, even if he is not a dimension lord, it is not a very difficult thing to kill Dormamu. Dormamu is also very clear about this. His strength, when deep in the dark dimension, can reach the peak of level single universe. But if he walks out of the dark dimension, he can only reach the peak of level Godfather. This is the advantage of the home field. The combat power is more than doubled. Is this kind of strength weak? In fact, it is not weak. Even in the entire multiverse, Dormamu is a nightmare for many creatures, including the Earth with Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One and Sorcerer Supreme Strange. It is the same, but Chronos is too strong now. Although it has not reached the multi-universe level, it is still easy to crush a Dormamu. The light of the small universe constantly spreads until the entire dark dimension is completely illuminated. Dormamu has no chance of fighting back in Chronos' hands. Dark dimension, I will take it. Chronos' voice appeared in Dormamu's ears. The left hand has already tightly grasped Dormamu's heart. This is impossible. Dormamu lowered his head with a dull look. The heart, representing the heart of the dimension, was held in Chronos' hand. Dormamu's body turned into light and dissipated. The Lord of the Dark Dimension didn't even survive a single move in Chronos' hands. He had already dissipated. Dark law, it is a little useful. Darkness is also an indispensable existence for the evolution of the universe. It's just that the origin of the dark law is very scattered and not easy to collect. After all, there are too many gods representing darkness in Marvel. The most representative ones are the god of symbiotes, Nell, and the king of chaos. At the moment when Chronos refined the dark dimension, the familiar feeling of sleepiness on his soul came again. Chronos knew that this was death looking for him. Chronos didn't hesitate, closed his eyes on the spot, and his soul was silent. Anyway, he is now in his own dimension, and he is not afraid of being attacked. A familiar feeling of soul falling came. Chronos soon saw a familiar scene. What do you want to talk to me about? Chronos looked at the goddess of death. After seeing her once, Chronos had some resistance to the charm of death. Now he will not lose consciousness easily. I heard from the planet Devourer that he has seen you. Death stuck to Chronos. Although Chronos only saw the M-body of Galactus, the memory of the M-body is also interoperable with the main body. So Galactus's main body also knows this news. In addition, Galactus's main body and the main body of Death should be in the same space, so it is not surprising that Death knows this. Any questions? Chronos did not understand what Death meant. I heard from the planet Devourer that you have entered the dimension and become the lord of the dimension, and your dimension has melted many laws. Death put away his charming look and looked at Chronos with a serious face. Yes, what's wrong? Chronos had a feeling that the matter of smelting law seemed very serious. I really don't know whether to say you're smart or stupid. You want to evolve your dimension into a real universe, right? Then have you ever thought about why the Lord of the Crimson Universe, Sidorak, didn't do this? Death's words made Chronos frown in an instant. He seemed to understand what Death meant. Is it impossible? It can't be done. Death's voice was full of helplessness. There are many things involved here. I can't tell you now. If I tell you now, I will harm you. Chronos, you have to know that the path you want to evolve the universe has almost no chance of success. The laws you are smelting now are all extracted from mutant, right? But the laws are not complete, right? Chronos, now in the omnipotent universe, almost all powerful laws are the embodiment of abstract entities. This kind of law will not be lost outside. In other words, mutant will almost never have laws related to abstract entities. For example, eternity, infinity, annihilation. How do you get these laws? Is it a battle? Death looked at Chronos helplessly. Perhaps many people would say, don't these abstract entities have embodies? But only a very small number of abstract entity laws have embodies. More abstract entities live in the omnipotent universe in the form of their original bodies. The weakest of these abstract entities is also super-universe level. With such strength, Chronos has almost no chance to contend with it. Moreover, the four abstract entities in the M-body of the life tribunal representing the power of judgment will die. The law will not stay on the M-body, because in essence, the law is still the body, and the M-body only has the right to use it after approval. Even if the M-body is killed, it can only master the power possessed by the M-body. It seems powerful, but it is just a rootless duckweed. Among the countless parallel universe events in Marvel, there have been events such as the Fall of Eternity or the Life Tribunal. They were even killed and swallowed by people. But in the end, they were all safe. The reason is that their bodies have never been hurt at all. For them, there are as many embodies as they want. It's nothing more than consuming a little bit of power, which is not important at all. This is the truth. The cosmic gods headed by the Life Tribunal and the four abstract entities have been sitting at the highest point of the omnipotent universe from beginning to end, watching the evolution and changes of the universe. I understand what you mean. Chronos nodded. He knew what Death wanted to say, but Chronos knew that he was not completely without a chance. His chance was in the transcendent gods and in the first sky, in order to lure the first sky to appear. The first generation of the color gods created the transcendent gods and split the power of eternity. The purpose was to weaken eternity and create opportunities for the first sky. And the transcendent gods' experiment of all things dying was a conspiracy against the first sky. Chronos' chance was here. After the seventh omnipotent universe was completely destroyed, an eighth new and different universe would appear. And the birth of the eighth new and different universe was Chronos' chance. Because at that moment, the laws of the Marvel Universe were unified. There are no countless abstract entities, only eternity. So my advice to you is not to rush to evolve the universe. If your main body can break through the super-universe level, then consider upgrading the dimension to the universe. Law is not something you should think about now. Death's persuasion sounded in Chronos' ears. Chronos knew that Death was right. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. But Chronos was not ready to give up. It was just a temporary subjugation at this stage. Even if he didn't plan the power of law of those abstract entities now. If the existing power of law in his body is fully nurtured, it can push his strength to a very powerful height. Who will be stronger, an abstract entity that masters the law of the Tao, or Chronos, who masters 1,000 laws of the Tao? This is almost without a doubt. So Chronos is not in a hurry at all. The reason why Death said this to Chronos is because Death didn't know that Chronos' microcosm could complete the law. That's why he said that. But the completion law is Chronos' trump card, and even if it is Death, Chronos will not tell the other party. Chronos, wait until you are strong enough. If you still want to hunt abstract entity gods, I can help you. Death looked at Chronos with eyes full of love and obsession. This made Chronos' heart skip a beat. I know, Chronos nodded. Death's obsession with him was beyond his expectations. By the way, I can give this to you first. Death raised his hand and took out an origin from his heart. What is this? Feeling the rich Death rules in this origin, Chronos was a little stunned. This is the origin rule representing Death. It should be of great help to you at this stage. Death looked at Chronos expectantly. Not for the time being. I now hold the origin of Death, and the target is too big. And eternity, annihilation, and infinity will not allow me to exist so weak, 2 palms of the origin of Death. If it is defeated and taken away by other creatures, then the problem will be serious. Looking at the origin of Death in front of him, although Chronos was tempted, he had a clear position on himself. Chronos still understood the principle that a man is guilty of holding a treasure even if he is innocent. If he accepts this origin of Death now, it is the same concept as a child carrying gold into a busy city. He will be targeted by many creatures stronger than himself. Then Chronos will have a hard time. Okay, if you need it, you can find me at any time. Death regretfully put the origin back into his body. Don't worry, I will. Chronos took a deep breath. The speed of time in the space of Death and the real dimension is completely different. Chronos stayed in the space of Death for only a while. But a long time has passed in the real dimension. The law can be deduced slowly, but at the multiverse level, we need to find a way to break through. Chronos opened his eyes in the Sanctuary dimension. Ragnarok's multi-universe. Chronos is almost determined to win. That is an exiled universe. As long as Chronos can defeat the ancient array, it is equivalent to letting the Sanctuary dimension directly melt the entire multi-universe. Chronos' strength will directly usher in a surge. But now, there are only 3 ways for Chronos to break through the multiverse. First, use the dimension to devour the multi-universe crazily. Second, the promotion of the godhood. Third, the 9th sense of the microcosm, and then feel it. It's difficult. Chronos thought for a moment. These 3 methods, no matter which one, are very difficult. First of all, the first method seems very simple, but in fact, the difficulty coefficient is very high. In Marvel's multi-universe, there is a very classic event. That is the King of Chaos. As one of the infinite aspects of annihilation, one of the opposites of eternity. Its appearance is multi-universe level strength. But in the process of swallowing the multi-universe, he only pushed this progress to 98.76%. If Chronos wants to use the dimension to swallow an entire multi-universe, he will definitely face the obstruction of the eternal embody and countless superheroes. Chronos can't get past the embody alone. The second is the promotion of the godhood. Since Chronos became a god, the godhood has been promoted once. But that promotion was achieved by Gaia and Zeus working together with the help of the eternal origin and the origin of the earth. It is ridiculously difficult for the promoted godhood to be promoted again. Then there is the third one. This is also the most promising path for Chronos. The 9th sense of the microcosm, the sense of God. After the evolution of the universe and the body is completed, the power of Chronos' microcosm has reached the peak of the 8th sense. There's only one step away from the 9th sense of God. But among the saints, countless mortals have almost never achieved this step. This step is the dividing line between man and God. But Chronos is lucky in one thing. That is, he has become a god. It's just that Chronos has no concept of the sense of God. Maybe it's time to contact the Celestials. After thinking about it, Arono decided to start with the Celestials. As the eternal creations of the past generations, almost every generation is different. There is no doubt that the most powerful is definitely the first generation of colorful Celestials. Marvel's omnipotent universe and multi-universe were born because of them. And the Celestials also play the role of the creator of a single universe. Whether it is strength or status, they are quite powerful. The key point is that the way the Celestials were born requires the sacrifice of countless lives to complete their birth. This is similar to believing in becoming a god. This is also one of the reasons why Chronos decided to contact the Celestials. The existence of the Celestials may allow Chronos to find the secret of the sense of God. I don't know if there's a kingdom of God in this universe. Chronos closed his eyes and began to perceive the gods in this multi-universe. There is none. Soon after, Chronos opened his eyes, and what surprised him was that there was no kingdom of God in this universe. The kingdom of God is not there, but Thanos is still there. Chronos didn't waste time and went directly to the dark holy place layer of Thanos. Since Thanos exists, it means that infinite gems exist in this world. Thanos, Li de Zhao. Chronos' voice awakened Thanos, who was thinking. Thanos looked at Chronos in front of him in disbelief. He didn't feel anything about the arrival of this person in front of him. I want to ask you a question. You want to destroy half of the creatures in the universe. Is it to contain the Celestials, or to please the goddess of death? Chronos looked at Thanos in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" Thanos did not answer Chronos' question, but asked back. Buzz. A powerful divine power fell directly. Thanos' tall figure directly crushed the throne and knelt down in front of Chronos. I ask, you answer. Chronos' voice was very cold. I don't know the death you are talking about. Thanos said word by word. As soon as the voice fell, the huge pressure disappeared. Thanos knelt on the ground, constantly gasping. Chronos' divine power is not something that ordinary creatures can bear. Do you know where the Celestials are? Chronos asked again. I don't know, to be precise, I don't know. There has been no trace of the Celestials in the universe for a long time. No gods have appeared since Titan. But the gods of Titan appeared 2,000 years ago. Thanos responded. More than 2,000 years ago? Chronos frowned, which meant that there had been no trace of the Celestials in the universe for more than 2,000 years. We can only go to the void to have a look. Chronos was a little helpless. The void is the territory of the collector. The whole shape is a head. It is a killed celestial, although it fell a long time ago. But maybe there will be some gains. Thanos, if you find the Celestials, you can contact me. Maybe I can let you experience the joy of killing a celestial. After leaving these words, Arono disappeared in front of Thanos. Chronos flashed and came to the land of nothingness. There are no gods or kingdoms in this universe, so there must be a group of gods maintaining it. The land of nothingness is the head of a group of gods, but no one knows when this person died. In the end, it was even transformed into a spaceship. Who are you? The newly born Dimension Lord? What are you doing in my land of nothingness? Collector narrowed his eyes and looked at Chronos in front of him. Just now, he received the news that Dormamu was killed and the dark dimension was swallowed. This shocked Collector and other cosmic elders. Because in the universe, it has been a long time since a strong man above the level god father fell. Not to mention that Dormamu is also a dimensional Mephisto. He didn't even make a wave and died in the hands of Chronos. Collector, Chronos looked at the familiar appearance of the man in front of him. Nothing. I just want to see the head of the group of gods. Chronos said lightly. The head of the celestial god. This celestial god has been dead for too long. Things that could be studied and developed have long been hollowed out. Rather than saying this is the head of a celestial god, it's better to say it's a spaceship similar to the head of a celestial god. Collector said. He wanted to dispel Chronos' idea of the void. Although Collector is a cosmic elder and powerful, but facing Chronos who can defeat Dormamu in the dark dimension, he was still very nervous, because Collector has no confidence in winning. Even if he pulls his brother, Gao Tianzuan, it's the same. Maybe the entire cosmic elder group gathered together to compete with Chronos. But it's obviously not possible for him alone. Don't worry, I'm not interested in those things. I'm not interested in you either. Chronos glanced at Collector. Although it is the strength of a level single universe, now, facing such an existence, Chronos is not even interested in taking a second look. It's really too weak. So what do you want to know? I've been occupying this head of the god since it appeared. I can answer your questions. Hearing what Chronos said, Collector breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not directed at him. As for this head of the god, if it doesn't work, you can give it to Chronos. Isn't it just a base? If it's gone, you can change it. It's not a big problem. Oh, how long had he died when you came into contact with this god? Chronos became a little interested. If someone can answer his questions, he is definitely the best. I remember when I first saw this head of the god. It was still very alive, but I don't know who killed it. It seems to appear in the universe very abruptly. The Collector recalled. After all, it was a long time ago. It has been at least billions of years since this god was killed. He can't remember it clearly. When you came, was this god still conscious? Chronos continued to ask. After all, he is a super single-body level strongman. Even if his head is cut off, he will not die for a while. If he can be reattached, he can still live. This is not a difficult thing for the strong men of the level single universe. No, although he looks alive. But the soul has been extinguished. I don't perceive the existence of any consciousness or soul. After all, he is the creator of a single universe, if he still has consciousness. I don't have the courage to transform, do I? The Collector is very sure of this. Is that so? Chronos was a little disappointed. The head was cut off, and even the soul was completely annihilated. Such a group of gods, I am afraid there will be no will or anything. Many people say that this god is likely to be the one whose head was cut off by the god of symbiotes, Null. But in fact, it is completely impossible. The god of symbiotes is a dark god that has existed since the first firmament. Witness the entire process of the first generation of colorful gods creating a multi-universe. The time difference in the middle is 6 cosmic eras, and the strength level is not at the same level. The god of symbiotes, Null, is at least a god of the almighty universe level, because the god of symbiotes, Null, and the black winter that devoured the 6th omnipotent universe are two brothers. They are both the original cosmic abstract entities, and also the incarnation of the origin of rule. So the head of the god in front of him has nothing to do with the god of symbiotes, and are. Then do you know where the Celestials still exist? Chronos looked at Collector. Collector was stunned by Chronos' question. Then he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chronos in horror. Do you want to kill the gods? Collector lowered his voice and stared at Chronos. He didn't dare to make a loud noise about such things. I have this idea. Chronos did not hide his purpose. After all, this matter would be exposed after he killed the Celestials. Are you crazy, Chuck? That is the creator of the single universe. Even if you killed Dormamu, you are definitely not the opponent of the Celestials. Collector looked at Chronos with a look of a lunatic. Don't worry about this. But from the looks of you, you seem to know the whereabouts of the Celestials. Chronos thought Collector's words were very good. Collector's body stiffened. I do know. In line with the idea that it is better to die than to die, Collector said decisively. After all, if he doesn't tell Chronos, it's not the Celestials who will die, but him. And whether the Celestials live or die has nothing to do with him. As long as Chronos doesn't betray him, he won't have any problems. I can tell you, but you can't tell others, I said. Collector's face was uncertain. Don't worry. Chronos gave Collector a reassurance. Our multi-universe is the Celestials' pasture as a whole. The first is to ensure the stable birth of more Celestials. The second is that the Celestials want to conduct experiments in this universe. According to past situations, the Celestials will patrol the single universe every 1,000 years. Calculating the time, it should be a matter of 1 or 2 years. You just have to wait in the universe. When the Celestials appear, you will know. Collector said to Chronos. So that's how it is. So just sit back and wait. Chronos understood. He directly erased the traces of his visit to the void from the timeline. Strange. What am I doing standing here? Collector looked at the surrounding universe and starry sky with a look of confusion. Chronos erased the traces of his visit and indirectly erased Collector's memory. Although it is a level single universe, Collector cannot avoid the modification of the timeline. Collector, who couldn't figure out, flew back to his own void, and Chronos returned to the Sanctuary dimension, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Celestials. He didn't think Collector would lie to him, and it would only take about 1 or 2 years. Even if the Celestials could not be found in this universe, could they not be found in other single universes? Sitting in the dimension, Chronos' 5 senses were overclocked and fully activated, and his mental power crossed the Sanctuary dimension and directly covered the entire single universe world. As long as the Celestials arrived, they would be perceived by Chronos. 2 years later, Anos opened his eyes. The overclocking of the 5 senses told Chronos that his spiritual power was touched. It's finally here. Chronos stood up. He had been sitting cross-legged in the Sanctuary dimension for 2 years, but his strength had not improved much. The cellular universe in his body was still evolving laws. It was just that the progress was quite slow. The only difference was that the power of the Godhead was even stronger. It's the Celestials. Chronos looked at the edge of the universe. There, a tall, armored Celestial was slowly entering the universe. This size is really exaggerated. Chronos glanced at it. The size of the Celestials in the comics was about 600 meters. This size was already exaggerated. But the Celestials in the MCU movie universe were set to be more than 300,000 meters. It looked bigger than the Earth. The Celestials in front of him were obviously set in the movie. The size was hundreds of thousands of meters, which was extremely oppressive. The huge body of the Celestials entering the single universe paused, because he sensed the danger in front of him. Although Chronos' body is not big, his super single godhood and power, as well as his identity as the Lord of Dimensions, are no less intimidating than the huge body of the Celestials. New God, who are you? Why did you stop me? The Celestials, who are huge and wearing blue armor, looked at Chronos in front of him. In his perception, Chronos' strength is even stronger than his. Nothing. I just want to borrow your divinity for daily use. Chronos looked at the Celestials in front of him. In the Marvel world, there are many creatures that can create the universe. Many mutants can do it, but the source of mutants' ability is the Celestials. And the Celestials have an absolute ability, that is to create life. In the comics, only the Celestials have shown this. It is not the kind of creation similar to the reproduction of creatures. It is a creation similar to the creation of gods to humans. From nothing to create a life form. Even a tribe. This is the Celestials, and it is also a nature that belongs only to the Celestials. You want to kill God? The voice of the blue armored Celestials was loud and heavy, and he could not believe what he heard. Strictly speaking, that's right. A smile appeared on Chronos' face. Although it was just a super single Celestial, the other party's divinity should be enough. Chronos did not waste time and directly opened the holy domain dimension. What a courage! The blue-armored Celestials were very angry. The person in front of him was a new god that he had never perceived. And he was also a Dimension Lord. For such an existence, if he said that he didn't know what their Celestials represented, he would definitely not believe it. But the other parties still took action. The holy domain dimension suddenly expanded and directly swallowed the blue-armored Celestials in front of him. Such a big thing as killing the Celestials must have been carried out by the secret map. Chronos. Death opened his eyes in his own space. She perceived Chronos' movements, but she did not stop it, just sighed deeply. Then the origin rule of death fluctuated, directly wiped out the traces of the existence of the blue armor gods. Death did this very secretly. This is the only thing she can do for Chronos. After all, no one knows the power of the gods better than their abstract entities. That is the power that even they have to submit to. The gods are not only the creators of a single universe, but also the creators of the omnipotent universe. After all, the supreme god Oa of the gods, is the same name as the real creator god Oa. Do you really think that anyone can use this name? With the intervention of death, at least Chronos will not be exposed so quickly. But fortunately, the opponent is only the celestial group in the single universe. If it is the celestial group in the omnipotent universe, there is no way to hide. In the Sanctuary dimension, the battle between Chronos and the Blue Armor Celestial group has begun. In just such a short period of time, the Blue Armor Celestial group has been covered with wounds. Although they're all super single combat forces, but the Blue Armor Celestial group is not a match for Chronos at all. Why do you want to attack the Celestial? The Blue Armor Celestial group was repelled again. The armor on the body has been damaged. The whole body looks quite embarrassed. I just want to achieve diversity. Chronos looked at the Celestial group in front of him with cold eyes. Damn, God Slayer, do you think you can escape the pursuit of the Celestial? The Blue Armor Celestial group gritted his teeth and said he was already seriously injured, although he and Chronos were at the same level. But the difference in their fighting power was huge. He was seriously injured just after the fight. There was no escape. You don't have to worry about that. Chronos waved his right hand. Excalibur, a holy sword, was swung out, and the sharp sword light passed over the neck of the Blue Armored God group. God Slayer. The Blue Armored God group looked at his body in disbelief. Then the head and body is separated. The soul was also cut off directly by Chronos's holy sword. Chronos came under the head of the God group and reached out to catch the opponent's hand. Then he perceived the divinity in the body of the God group. Sure enough, this is the power of creation that only the God group has. Chronos found what he wanted, began to comprehend with all his strength. What is the most critical difference between gods and humans? It's not lifespan, but the essence of life. God can give life to all things, but people with strong power cannot do this. In the Saint Seiya worldview, humans are also created by God. With the realization of the power of creation, Chronos will begin to metamorphose, and the godhood began to be promoted. The ninth sense, the sense of God. Chronos had a premonition that his microcosm and godhood were about to merge into one. The cellular universe in his body also began to boil. The whole person's momentum began to surge wildly. Is it going to break through the multiplicity? Chronos, you are really outstanding. Death and Galactus perceived Chronos' power at the same time. After all, the relationship between the two of them and Chronos is relatively close. Chronos' soul power surged. Sure enough, only God can comprehend the power of God. Chronos was immersed in the growth of power. The gains brought to Chronos by the power of creation were greater than he had imagined. Buzz! Chronos was promoted, and the dimension of the sanctuary was also evolving wildly. Flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, and water. It was as if a world was being created. Not only the sanctuary dimension, but even the cellular universe in Chronos' body is evolving crazily. Although there are no real animal creatures, the endless plant creatures are also pushing Chronos' life to evolve crazily. With the blessing of huge vitality, Oronos finally waited for this moment. Finally integrated. With the integration of the godhood and the power of the microcosm, Chronos also officially reached the multi-universe level at this moment. This breakthrough was even smoother than Chronos' breakthrough of the seventh sense of the microcosm, because Chronos had already done everything to the limit. Interesting. The power of creation is incomplete. Is it because this celestial group is too weak? Or is the power split? Chronos thought of this possibility. If this is the case, then he may have found the reason why the first generation of colorful celestial groups targeted the first firmament. Because the power of creation has another name. This is also what Chronos perceived after he realized this divinity. The power of creation. But the power of creation possessed by the celestial group is obviously weakened. Or in other words, the status is not as strong as the real creation. Although the celestial group with the power of creation can still create life and even create stars, but they can't create the universe. Chronos suddenly thought of a picture in his previous life. In the interpretation beside, it was clearly mentioned. If there is no celestial group, then the universe cannot evolve normally. There is no way to operate normally. This is obviously unreasonable. And all the universes in the Marvel universe, they all evolved from the fragments of the first firmament. No wonder the first generation of the colored celestial gods did not hesitate to create a race beyond the gods. Even the experiment of promoting the death of all things in the omnipotent universe. Let all abstract entity gods become stepping stones and destroy the seventh omnipotent universe. So they want to plan the power of creation. Chronos' eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. Except for Chronos, who already knew the plot, the rest of the people could never figure it out. Who made Chronos have a god's perspective? Interesting. Maybe I can get a share. Maybe I can even cooperate with the first guy. Chronos thought. But now, his final task is to go to Ragnarok multi-universe. Although the power of creation is incomplete now, Chronos' power is not enough to support him to create truly intelligent creatures. But the life force of flowers, plants, and trees alone has already made Chronos grow to a very powerful state. Chronos is confident that the current group of shadow ancient gods will never be his opponents. The only variable may be the two of them, the god of the underworld, Syon, and the serpent god Set. As two of the four ancient gods of creation, these two have devoured countless ancient gods' divine calendars. The strength has definitely reached the peak of the multi-universe level. Even if Chronos now faces it, he is not very sure. If you have to say it, as long as Chronos can successfully devour the entire Ragnarok multi-universe, he can defeat Syon, the god of the mind feast, and Set. It's time to go back. But Chronos can't wait and doesn't want to delay for a moment. In the Sanctuary dimension, it is stable after the multi-universe level crystal. Chronos set out for the multi-universe where Ragnarok was. The Eternal Spear recorded the traces of Chronos' coming. So as long as he followed, he would find the multi-universe where Ragnarok was. What a long distance. Chronos had been traveling in the bubble ball of the multi-universe for almost half a year. Finally saw the bubble ball of the Ragnarok multi-universe. The microcosm of God began to burn. The Eternal Spear Gungnir once again shone brightly. Boom! The absolute penetration force and the power of the 6 gems crashed into the multi-universe of Ragnarok. Bang! The sound of peeling and shattering sounded, and Chronos returned to Ragnarok. Familiar time loop? I am back after all. Chronos stepped slowly into the universe. Have we come to this point in time? Chronos perceived the current situation. Because Ragnarok was affected by Chronos in the previous life, it was forced to open. The timeline of this life is progressing very fast. In Chronos' perception, the timeline of this life has reached the beginning of the plot. That is the Battle of New York. Rat in the gutter! Chronos looked disdainful. Then he began to perceive the location of the Tarot Sanctuary. It's sealed. It seems that the Shadow God also wants to use this to resolve the threat of Adam, the God-Eater. Chronos quickly found the location of the Tarot Sanctuary. What is this? A new dimensional lord. The Hades god Syon and the serpent god Set both perceived the power of a new dimension. And it was a power outside the multi-universe. A little familiar. What is this? The new god exiled by Gia 10 years ago. Syon opened his eyes suddenly. However, in just 10 years, the other party has achieved the level of multi-universe. Interesting. Really interesting. Those rats in the shadow world are going to be miserable. Shisong's eyes flashed with a strange look. He seemed to perceive the possibility of his promotion to the super universe in Chronos. Chronos is back. Gia also opened his eyes in the Tarot Sanctuary. What? Are you serious? Zeus looked at Gia in disbelief. How long has it been? Because it was sealed, the time flow rate in the Tarot Sanctuary is completely different from that in the outside world. Tens of thousands of years, or even tens of millions of years, have passed in the outside world. But only 10 years have passed in the Tarot Sanctuary. This is a sign of completely getting rid of the time loop. My perception is not wrong. Besides, he is already here. A smile appeared on Gia's face. Bang! The space was broken, and Chronos' figure appeared above Tarot. Everyone, I'm back. Chronos looked at the familiar people in front of him and smiled. Chronos! Lord Chronos! Everyone in the Tarot Sanctuary cheered. Wait a minute, I still have things to do. Chronos closed his eyes. He stretched out the Sanctuary dimension. What is this? Super large dimension. This guy Chronos actually became a dimension lord. Gia looked at Chronos in surprise. Unexpectedly, in just 10 years, the other party not only became a dimension lord, but also broke through the multi-universe level. Chronos, we are dragging you down. Gia looked at Chronos in front of her. She had to admit that even she had never seen such an outstanding creature. As the Tarot Sanctuary was swallowed by the Sanctuary dimension, the two worlds began to integrate. Is this the new Earth created by Chronos? This order seems quite interesting. Hela looked around. This high-level martial arts Earth that has turned to the cultivation of the microcosm is indeed in line with Hela's wishes. The martial atmosphere of everyone being a soldier makes everyone feel very good. The shadow ancient gods woke up, because the seal they left in the Tarot Sanctuary was broken. How is it possible? Is Adam revived? The 5 shadow ancient gods were very angry. What is this? Chronos, the exiled new god. He is back. In the shadow world, the 5 ancient gods looked at each other. They couldn't believe that Chronos had broken through to the multi-universe level in just 10 years. And he became the lord of the dimension. Rats, you seem to have awakened. After breaking through to the multi-universe level, Oronos finally perceived the coordinates of the shadow world. The Zodiac 12 roars. Chronos' divine microcosm exploded. The ultimate power exploded directly in the Ragnarok multi-universe. At this moment, the entire multi-universe was annihilated. The barrier of the shadow world was shattered by Chronos' blow. 5 figures fell out of the shadow world. 6 people stood face to face in the high dimension. Chronos, an old god who looked very old among the shadow ancient gods, roared angrily. They didn't expect that a new god who escaped. It actually broke through the multi-universe level and became a dimension lord. The multi-universe level is nothing, and the dimension lord is not necessarily great. But the multi-universe level dimension lord, that's very powerful. It's not at the same level as them. Damn it. The female ancient god also stared at Chronos viciously. In this era, they did not hesitate to spend their divine power to promote the rapid evolution of the timeline, in order to harvest the gods faster. But they didn't expect that Chronos would come back in just 10 years. Their plan failed. They suffered heavy losses. Finally, I see you. Rats. Chronos' face was full of murderous intent. The god's microcosm was boiling and burning to the limit. Huge amounts of divine power were everywhere. Impossible. You just achieved multiplicity. Why are you so strong? A young male ancient god was full of disbelief. They are ancient gods that have existed since the birth of the universe. But their strength has only reached multiplicity. For countless years, they have harvested the power and vitality of the new gods countless times, but they have not been able to completely transcend. The underworld god Syon and the snake god Set, who devoured countless ancient gods, are still in multiplicity. But how could Chronos, a new god who was born only a few decades ago, reach the same level as them? Reluctant. Intense reluctance lingered in his heart. The war broke out. Boom! The energy storm instantly swept all dimensions of the entire multi-universe. This is a battle between multiple dimensions. Space was torn apart, and time was disordered. There were constantly universes appearing around several people, and then quickly perished. Chronos' extremely vigorous vitality contained infinite power. Galaxy starburst. Crack. The energy torrent that shattered everything exploded directly with Chronos' body as the center. 5 figures all flew out backwards, flying in the 5 directions of the multi-universe. Finally, all of them were embedded on the barrier of the multi-universe. Puff! God's blood splattered. Chronos hit 5 people with 1 blow. Asterisk. Has this little guy's strength reached this point? The Hades god Sython and the serpent god Set were outside the multi-universe barrier of Ragnarok, observing the battle. Even Gaia could send Chronos out of the multi-universe, so the Hades god Sython and the serpent god Set could naturally do the same. Both of them have completed the closure of the timeline. In this super large universe, they're the only two. It's just that the godhood and life essence are still at the multi-universe level. After all, after devouring countless ancient gods, how could there be no gains at all? The two looked at Chronos. The potential of this new god was beyond their imagination. It seems that these 5 mice should not survive. Seth looked at the scene in front of him with a dangerous smile on his face. If they can't survive, they can't survive. They're just rats that are struggling to survive. If it weren't for Adam, these 5 people should be in our stomachs. Sython said lightly, although these 5 people have established a time loop. But for them, it is still too naive. After all, they devoured the ancient gods. And these 5 people devoured the new gods. In this regard, Shisung and Seth just wanted to laugh. They devoured countless ancient gods, but they could not completely break through the multiverse. They just took a step. These 5 mice actually wanted to break through by devouring the new gods. It was just a foolish dream. The fact was just as Shisung and Seth expected. Countless reincarnations. The new gods were harvested countless times. But the 5 ancient gods still remained in the early stage of the multi-universe level. The mismatched life source, no matter how much you absorb, is useless. This scene in front of you is the best evidence. 5 multi-universe level ancient gods were actually suppressed by a newly born multi-universe level new god. Although the opponent is a dimension lord, this performance is really too much. It's over. Seth's eyes have been fixed on the multi-universe. All the dimensions of this multi-universe have been collapsed. Even if the 5 shadow gods won, there was no way to re-establish the time loop. In essence, this multi-universe has become a ruin. It has no value at all. In the multi-universe, the 5 shadow gods were covered in blood. With broken feet and arms, they looked very miserable. So you are so weak. Chronos looked down at the 5 shadow gods. ****. You deserve to die. The 5 shadow gods were pale and shaky. They didn't expect that they would lose so badly in a 5-on-1 battle. You are indeed 5 rats. I have been in the world of shadows for so long that I have forgotten what kind of existence I am. In essence, you are just cannon fodder that survived the rebellion of the ancient gods. If it weren't for Gaia and Adam, you would have died completely long ago. As Chronos spoke, a star map of the heavens began to appear behind him. Countless constellations rotated behind Chronos. You won. Whatever you say is right. We just want to survive. What's wrong with that? The law of the jungle has been passed down since ancient times. Sython and Set are stronger than us, so they can devour the ancient gods. We are stronger than the new gods, so we can naturally devour the new gods. I just didn't expect that you, a new god who has only been a god for a few decades, could step into the multi-universe level in 1 step. If I had known earlier, I should have killed you completely. The old shadow ancient god was unwilling, but he also knew that he was powerless to save the situation. Kill me. You don't even have the courage to walk out of the shadow world. Do you dare to face Adam? Even if I was exiled, your choice was only to seal the Tarot Sanctuary. Even if I were to do it again 10,000 times, my rise would be inevitable. Because you are such rats. Chronos' voice was cold, but his words made all 5 shadow gods speechless. They knew that Chronos was right. They didn't dare to gamble whether Adam would revive. Letting Chronos grow, they didn't expect that the other party would enter the multi-universe level in just a few decades. Now, thinking about it, the ending has long been doomed. Their death is inevitable. The difference is just a direct death and a slow death. Maybe if we gambled at the beginning, there would really be a glimmer of hope. Gaia will not let Adam destroy the multi-universe. The female ancient god also sighed. Disappear. Starlight. The countless star maps behind Chronos burst into intense light. This multi-universe was instantly illuminated, and the five shadow ancient gods, under the illumination of the starlight, gradually melted from skin to bones. Chronos won. Gia looked at this scene in the sanctuary dimension with a smile on her face. This battle completely ended Ragnarok's fate knife. What a courage, he actually swallowed the entire multi-universe directly. Syon said lightly, while looking at the scene in front of him in the dimension outside the multi-universe. It's just an exiled multi-universe. It's not very important. Seth didn't have any opinion on this. They're now concerned about two things. First, the seal of Adam, the God Eater. Second, when will Gia die? Because of the existence of these two ancient gods, they have been unable to return to the real dimension. This makes them very annoyed. If they can't descend to the real dimension, they will never be able to break through the bottleneck of the multi-universe level. Seth can't see the way to the super-universe level, but Syon has already seen it, because the holder of Chaos Force has appeared again. As long as he can bewitch another holder of Chaos Force and let the other party reach the level Godfather. After that, he will occupy the other party's body and integrate Chaos Force. Syon will be confident to break through the super-universe level. Finally succeeded. Chronos opened his eyes. The sanctuary dimension swallowed up the entire multi-universe and finally evolved into a relatively complete world. This is also the high-level martial arts world created by Chronos. Although the law is not particularly sound, but for the current situation, it is enough. The gold saints of the Zodiac have all broken through the seventh sense and have combat power no less than level Godfather. This is beyond my expectations. Chronos perceived the current strength of the sanctuary dimension. The strong men of level Godfather have reached double digits, looking at the entire super-universe. There are not many forces that can match his dimension. Maybe the Cancer universe of the Demon Shumagras can be touched. After all, the variants in the Cancer universe are all very perverted and powerful. Even if level Godfather or even the strong men of level single universe enter the Cancer universe, they will be swallowed up. The same is true for the 763 zombie universe. Next, we can lay out. Chronos took a deep breath. A new dimension lord is born. So what should he do? Chronos directly created the entrance to the holy dimension in all the single universes of the entire super-universe, and left a message. Holy dimension? In a parallel universe, Sorcerer Supreme Strange opened his eyes. This is a dimension he has never heard of. Interesting. It's actually a brand new dimension, and I haven't heard of it yet. Strange's eyes flickered, thinking about whether to make a contract with this dimension. The so-called contract is a contract to borrow the power of the other party. The Holy Place and many Mephisto have signed contracts. The only difference is whether to use it or not. It even gave an explanation. It looks like it should be a god of white magic. Strange tried to touch the holy dimension with his mental power. A piece of information suddenly came to his mind. The Holy Land dimension. The ruler is the Lord of Stars. The seeds of the microcosm. The holy garment. The recovery of the seeds of the microcosm. Is there such a thing? Strange opened his eyes suddenly. Because in Strange's opinion, the conditions of the Holy Land dimension are already quite generous. Compared with other dimensional lords, it is simply doing charity. And the upper limit of the microcosm is very high, and most magicians will never reach the upper limit. The most important thing is that the cultivation of the microcosm can also prolong life. This is the most critical. Strange clearly knows the flaws of the Holy Place spell. That is, no matter how powerful you are, your lifespan is no different from that of mortals. Even a powerful magician, like the Ancient One, can only maintain a normal lifespan of about 100 years. If it weren't for the existence of the Dark Dimension, the Ancient One would have died long ago. How can we wait for him? Although Strange was tempted, he did not act immediately, because he knew that many dimensional lords would leave some backhands or cheating clauses when setting contracts. Mephisto often does this kind of thing. Wong. Strange hurriedly sent a message to Wong. Half an hour later, Wong returned to the holy place. What does the message you just sent mean? A brand new dimension? Also, are the contract terms you sent me serious? Wong asked impatiently. Unlike Strange, Wong grew up in the holy place. He has been exposed to and dealt with many supernatural events. He has also had contact with the Lord of the Dimension. In Wong's opinion, the conditions of the holy dimension are simply superior. It is definitely true. You will know if you use your mental power to contact it yourself. The holy dimension does not exclude contact from others. Strange said. Wong closed his eyes directly and began to radiate his mental experience. It is indeed a brand new dimension, and there is no perception of evil at all. The terms are also true. No problem. Wong opened his eyes. How is it? Do you want to sign? Strange looked at Wong. Sign. Must sign, Wong said decisively. If Strange was not the Sorcerer Supreme now, he would have wanted to sign a contract with the Sanctuary Dimension directly. Okay. Strange used his mental power to sign a contract with the Sanctuary Dimension. What is this? A book appeared on his desk. It recorded the cultivation system, fighting ability and inheritance of each constellation. The book seemed very thick, but it only had 5 pages in total. The first page recorded the inheritance related to the microcosm constellation. The first page recorded the contract document, including what you will get, what you will pay, and other related copywriting. The third page was blank. According to the instructions, you need to sign your own name and cut your finger and drip blood, and the contract will be established. The whole process is free choice. The fourth page is the so-called summoning spell of the Saint Seiya in the sanctuary. As long as you recite the spell, you can invite the Saint Seiya to help. But you need to make an equal deal with the Saint Seiya. If you agree to the conditions and transactions proposed by the Saint Seiya, you can get the help of the Saint Seiya. As for the 5th page, it is the spell to summon Chronos. But under normal circumstances, this spell will not be activated. To activate the spell on the 5th page, there's only one condition. That is, the Saint Seiya on the 4th page feels that he cannot handle this matter. Only then will he take the initiative to help you activate the spell on the 5th page. In other words, this spell can only be used by the Saint Seiya. Soon, Strange completed all the conclusion procedures according to the instructions on the book. Okay, on the last white page of the Book of the Holy Land, blood slowly sank into it. With Strange blood as a guide, a magic circle was outlined on the white paper. A blue ball of light slowly rose from the Book of the Holy Land. Finally, it floated in front of Strange's eyes. The light ball was shining with the glittering seeds of the small universe. Is this the seed of the small universe? Strange seemed to have perceived the powerful power in the seed of the small universe. There is really no problem. Strange picked up the seed of the small universe and slowly put it close to his forehead. Under the traction of mental power, the seed of the small universe sank into Strange's brain. How is it? Wong looked at Strange nervously. If this contract is true, then the combat power of the holy place will usher in a surge. Their strength will enter a rapid development stage. After all, the power of the small universe can be cultivated to the level of single universe without any obstacles. This upper limit is already very exaggerated. No problem. It's true. I have obtained the method of cultivating the microcosm, and I have also obtained the inheritance of the relevant constellations. Strange opened his eyes. How difficult is it? The king asked. Very high. To some extent, the difficulty of cultivating the microcosm is higher than that of cultivating spells. But the rewards are also greater. According to the description of the inheritance of the seed of the microcosm, the lifespan of a practitioner who has reached the limit of the 5 senses is about the normal lifespan of humans, about 100 years. But if you comprehend the 6th sense, you can not only have power comparable to the level sub-godfather, it can also extend the lifespan of the practitioner. You can live about 150 to 200 years. If you can comprehend the 7th sense, your combat power can be comparable to that of the Heavenly Father. The lifespan council extends to 300 to 400 years. Strange said excitedly. Let me sign the contract and try. The king came to the front of the book of the Holy Land. He signed his name on the last page and dripped a little blood. The same picture appeared, and a seed of the microcosm appeared in front of the king. It's true. Strange. Everyone in the holy place can sign this contract. Wang opened his eyes excitedly. The upper limit of the microcosm is stronger than he imagined. As long as all the members of the holy place practice the microcosm, the combat level will be unprecedentedly strengthened. Don't worry about it. Let's practice and try it first. Strange felt that this matter should not be rushed. We have to take it slowly. What if something happens? This is also uncertain. You are right. Wang also calmed down. The holy domain dimension is a new dimension, after all. There are not many creatures that have been contacted. They don't know what kind of existence this holy domain dimension is, and they should be cautious. If the holy domain dimension is really what the book says, then if we go to holy place, we will get a perfect trump card. Wang thought secretly in his heart, looking at the book of the Holy Land in front of him. In the Holy Land dimension, Chronos is perfecting the social system. Because of the 4th page of the contract, there's a shortage of saints in the Holy Land dimension now. Fortunately, during the 10 years when Chronos went to other universes, many saints did not slack off in the cultivation of their small universes. Otherwise, Chronos would definitely explode. On the 4th page of the Book of the Holy Land, the summoning of saints is also divided into 3 levels: bronze, silver, and gold. At present, the total population of Chronos' Holy Land dimension is about 20 billion. After all, it is a world integrated by the creatures of 2 worlds. 20 billion creatures sounds like a lot, but compared to the single universe branch in the Marvel world, actually it is nothing. There are even too few. And this is just the layout within a super large universe. In the Sanctuary dimension, the high-level martial arts system is more suitable for the current situation. For the saints in the Sanctuary dimension, being summoned is equivalent to being hired to fight, and they can get a lot of good things. Let their family and friends get better living conditions. The basic social form, Chronos, has not changed. It just slightly raised the status of the saints. So the saints are quite popular in the Sanctuary world. Everyone is working hard to become a saint. They know that if they want to change their fate, becoming a saint is the best choice. And the strongest among the bronze will be awarded the bronze saint clothes. The same is true for silver and gold. Those who can wear the saint clothes must be the strongest in the same level. And the challenge tasks in the Sanctuary dimension cannot wear the costumes of the drama area. Relatively speaking, it is very fair. After all, the cultivation of the small universe is not the same as the real high martial arts. Only the qualifications are considered. There is no drug use, and there is no shortcut. Ooh-hoo. The power of the microcosm is really extraordinary. Strange looked at his fist, and then looked at the rock opposite. His eyes were full of excitement. It was just the microcosm of the 5th sense. But Strange felt that his physical fitness had increased by more than 10 times. Even the hand that was originally injured in the car accident was completely healed. Now Strange felt refreshed. Wang, I think it could be promoted. Strange said. Wang, who was practicing on the side, also nodded in agreement with Strange's idea. Then the two summoned all the magicians in the holy place, announced the existence of the seed of the microcosm and the book of the sanctuary. And the two personally practiced the attack power of the microcosm. Many magicians were very excited. After all, the magicians in the holy place are essentially melee magicians. But they're all mortals. If the seed of the microcosm can really provide such a powerful power, it doesn't matter if the contract is signed. With Strange and Wang's guarantee, the contract was concluded quite smoothly. In just half a day, all the magicians in the holy place received the inheritance of the seed of the microcosm. They were all excited and began to practice. A few months passed quickly. Strange and Wang returned to the holy place in New York. Finally, I can take a break. Strange breathed a sigh of relief. The microcosm broke through the 6th sense, which gave him a very strange feeling. That's right, Strange has the 6th sense. He was originally a genius who practiced magic. His mental power is beyond ordinary people. After obtaining the microcosm practice method for .3 practice day and night, finally reached the level of the microcosm's sixth sense, awakening his own super ability. Because of the microcosm's sixth sense, Strange strength barely reached the level sub-god father. But he just crossed this threshold. People's physiques are different. Not everyone can reach the level of sub-god father as soon as they break through the sixth sense. This is related to the purity of the chi in the body, the strength of the cells, and the strength of the energy stored in the cells. For ordinary people to reach the level of sub-god father, it may take until the middle and late stages of the microcosm. People like Strange are called Tuan-Tion. If placed in the world of Saint Seiya, this person seems to be a perfect candidate for gold. As long as the time is right, this person will be a gold saint. There is no reason. We obviously got the seed of the microcosm together. Why did you break through, but I haven't? Wong looked at Strange, his eyes full of doubts about himself. Don't doubt yourself. Let's go out and eat something. Strange had a smile on his lips. Because of the breakthrough, he was in a good mood. Just as the two went downstairs, a rainbow of light fell from the sky. Strange quickly looked into the deep pit created by the rainbow. Dr. Banner, what are you doing? Strange looked at Banner in front of him. He knew him. Thanos. Thanos is coming. Banner said in shock. Thanos. Strange frowned. Then he opened the portal and arrived at Tony Stark. Infinite gems. Wong began to introduce the existence of infinite gems. So you mean that Thanos now has at least 2 infinite gems? Tony's face looked very ugly. Hearing Banner's words, Strange also frowned. He was originally the owner of the Time Gem, and he once used the Time Gem to repel the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormamu. So he knew very well how powerful the infinite gems were. Now, Thanos has at least 2 infinite gems in his hands. In addition, Thanos was originally a level sub-godfather. With the superposition of these 2 conditions, Thanos may now have the fighting power of a level godfather. Father, Strange sighed. Ancient One was once a level godfather. Strange felt the powerful oppression of Ancient One. Not to mention that he had fought with Dormammu. We need to think about this matter carefully. Tony, I need you to gather all the members of the Avengers. Immediately. Now. Immediately. Come back to New York. Strange looked at Tony with a serious face. But Tony was still a little hesitant. What are you hesitating about? Do you know the concept of Thanos blessing 2 infinite gems? He originally was the power of level sub-god father, blessed with 2 infinite gems. Now it is comparable to level god father, a planet like the Earth or a planet like the Sun. Thanos can smash it with 1 punch. Strange briefly talked about Thanos' power. I know. Tony took a deep breath. Thanos has always been his nightmare. Although he didn't know much about the concepts of sub-god father and godfather. But just from Strange's description, you know that he is very powerful. What kind of existence is it that can easily shatter a star with 1 blow? Tony took out his phone and called Captain America. Tony, Captain America was a little surprised when he received Tony's call. Tony briefly told the news he had just received. We know, but the most important thing now is to contact Wanda and Vision. We can't contact them. Mitty's expression was also very serious. I'll find a way. Tony hung up the phone. Then he gave Friday an order. Broadcast at the location where Vision last appeared. Now, 27 can't delay for a moment. Strange raised his head suddenly and looked outside. You're here so fast. Strange didn't expect the other party's actions to be so fast. Tony also followed Strange outside and saw the spaceship in front of him. Gemus Guardian, we are here on behalf of the great mad titan Thanos to make a deal with you. As long as you are willing to hand over the Time Gem, we promise not to destroy the Earth. Ebony Maw looked at Strange in front of her and said elegantly, hand over the Time Gem? You are dreaming. Strange dodged and was extremely fast. He came directly in front of Ebony Maw. The long sword made of magic directly slashed across Ebony Maw's neck. He punched Black Dwarf away. Ebony Maw looked confused, but his head had been separated from his body. Xiao Yujo realized the sixth sense and Strange's strength was no longer something that a creature like Ebony Maw could challenge. If Thanos blessed the infinite gems, Strange would dare to touch the other party. Black Dwarf on the side dwarf was knocked unconscious by Strange's punch. The gap between the sub-godfather and the one below the sub-godfather is so huge. No, you are so strong. Do you still need to be afraid of Thanos? Tony looked at Strange in confusion. That's because you don't understand Thanos or the infinite gems. Strange rolled his eyes. After all, although he has reached the level sub-godfather, he is definitely not Thanos' opponent. What should we do now? Wong followed behind Strange and asked. Let's prepare first. If nothing unexpected happens, the Earth will definitely be the final battlefield. After all, there are 2 infinite gems on Earth now. Strange's eyes were solemn. I know a place. Maybe we can arrange it. Tony thought of Wakanda. You gather the Avengers first. Wong and I need to go to the holy place to find some helpers. Also, give us the coordinates of Wakanda. Strange arranged everything, turned around, and left with Wong. What do we need to arrange? Wong looked at Strange with a puzzled look. You are so stupid. Don't you think that this situation is the best time to verify the 4th page of the Book of the Sanctuary? According to the content of the 4th page of the Book of the Sanctuary, the Gold Saints are at least the battle records of level Godfather. If we can gather a Gold Saint, can we solve this crisis? Even if it can't be solved directly. Isn't it a good thing to have one more powerful person of the level Godfather? After hearing Strange say this, Wong quickly understood what he meant. From the seeds of the small universe, the sanctuary dimension is most likely real. Then the method of summoning those saints on the 4th page of the Book of the Sanctuary must be true. It's just a pity that only one can be summoned at a time. Otherwise, just pull 10 or 8 gold saints and directly defeat Thanos. There are so many things to worry about. The 2 quickly returned to the holy place and found the Book of the Sanctuary. Look at the instructions. First, use the power of the small universe to lock the candidate who needs to be summoned. Then use the power of the small universe to communicate with the other party. It seems very simple. Strange quickly selected a gold saint and burned the power of the microcosm directly. On the top of the Book of the Sanctuary, the constellation of the gold saint locked by Strange flashed, but it immediately fell into darkness again. What's the situation? Strange. Fail. The king looked at Strange. It's not a failure. The corner of Strange's mouth twitched. What's the reason? The king asked puzzledly. According to the feedback given to me by the Book of the Sanctuary, this gold saint is on a mission. That is the so-called busy line. Strange was speechless. The mechanism of this sanctuary is not very humane. He didn't know how to complain. Try another one. Strange shifted his target. This one didn't work. Why not change another one? Then Strange glanced at the Book of the Sanctuary. The constellations on it light up, indicating that they are idle, and the constellations that are dim indicate that they are on a mission. It's you. Strange looked at the shining Leo. Don't ask, just ask that he was born at the end of July. So he is a Leo? Buzz. As Strange communicated, the constellation map of Leo began to flash. Then the whole room suddenly dimmed. The star map of Leo appeared in the room. A voice came out. I am the Leo Gold Saint Regulus. Please inform the specific content of the mission and the specific experience of the opponent who summoned me. Hearing Regulus' words, Strange and Wong looked at each other. What a professional feeling. The mission is to stop Thanos from taking the infinite gems. As for the specific strength of the opponent, it should be level Godfather. Strange responded. Thanos took the infinite gems. I know. Please authorize us to communicate with Vishani to descend on the Earth in your universe. As soon as Regulus heard what Strange said, he knew the content of the mission. This is the beginning of the battle of infinite gems. Recently, many gold saints have gone on this mission. I heard that the rewards are great. Wait a minute. What is the price we need to pay to summon you? Strange did not rush to authorize, but asked. Depending on the difficulty of the task, artifacts or laws are required, or equivalent items. Regulus replied. Artifacts? Laws. Strange thought of Asgard. Can Asgard artifacts be used? Strange replied. WX. Regulus was speechless. Asgard is almost being plucked bald. 9 out of 10 people who traded chose Asgard's artifacts. But Regulus didn't care about these. After all, during this period of time, Asgard had been destroyed and the godheads and artifacts were scattered throughout the universe. And those godheads and artifacts do have the power of law. Okay, authorization. Strange heard Regulus's answer and gave authorization directly. Please wait. Regulus' voice disappeared, but the star map in front of Strange became more and more shining. Authorization completed. Please step back. As Regulus finished speaking, a huge amount of starlight fell from the sky. It landed directly on the shining position of the star map. Dit. Strange heard the sound of armor touching the ground. The star map dissipated, and a man wearing golden armor, brown hair, and about 1.85 meters tall appeared in front of Strange. I belong to the Sanctuary Dimension, the Zodiac, the Leo Gold Saint, Regulus. I hope to have a pleasant cooperation. Regulus stretched out his right hand. Hello, my name is Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme of the Holy Place. Strange was stunned for a moment, and also stretched out his hand to shake hands with Regulus. I know you are quite angry in the multi-universe. Regulus said with a smile. Will you accept all the missions in the Sanctuary Dimension and the entire multi-universe? Strange's eyes widened. If so, the power of the Sanctuary Dimension will exceed their imagination. About the same. Regulus nodded with a smile. Can you tell me the details? Regulus asked. Let's talk about it when we get there. Strange saw the coordinates sent by Tony. An orange portal appeared. Strange and Regulus walked over. Wong went to summon the magicians to the holy place. Have all your people arrived? Strange looked at Tony. All the members of the Avengers are here. Fortunately, you reminded them early. Otherwise, Vision and Doe would be in great danger. Tony was still frightened when he thought of that scene. Vision was almost stabbed to death by the other party. What plans do we have now? Captain America frowned. Thanos now has 2 infinite gems. His strength has reached that of Godfather. How should we fight this battle? This is the Golden Saint of Leo from the Sanctuary Dimension. He is also a powerful man of level Godfather. He will help us in this battle. Strange introduced. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. Regulus had put away his holy clothes at the moment, and he looked like a very handsome boy. Sanctuary Dimension? Another new term. Tony's eyes flickered. After he went back, he investigated the holy place through Friday. You don't know until you check it. Although the holy place is secret, in the era of big data, there will be some clues. Tony then learned from the information that this was actually a force that had silently guarded the Earth for thousands of years. And the opponents they faced were almost all mythical creatures. Are we sure now? Take the Earth as the main battlefield. Banner asked. My suggestion is that it is best not to start a war on Earth. I took a look at the strength of your Earth. It's not very good, and the battle between the 2 level Godfathers can easily destroy the Earth. You will face greater danger than Thanos at that time. Regulus said. Greater danger than Thanos? What is that? Strange grasped the key point in Regulus' words. That's another 420 price. Regulus did not answer Strange. Hearing Regulus' words, Strange's mouth twitched. Although he didn't have much contact with the Sanctuary Dimension, but he already had a basic impression of the Sanctuary Dimension. In addition to being reliable, it is deadly for money. No matter what you do, you're following the principle of equivalent exchange. Then where should we fight Thanos? Captain America and others felt a headache. After all, if you want to fight on another planet, you must at least have the ability to travel between stars. Obviously, the current Earth cannot reach this level. My personal suggestion is to put it in Thanos' hometown. Titan is very hard. Enough to support the war of level sub-Godfather. And Titan has been destroyed and is very desolate. There are no living things, and there is no need to worry about affecting others. It is a good battlefield. Regulus continued. This is a good idea. Strange was obviously moved. Agree. Tix. Regulus' proposal was unanimously recognized. The teleportation magic to the holy place can send us directly to Titan, without the trouble of taking a spaceship. But please remember one thing. Don't set foot on the battlefield of level God Father casually. The aftermath may kill you. If you die because of the aftermath, I will not be responsible, and we will not bear any corresponding responsibilities. Regulus took out a disclaimer. It clearly listed some disclaimers. Professional. Tony gave a thumbs up. Thank you. Regulus responded with a smile. Then let's go. Everyone, let's go directly to Titan to set up the battlefield. Captain America made the final decision. Regulus, you just said that the Earth is facing a greater crisis. What does that mean? $1*G at *caret. Strange cares about this matter very much. Strange, sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. You can't afford the price for this matter. Regulus shook his head and didn't tell Strange. Can't afford the price? In other words, an existence above level God Father. Strange's face became quite ugly. Now he felt that the position of Sorcerer Supreme seemed to be a trap. Anyway, he was trapped badly. Soon, with the help of the Holy Place, Wakanda and the Avengers set off for Titan. What a desolate planet. Captain America glanced at the environment of Titan. Although it looked quite dilapidated, it could be seen that it was quite prosperous in the past, and it was actually suitable for living creatures to live here. Just like them, they could move freely here without carrying any oxygen equipment. Thanos, don't forget your promise. The Collector took out the reality gem from his treasure house. Don't worry, it won't happen, Thanos said coldly. Finally got it. Reality gem. Thanos looked at the reality gem in the Infinity Gauntlet, and a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. For this reality gem, he made a deal with the Collector. After his long-cherished wish was realized, Ling volunteered to become the Collector's collection. After all, the Eternals have not appeared in the Collector's collection. After all, the Eternals are a race that serves the Celestials. If it is not necessary, the Collector is unwilling to offend the Celestials. When Asgard put the reality gem with the Collector, it was also because he thought that the other party was an elder of the universe. He is a powerful individual, and it is difficult to persuade the Collector with ordinary things. However, in the eyes of the Collector, this deal is completely fine. As for the reality gem, isn't it just lent to Thanos for use? As for the rule of snapping fingers with 6 infinite gems, the Collector can only say that it is impossible to affect creatures above the level God Father. Even the Protoss will be excluded by the rule of infinite gems. Only low-level creatures will die. Otherwise, why do you think the gods in the universe didn't come out to stop Thanos from collecting infinite gems? If you want to harm creatures above level God Father, you can only fight with 6 infinite gems. You have to kill them with your own hands. Infinite gems can't kill at the rule level. And Thanos wants to annihilate half of the creatures in the universe with a thought. This will directly drain Thanos' power. It is precisely because of Thanos' character that the Collector gave the reality gem to Thanos. If it were an ordinary person, the Collector would kill him directly. The desire to collect still defeated the desire to save his life. Not to mention that the Collector has a certain degree of confidence. Next, it's the Soul Gem. Thanos glanced at the unconscious Gamora in his hand. Just now, the other party tried to persuade the Collector not to lend the reality gem to Thanos. The ending is obvious. She failed. With the blessing of 4 infinite gems, Thanos glanced at the Infinity Gauntlet. Now with the blessing of 3 infinite gems, Thanos' strength has reached the limit of level God Father. One step up is level single universe. The more infinite gems, the greater the strength. This is because the power of infinite gems can also bless each other. It is not simply 1 plus 1 equals 2. It is an exponential increase. I don't know how the 2 infinite gems on Earth are progressing. Thanos took the unconscious Gamora and flew towards the dark holy place. My lord, the reports of Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight appeared in Thanos' communicator. What's wrong? Thanos already had an idea in his mind. The trip to Earth must have failed. Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw have not contacted him yet. They should have been killed. Interesting, after losing Odin and Ancient One, Does Earth still have such strength? Thanos thought secretly in his heart. Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight reported the situation on Earth. Avengers? I know. Let's prepare for the general attack. Thanos was not angry. Now he has 3 infinite gems in his hand. When he finds the soul gem, it will be the blessing of 4 infinite gems. His strength has directly jumped to the level single universe. At that time, don't say that Odin and Ancient One are not there. Even if these two are still alive, he dares to break into the Earth and directly pull the time gem off the chest of the Ancient One. Titan, the arrangement is basically almost done. How can we let Thanos know that we are on Titan? What should we do if the other party directly launches a general attack on the Earth? This is what Tony is worried about now. Don't worry, we have a way. Strange responded. This is also Regulus's suggestion. According to Regulus, Thanos has been blessed with 2 infinite gems. His strength is comparable to that of level God Father, so he cannot be allowed to find other infinite gems. Neither reality gem nor soul gem can work. So Regulus decided to take the initiative, directly attack Thanos' spaceship. Let land on Titan. After all, there are already 2 infinite gems, and with Thanos' character, the other party will not avoid fighting. This proposal was also approved by Strange. Then let's go now. Strange looked at Regulus. Go. Where to? Regulus was stunned. Isn't it to attack Thanos' fleet? Strange looked at Regulus, who was confused, and he was also confused. No need. Hearing Strange's words, Regulus knew what the other party meant. Your microcosm has broken through to the 6th sense, which is quite powerful. Now watch. This is the real power of the microcosm. Regulus smiled and disappeared on the spot. Strange hurriedly followed. Soon, Regulus selected a location on Titan. This place is 100 meters away from the battlefield set up by the Avengers, is at least more than 1,000 kilometers. How powerful is the microcosm? I'm really curious. Strange came to a location hundreds of kilometers away from Regulus. With the overclocking of the 5 senses, Strange can clearly see and hear Regulus's movements and voices. Strange is also very curious about the 7th and 8th senses of the microcosm recorded in the Book of the Holy Land. Although he thinks it is suspected of being a pie in the sky, but he has indeed reached the level of the 6th sense. Even if it is a pie in the sky, Strange is very satisfied with his current strength. At least close combat is no longer his weakness. Stopping to think, Strange casts his eyes on Regulus in the distance. Buzz! Regulus stands on the ground, and the golden armor of Leo has been worn on Regulus at some point. The golden microcosm begins to burn. The star map of Leo appears behind Regulus. The light on Titan is all covered by the star map of Leo. What is this? The Avengers were all surprised to see the transition between day and night. Is that the star map of Leo? Tony and Banner both recognized the star map floating in the sky. Regulus, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He had already located Thanos' position. Lightning speed punch. Regulus's microcosm rose to the limit. The microcosm of the 7th sense was released at the moment. With one step forward, the entire Titan trembled instantly. A bright light shone from Regulus' right hand. It turned into a stream of light and rushed straight into the sky. What a powerful force! Is this the 7th sense of the microcosm, comparable to the combat power of level God Father? Strange stared at Regulus in the distance in amazement. Is that all? Seeing that all the noise had subsided, Strange hurried to Regulus' side. Next, just wait for Thanos to come. If Thanos is still blessed by 2 infinite gems, my attack is enough to destroy his Chitauri army. But if he has already added 3 infinite gems, this will be a tough battle. I can't guarantee that I can win. Regulus said with a serious look in his eyes. I understand. Strange also understood what Regulus meant. He then sent a message directly to the members of the Avengers to prepare for battle. Thanos, who had just stepped onto the dark holy place, suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He quickly determined the direction. Is it coming for me? Thanos stared at the direction where the sense of crisis came from. A stream of light swept across the universe. Many strong men perceived this power and looked sideways. Who did Thanos offend? He could actually deliver such a powerful punch across the star field. Some strong men were surprised. Damn it, Thanos was now very sure that the other party was really coming for him. If he hadn't gotten the reality gem just now, he couldn't even protect the fleet of the dark cult. Buzz! 3 infinite gems shone brightly on the infinity gauntlet. Thanos, blessed by the power of the 3 gems, laid a barrier in front of him. The barrier was based on the reality gem. It was very strong. At the moment when Thanos laid the barrier, the bright light hit it directly. If it was 1 second later, all the fleets of the dark cult would die except Thanos. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions sounded. The terrifying energy storm spread out in all directions with Thanos' fleet as the center. The surrounding stars and meteorites were all crushed to pieces. What is this? It actually came from Titan? Thanos didn't expect that this attack actually came from Titan. You have to know that the Dark Cult is now at least several star fields away from Titan. If there is no means of subspace jump, it will take at least thousands of light years to fly here at the speed of light. Well, long distance. But Thanos is sure that the time between this attack from the opponent's swing to hitting him now, the interval in between will definitely not exceed 1 second. This has already involved the use of space, which shows that the opponent is definitely also a master of level Godfather. Interesting. Is this a direct invitation to fight? Thanos looked at the barrier in front of him, which actually had the aura of Time Gem and Mind Gem. They went directly to Titan. It seems that the other party does not want to use the Earth as the main battlefield. Are you afraid of being destroyed? The guy who escaped from the Asgard ship brought news to the Earth. It's worth it that Heimdall risked his life to save him. Thanos quickly figured out the cause and effect. He also knew what the other party meant. Then I will fight with you. Thanos' eyes were dark and full of murderous intent. He knew very well that if he did not return to Titan but went to find the Soul Gem, then attacks like the one just now would probably not stop. The other party would even rush directly in front of him to prevent him from obtaining the Soul Gem. Thanos glanced at Gamora, and he knew very well. If there was hope, Gamora would not reveal the location of the Soul Gem to him. She would only hope that the other party would kill her father. Thanos sighed. Evo. But his eyes were still very firm. The light of the space gem bloomed. Several spaceships of Thanos flying in the interstellar were directly swallowed up by the portal opened by the space gem. When they appeared again, they had already arrived above Titan. This is the power of the space gem, as long as it can sustain the consumption. It can teleport unlimitedly within a single universe. Here it comes. Regulus looked at the sky. Just at that moment, many life forms appeared in the sky. The Avengers heard Regulus' words and prepared for battle. In just a few seconds, the spaceships in the sky landed one after another. Huge amounts of smoke and dust were raised on Titan, which was like a ruin. As the spaceship opened, Thanos walked out slowly. It's really hard for you to find this place. Thanos looked at the people in front of him who were waiting for battle, his face indifferent. Thanos, your ambition will not succeed. We will crush your dream on Titan. Captain America took the lead and stood up, opening the mouth cannon mode. Who attacked me just now? Thanos didn't even look at Captain America, but turned to look at other people. Finally, his eyes stayed on Regulus. The aura emanating from the other party was as dazzling as the fixed star. The vitality of the whole body was surging, and the king of emotions was full. Is it you? Although Thanos said it in a question, he was sure in his heart. Yes, it's me, and your opponent in this battle. Regulus smiled and looked at Thanos. I don't understand why you want to intervene in a war. The erasure of rule is completely meaningless to the strong, above-level Godfather. Thanos looked at Regulus, his tone full of doubts. I just received an invitation to trade. If you lose this battle, I look forward to you joining the Sanctuary Dimension. Maybe in the Sanctuary Dimension, you can find the value of your existence. Regulus heard a lot about Thanos from his comrades. Although the personalities of Thanos in each parallel universe are different, and even the reasons for destroying half of the creatures in the universe are different. But the overall goal has never changed. It is to destroy half of the creatures in the universe. But Regulus feels that the one he met should be the one who is scourged by the Celestials. So he should be able to be pulled into the Sanctuary Dimension. Sanctuary Dimension? You belong to Dimension Mephista? Thanos frowned even more. Why would Dimension Mephista intervene in the affairs of a single universe? He couldn't figure out at all. You'll know later. Regulus smiled, and then his body flashed. Good. The next second, he came directly in front of Thanos. A punch. Huge amounts of punch pressure rushed straight into Thanos' abdomen with unparalleled power. Buzz. Infinity Gauntlet lit up at the moment. Boom. The war broke out. Regulus knew that Thanos was completely unconvincing. Either defeat the opponent directly or kill the opponent directly. Otherwise, the war will not stop. The Chitauri army of the Dark Order also rushed out one after another, rushing madly towards the Avengers' position. Strange was suspended in the sky, and the magic circle in his hand was shining. He now has the combat power of level Sub-Godfather. For the Chitauri army on the battlefield now, it is a crushing defeat. The golden magic circle rose into the air, and Strange ended the battle in an instant. This move not only directly cleared the Chitauri army, but even the 5 Obsidian generals were killed by Strange in one move. No, buddy, are you so strong? Captain America and others stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. After a while, a rainbow of light appeared in the sky. Come out and die, Thanos. Thor's figure walked out of the Bifrost, but he was furious and was stunned. Why are there only friendly forces in front of him? Where is Thanos? Thor looked at Captain America and Tony and others in front of him blankly. Let's fight in the universe. It doesn't make sense if we win. Only if Regulus defeats Thanos can this crisis be completely resolved. Tony also saw it now. 4 high-end combat power. The group is the basis for determining everything. Just like now, even if the Chitauri army under Thanos is completely destroyed, what can it do? As long as Thanos defeats Regulus, they will still have to wait for death. The violent energy exploded in the sky above Titan. The whole Titan was shaking wildly. Is this the sound of a battle between level God, Father's strong men? Feeling the trembling of Titan, Captain America, Tony, and others all showed surprise in their eyes and a little panic. In the space above Titan, Thanos now feels that he is under great pressure, because even if he has 3 infinite gems, he is still at a disadvantage when facing Regulus. He can only be suppressed. I don't know if it is Thanos' illusion, but Regulus seems to be immune to the law and power of infinite gems to a certain extent. The attack seems powerful, but as long as it falls on Regulus, the effect will be greatly reduced. This makes Thanos very uncomfortable. In fact, this is not Thanos' illusion, but a real situation. Because the evolution of the Sanctuary Dimension is affected by Chronos. The Eternal Spear has absorbed 6 infinite gems and demonstrated the ability of Rainbow. So now, as long as the holy clothes are exposed to the power of the stars in the Sanctuary Dimension, almost all of them have different degrees of immunity to infinite gems. In addition, many people who practice microcosms on Gaowu Earth will also be exposed to the baptism of the power of law of infinite gems. Therefore, this also led to the fact that the microcosm practitioners on the high-level Earth had a certain resistance to the power of infinite gems. With the superposition of the two, the influence of infinite gems on the creatures of the Sanctuary Dimension has been reduced to a limit. It cannot be said that it is completely unaffected, but the power has been weakened by at least 1/3. With the blessing of 3 infinite gems, Thanos has reached the peak of level Godfather. But to deal with a gold saint like Regulus, at least 4 infinite gems must be blessed. This is what Regulus thought of before the war. If it is Thanos blessed with 2 infinite gems, although he has reached level Godfather, the opponent will definitely lose. The blessing of 3 infinite gems can barely hold a stalemate with Regulus, but it is still at a disadvantage. If it is a protracted war, Regulus will definitely win. After all, The gems on the Infinity Gauntlet are not irremovable. Only with the blessing of 4 infinite gems can Regulus be defeated. So in this battle, Thanos basically has no chance of winning. Thanos also discovered this, and now he is at an absolute disadvantage. Even with his eternal body, he can't bear it. The purple body is all black and blue. Blood is flowing. It looks very miserable. I don't understand why the Dimension Lord would intervene in this matter. Thanos said unwillingly. Don't worry, you don't have a chance to understand. Regulus' figure has come behind Thanos. With a punch, Thanos hits a small planet directly. Chronos' exclamation. Regulus used his strongest secret without hesitation. The golden torrent swept over Thanos' body. The opponent could only watch. Ah! Thanos screamed. When the energy torrent dissipated, Thanos had lost his original appearance. His whole body was burned black. His body was still defective. If it weren't for the power of the infinite gems, Meow would have died on the spot. Regulus flashed in front of Thanos. He cut off Thanos' arm directly. The light of the 3 infinite gems dimmed instantly. At the moment, Thanos didn't even have the strength to wail. Regulus carried Thanos' defective body back to Titan. In his other hand, he held 3 infinite gems. Strange, our deal is done. Where are the things I need? Regulus' voice brought Strange back to his senses, who was in a state of surprise. Thanos was dying. The arm wearing the infinite gems had been broken, and his legs had disappeared. His body was even more charred, and blood flowed from time to time. It looked very miserable. Strange and Thor were shocked when they saw this scene, because such a tragic situation had already shown that the previous battle was crushing. This shows that Regulus is much stronger than Thanos with the 3 gems. The ultimate combat power of level God Father. Even stronger than Odin and Ancient One. Please wait. Strange then remembered the deal between him and Regulus. I didn't think too much at the time, but now it seems that this deal must be completed. Otherwise, Regulus will be much more troublesome to deal with than Thanos. Strange came to Thor and told Thor what happened. Okay, but Thanos must be handed over to me. Thor agreed to Strange without hesitation. He just made a request, that is, to hand Thanos over to him. Okay. Strange breathed a sigh of relief. As for Thanos, he would definitely not survive if he fell into Thor's hands. The rest of the things are not important. Regulus, please wait on Earth for 2 days. We will give you the traded items within 2 days. Strange said to Regulus. Okay. Regulus had no objection. Also, can you leave Thanos to us? Strange looked at Thanos, who looked like Dead Man, and said to Regulus. Sure. Regulus didn't hesitate. Originally, he didn't kill Thanos just to prove that he had completed the task. Since the deal has been completed, it doesn't matter who is given the power of the shadow. The Avengers didn't expect that the battle would end so quickly. It's totally unimaginable. Such scenes are happening in countless multi-universes. What on earth is Chronos doing? The god of the underworld, Sython, was very puzzled as he perceived the movements in the multi-universe. Chronos had just used the Sanctuary dimension to devour the entire Ragnarok universe instead of improving his strength. He actually let the creatures of the Sanctuary dimension go out to help the multi-universe deal with problems. This made Sython a little confused. The same was true for Set, the serpent god on the other side, who had no idea what Chronos was thinking. The Sanctuary dimension. The progress of the law deduction was still too slow. Chronos perceived the current progress of the law. He sighed. The difficulty of deducing the law is much higher than he imagined. Therefore, Chronos used the ability of the dimension to sign contracts with countless multi-universes. The first is to allow more people to cultivate the micro-universe and accumulate little by little. On the other hand, it is convenient for the saints to perform tasks. Definitely, the reward for the task is something that contains the power of law, including but not limited to the Godhead, artifacts or the body of the god, etc. After all, these things all contain the power of law. For this reason, Chronos even set up 10 lists of contributions within the High Martial Earth. As long as the contribution is enough, you can exchange for things in the treasure house. For this reason, The enthusiasm for cultivation in the entire high martial earth is unprecedentedly high. You can help others solve problems and get rewards. And after practicing hard, you're still the strongest. How can this not make people crazy? With the current progress of the law, it is a long way to go to reach the super universe level. I have to think of some other ways. Chronos fell into deep thought. He has now set his sights on the ancient gods. Chronos has not had much contact with the ancient gods, but he knows that the ancient gods and the new gods are completely two different creatures, even though both of them are given the title of God. But no matter the strength of the Godhead or the degree of understanding of the law, the difference is very huge. This can be seen from the second generation of ancient gods born after the rebellion of the ancient gods. The most typical one is Mephisto. He is the second generation of ancient gods born from the rebellion of the ancient gods. His strength has also reached the single level. In the entire Marvel universe, the only new god who can surpass the ancient gods and has nothing to do with them is Loki. He is the only one who has promoted his godhead with his own ability and became a new god at the peak of the multiverse. The status of the god of stories has reached the peak of the multi-universe level. He can be called the first person under the super-universe level. Even the current Chronos, Sython, Set, and other multidimensional lords at the peak of the multiverse can never beat Loki, who has become the god of stories. As for the other new gods, it is hard to say. Even the Father of Heaven is the same. In the crisis of King Chaos, all the powerful level godfathers could only serve as ministers in an unknown dimension. They completely ignored the life and death of the multi-universe. In the end, it was Thor and Hercules who turned the tide. But that ending was also very unreasonable. King Chaos, who is so powerful, would be locked up in a universe created by Hera? It was obviously unreasonable. 270-27. Chronos was thinking about which ancient gods he could use. CHFB. Although Mephisto's body was killed, he was definitely not dead. He was still in the Hell Dimension, but his strength was not strong. He was about the same level as Dormamu. For Chronos, Mephisto's role was not even as good as Dormamu, because the Hell Dimension could not be swallowed or refined at all. Otherwise, he would just be looking for something to do. Then the remaining ones are only the god of the underworld, Sython, the serpent god, Set, the trinity god, Vishanti, and the god-eater, Adam, the earth goddess Gaia, and the beholder Shemaglas, who is known as the Old One. The first one to be ruled out is Gaia. After all, the earth goddess has given him a lot of help. And judging from Gaia's current state, even if Chronos does not take action, it is estimated that the god will soon fall. Vishanti can also be ruled out temporarily, but the possibility of taking action later cannot be ruled out. The first choice is definitely Sython, Set, Adam, and the beholder Shemaglas. As for Sidorak, sorry, it has been selectively ignored by Chronos. Based on the current situation, we can only think of ways to plot against Syon and Tangshur. Chronos finally chose these two. As for the God-Eater Adam, it is not something that Chronos can deal with now. Although this God-Eater has completely fallen and lost his mind, his real experience is still there. He was able to end the rebellion of the ancient gods by himself and killed all the ancient gods who resisted, and forced Syon and Set to flee to other worlds. The other party should have reached the super-universe level to some extent. At least it has crossed the threshold of the multi-universe level. If Gaia was not the other party's biological mother. In addition, when Adam was born, Gaia thought of the possibility of the other party's fall and left a backup in her body. Even Gaia could not seal him. This is also one of Gaia's trump cards to deter other ancient gods from stepping into the real dimension. And the old one's demon Shumagras can't be found at all. The universe where the other party exists should be a separate and closed multi-universe. Unless the other party is willing to come out, otherwise Chronos wants to find the demon Shumagras. It may take a long time, but Sython and Set are different. They originally lived in the multi-universe of Ragnarok. But in order to avoid fighting with the God-Eater, the two of them directly withdrew from the multi-universe of Ragnarok. They gave it to Chronos directly. In their eyes, a mere multi-universe is not important at all. Before they are absolutely sure to deal with Adam, they will not rashly set foot in the real dimension. But Chronos knows exactly what Sython needs. This is also the most important thing. Wanda, Chronos' voice reached Wanda's ears. What's wrong? Lord Chronos. Wanda heard Chronos' voice and came directly to Chronos. No, you are too strong now. And there's the power of the small universe in your body. Chronos glanced at Wanda, whose strength had reached the peak of level Godfather. Wanda looked at her blankly. It's okay. There's just a small thing that I need you to do. Chronos reached out and touched Wanda's head. Wanda's cheeks blushed shyly. Chronos, you said, as long as you said something, I can do it. Wanda's eyes were serious. I need you. Chronos told Wanda his plan in front of him. You mean you need a variant that has not yet developed the chaos calendar? Wanda blinked. No wonder Chronos said she was too strong. With her current strength, Syon has no way to devour a level god father across dimensions. Yes, it has to be you who has practiced the dark book. Chronos was very serious. Wanda also fell in a deep thought. This choice was not easy to make. After all, every Wanda is a living being. To let the other party risk her life to practice the dark book and fully master chaos force. It's too difficult. Not every Wanda in the parallel universe is so powerful. Just like Wanda in the sacred timeline. Wanda in the main universe has practiced the dark book and is powerful, but Wanda in the 838 universe is already married and has 2 children. She does not have awakening chaos force. She was directly taken away by Wanda in the main universe 616 universe using dream magic. This is the difference in the evolution of the universe. Don't worry, this matter can be carried out slowly. If there is such a candidate, we can make a plan. Chronos said. He did not intend to drag Wanda into the water directly. Wanda's potential is still very strong. Wanda in the HOM period can wipe out the mutant of the entire omnipotent universe with just one sentence, and the upper limit is quite high. Chronos does not want to have a gap with Wanda. Okay, Master Chronos, I got it. Wanda's face was quite serious. She set a time for herself. If she can't find a suitable candidate within 3 years, then she will create a suitable Wanda herself as a carrier to seduce the god of the underworld, Syon. As long as Chronos' goal can be achieved, even if it is to sacrifice herself. Not to mention a variant. I don't know if the Ultimate Universe 1610 and the main Universe 616 are in this super large universe group. The scope of the super universe is very large. It is composed of countless multi-universe spheres, and the multi-universe spheres contain countless single universes. Even with Chronos' current strength, there is no way to complete the exploration of all the multi-universe spheres in the entire super universe group. However, Chronos has a hunch that the ultimate universe and the main universe are most likely not in this super universe group. After all, these 2 universes are very special. But now, let's start to break through the super universe level. Although Chronos is curious about these 2 universes, Chronos is not ready to go there now. Not to mention the main universe 616, the focus of various gods, is there. Even the sleeping god Tiamat is sleeping in the center of the earth in the main universe 616. And the ultimate universe 1610 has Marvel's 7th infinite gems, the Self. These are not what Chronos can participate in at present. Bang! The sound of glass breaking rang out. In an uninhabited wilderness, the space suddenly shattered. Where are we? Still in the original multi-universe dash. Sister File Size, we have been away from home for almost 2 years. If you really can't find it, forget it. Besides, Master Chronos didn't force you to do this. Ares Syon looked at Wanda beside him. He looked helpless. 2 years ago, Wanda came to find him and told him that she was going to do something very important to Chronos. She needed his help, so Syon naturally wouldn't refuse. According to Wanda's words, he was smarter, but he didn't expect that he would be out for 2 years. In the past 2 years, Syon and Wanda have traveled through countless parallel universes. But Wanda didn't find the right person. Syon was also helpless about this. I don't know, but I hope I can get something out of it this time. If you really can't find the right person, I can only do it myself. Wanda had a stern face. Master Chronos will not allow you to do this. If you want to be a bait, a trigger, you must first destroy your microcosmic cultivation. Are you really willing to do that? Syon looked at Wanda with a serious face. Wanda now has realized the seventh sense of a microcosm. With the support of chaos force, her strength has long reached the peak of level Godfather. Even if it is a strong man of level single universe, the sky is not untouchable. Such strength is stronger than him. If it weren't for Chronos telling him to take good care of Wanda, Syon would not agree to Wanda's invitation. Syon knew that Chronos would never allow Wanda to do this. After all, Wanda is now the first tier of potential in the Sanctuary dimension. Doing this is tantamount to cutting off her own future. Syon knew very well how much Chronos valued Wanda. Don't worry, I won't do this unless it's absolutely necessary. Wanda said this, but what she was thinking was another matter. After all, she didn't want to harm her own variant. If she could find a suitable variant, it would definitely be the best outcome. The time node is not bad. We can take a break in this universe. Syon turned on the five senses and overclocked them, and perceived the current situation in the world. The timeline of this universe has evolved to after the Infinite Gems War. In other words, the Infinite War in this universe has been fought, and it should be the Avengers who won. Okay, let's take a month off first. Wanda agreed with Syon. This month can also be used to explore the world. The two eventually lived in New York. Not for other reasons, but mainly for familiarity. And they call each other brother and sister to the outside world. Syon, have you found out anything? This week, Wanda and Syon have been finding out about the situation. I found out. Wanda, we may have found the person you're looking for. Syon said to Wanda. Really? Wanda was stunned, then showed surprise. Yes, according to the information I collected. You in this universe are also a member of the Avengers. Your power is also activated by the Mind Gem. But you fell in love with Vision. Syon never thought that Wanda in this universe would fall in love with a robot. And this robot was created by Tony. It is a little different from the history they know. Ultron in this world did not succeed. But a brand new existence, Vision, was born. In Syon's view, this Vision is simply a weakened version of Ultron. He is so weak that he was stabbed by Corvus Glaive. He lost his combat ability and became a burden in the Infinity War. It also implicated Wanda. I fell in love with a robot. Are you kidding? Wanda frowned. She seemed a little stupid in this universe. What about now? What's the situation? Wanda continued to ask. In order to avoid collisions between variants, misunderstandings, or changes in the direction of time, Wanda rarely goes out. This is why she needs a companion. Vision died in the Infinity War. Your variant in this universe used the origin magic power to modify a town. In the town, you lived happily with the robot named Vision. There are 2 children, but the holder of the Dark Book is right next to your variant. If nothing unexpected happens, you in this universe are likely to become a practitioner of the Dark Book. Syon didn't expect the evolution of this universe to be so dramatic. And Wanda really found a variant that practiced the Dark Book. So, this universe is the most promising universe. Wanda was a little excited. This universe is also the universe of the Sanctuary Dimension contract. When Wanda in this universe is completely blackened, maybe she can receive a request for help from the Holy Place. But unfortunately, Strange in this universe did not practice the microcosm. Syon said lightly. Through the information collected, Syon learned that the Holy Place in this world is very cautious. Although the Holy Land dimension has put all the conditions on the table, the Holy Place of this universe is still unwilling to accept the seeds of the small universe. It has only signed a summoning treaty with the Holy Land dimension, and the number of uses is very low. Wanda doesn't care about these. She only cares about her own variant now. She cares whether the other party really wants to practice the Dark Book. As long as the other party practices the Dark Book, then her chance will come. However, Wanda did not approach Westview Town as the host of Chaos Force. If Wanda appears in front of the other party like this, the chaos calendar may all return to her body as a minister. Thus, the variants of this universe will become ordinary people. This is absolutely unacceptable to Wanda now. Sure enough, half a month later, Syon opened his eyes. You also perceive it. Wanda's face was full of joy. Chaos Force Awakening. You in this universe are already qualified to practice the Dark Book. Moreover, the witch holding the Dark Book has had her magic power sucked out. With the blessing of the Dark Book, your variant in this universe may have leaped to the middle and late stages of level God Father. Syon sighed. The power of Chaos Force is really a bit against the sky. Creating a level God Father is as easy as eating and drinking. As long as Chaos Force Awakening, at least level God Father, is the foundation. Just like the Phoenix Force that split into countless fragments. Any fragment can make God Father. Who doesn't want such power? Syon was observing the situation from the outside. It is a foregone conclusion that Wanda in this universe has practiced the Dark Book. As long as the other party succeeds in practicing, they can contact Wanda in this universe. What is this? Multidimensional space rift. What is Strange doing? Wanda and Syon looked up at the sky at the same time. Countless creatures in parallel universes are roaring, trying to cross this barrier. Is Strange crazy? Wanda was also very surprised. She was familiar with all the books in the holy place, so she naturally knew what was going on. Strange actually lost control of his magic and forced the space inside the multi-universe to open. What is this idiot doing? Wanda's face was very ugly. If this incident affected her variants, Wanda would definitely tear up the holy place of this universe. Fortunately, the variants of this universe are concentrating on studying the Dark Book and have no time to care about the situation outside. It seems that no matter which universe Strange is from, only a few are reliable. Syon said helplessly, it's better not to affect me. Wanda's face was cold, and she almost took action just now. The variants of this universe practiced the Dark Book very quickly. In just 2 months, she learned all the black magic recorded in the Dark Book, and her fingers turned black. This is a sign of her corrupted will. You should know that the Dark Book originally had the ability to bewitch people. As long as you are a user of the Dark Book, almost no one will not be bewitched. The reason why I say almost is because occasionally there will be 1 or 2 Strange who behave more aggressively. She doesn't think that practicing the Dark Book can bring her child back, right? Wanda is also observing the variants of this universe. Not sure, but I think she looks more like she is planning to travel through parallel universes. Syon analyzed. Travel through parallel universes? Even if she reaches the level Godfather, she can't break through the seat of a single universe. It's not like us. With the blessing of the Sanctuary dimension, we can travel through multi-universes at will. Wanda clearly knew how strong the barrier of the single universe was. Without the power of the supermonomer, it was impossible to break through the barrier of the single universe. Without the help of the holy dimension, even she and Syon would not be qualified to cross the multi-universe. They were able to cross the multi-universe, in large part because of Chronos. The holy dimension has been recognized by Vishanti in the multi-universe. Therefore, the Vishanti formation on the Earth basically does not block the entry and exit of the creatures of the holy dimension. This is why Wanda and Syon can enter the Earth directly without alarming the holy place. The Dark Book may be able to do it. After all, it is a book written by the Hades god Syon, and this book exists in almost every single universe. Maybe there is a certain connection between the Dark Book and the Dark Book which can allow practitioners to cross the multi-universe in other ways. Syon gave his own judgment. Will dreams work? Wanda frowned. After Syon said this, she also remembered this magic. This is a black magic, because although dream walking can enter other single universes, it requires that your variant exists in that universe. In essence, this magic is to use mental power to possessing others' body. If the mental power is strong, it can even erase the original personality and completely occupy the other's body. Make the other person your puppet. Wanda is unwilling to do such a thing, so she is looking for suitable variants everywhere in the multi-universe. Because in Wanda's view, the variants who can practice and use the Dark Book are just looking for hope and despair. As long as they're given a little hope, Wanda believes that these variants will be willing to work for the Sanctuary dimension. Wanda really knows herself too well. Time passed day by day. Wanda, the variant of this universe, finally walked out of her room. I found you. I didn't expect to come to my universe. Wanda, the variant of this universe, had dark eyes and bloodshot eyes, and her originally beautiful face looked very scary. The power she has been pursuing has come to her. In order to obtain this power, she has chased the other party in several parallel universes and killed countless Stranges. Just last night, the variant of this universe almost used the power of the Demon McGrath to catch the other party. But at the critical moment, the other party still escaped. Judging from the last portal opened by the other party, Wanda, the variant of this universe, is very sure. The coordinates are in her own universe. In addition to Wanda, the variant of this universe, 3 other people noticed America's crossing. Interesting. Really interesting. There are ordinary people who can cross the multi-universe. Syon didn't expect that this trip would have such a harvest. The other party's aura is not strong, but the innate power of space crossing is very consistent with the current needs of the Sanctuary dimension. The moment America descended, Syon and Wanda came to each other. There is a breath of dark magic. It should have been hunted down all the time. It looks like the masterpiece of Wanda, the variant of this universe. It seems that she wants to get the power of this girl. Wanda just glanced and analyzed the current situation. But Wanda is not ready to come forward now. After all, Wanda, the variant of this universe, has not yet reached the most desperate time. It is very likely that a transaction with the other party will be rejected. After all, there is such a girl in front of him. America found Strange and explained the situation. So you don't know who is chasing you. Is that what you mean? When Strange saw his own body, his mouth twitched. Right. It's really a troublesome thing. Strange felt the difficulty of the matter. According to last night's dream, the dark power chasing this girl is very strong. The strength of his variants in other universes is not weak. Even if he goes on the field himself, it's only at this level. But now, the body of his own in another universe is in front of him. This means that if he wants to force it, he will die. It seems that I have to find help. Strange thought of Wanda. The other party is also a magician and very powerful. Strange feels that the other party can definitely help. Thinking of this, Strange asked Wong to place America in the holy place. He want to find Wanda alone. He will be disappointed. Wanda looked at Strange, who was leaving. Who would have thought that his former comrade in arms would now become the biggest enemy? And with Strange power, he is definitely not a match for the powerful variant of this universe. The current Strange has only just touched the edge of level sub-god father. Facing the variant of this universe, Wanda, who has practiced the Dark Book, he is definitely not a match. I just don't know if Kamar Taj has a trump card to deal with it. Syon also sighed. This trip of Strange is destined to be in vain. So, when do we start? Syon looked at Wanda. It's not the right time yet. I know myself very well. If we don't let her despair, she won't be willing to help us. Wanda's eyes were firm. For Chronos, even she can be used. You may need your help at that time. Don't let her get the power of that girl. Wanda said to Syon, don't worry. That girl can be brought back to the Sanctuary dimension. She has great potential. Syon nodded. After all, Wanda was the leader, so he just had to do whatever the other party said. Although Wanda, who had practiced the variant of the Dark Book, was very powerful. But Syon, who had comprehended the 7th sense of a microcosm, was not weak either. If it was a head-on confrontation with the main body, Syon might be slightly at a disadvantage. But it was still very simple to stop a dream magic in other universes. It didn't take much effort, 9. Let me crush your last hope with my own hands. Only after experiencing despair can you know how precious hope is. Wanda looked at the variant of this universe. Wanda, the Dark Book is definitely not salvation. It is another bottomless abyss. Let's not talk about whether the variant of this universe, Wanda, can use the Dark Book to realize her dream. Even if it is really realized at the moment, it will definitely be destroyed by her own hands in the end. Because the erosion of the Dark Book is almost irreversible under the multi-universe level. As long as you come into contact with and practice the Dark Book, the final outcome must be degeneration. Either become the carrier of Syon, or become the other party's slave. There is no third choice. Since the birth of the universe, among the countless creatures who have come into contact with the Dark Book and practiced it, only one person can barely escape the fate of becoming Syon's slave. That is Ancient One. Ancient One has studied the Dark Book in depth, but he can avoid the other party's bewitching. This is the only case in the entire universe. And more practitioners of the Dark Book, whether Strange or any other magician, eventually either fell and destroyed themselves or became slaves of Sython. And Wanda's Chaos Force and Sython's Chaos Force have the same origin. The other party will definitely find a way to devour Wanda's Chaos Force. So Wanda is very clear that this is a road of no return. To save her variant, only Chronos can do it. Syon and Wanda's predictions came true. Strange went to see Wanda, the variant of this universe. But the news he got disappointed him, because the person who has been chasing America all the time is actually Wanda. The other party has practiced the Dark Book and has gone astray. Not only is his strength strong, but his personality has also become quite cruel. Strange really can't believe that the other party can be so cruel to kill him. Thinking of his own parallel universe corpse, Strange 633 knows that there is no room for maneuver in this matter. Either hand America over to Wanda, the variant of this universe, or fight to the death with Wanwo, the variant of this universe. Strange took a deep breath. Wanda, the variant of this universe, has lost control of herself after practicing the Dark Book. Naturally, Strange will not hand America over to Wanda, the variant of this universe. If he really hands it over to her, it may be a disaster for the entire multi-universe. As the former Sorcerer Supreme of the Holy Place, Strange knows too well the horror of the Dark Book. It is something that even the Ancient One is very secretive about. You should know that the Ancient One can go deep into the Dark Dimension to absorb the power of the Dark Dimension and make Dorma the Mother. But he is unwilling to say a word about the Dark Book. This has already shown the horror of the Dark Book. Strange knows that the Holy Place may face a big battle this time. If things go wrong, the Holy Place may be destroyed. Wanda, the variant of this universe who has practiced the Dark Book, has definitely reached the level Godfather. Thinking of the power of the Ancient One, Strange's bottom sank. Although Camartage magic formation can theoretically resist the level Godfather. But whether it is true or not, Strange has no confidence at all. With such news, Strange returned to Camartage. Is the negotiation not going well? The current Sorcerer Supreme King looked at Strange's face and asked, "It's not going well, but it's terrible." Strange sighed. "What? Wanda is unwilling to help you? You are a lifelong friend," the king said in disbelief. "And Wanda is essentially kind and would never refuse Strange. The person who is chasing America is Wanda. She wants to get America's ability to travel through the multi-universe." Strange's face became very ugly. "This is also a gain. At least I know who is chasing me." America was also beside him, with an ugly smile on her face. "Why don't we try to communicate with the Sanctuary Dimension?" Wong made his own suggestion. The Sanctuary Dimension gave him a good feeling. Sanctuary Dimension? Strange was already thinking about the feasibility in his heart. He had just been resurrected and had not had much contact with the Sanctuary Dimension. Therefore, he was very vigilant about the Sanctuary Dimension. After all, few of those Dimension Lords were easy to contact. "Are you sure?" Strange looked at Wong. "A little bit. At least the power of the microcosm is really good." Wong winked and smiled. "I hope you won't become a puppet of the Sanctuary Dimension." Strange rolled his eyes. Because he did not accept the inheritance of the microcosm seed of the Sanctuary Dimension. Sanctuary Dimension? I have traveled through many parallel universes. Almost every universe has a legend of the Sanctuary Dimension. It is said that the master of the Sanctuary Dimension is a god. What is it called? The All-Stars. The saints in the Sanctuary Dimension are all very powerful, especially the strong ones wearing holy clothes. When mentioning the Sanctuary Dimension, America suddenly became excited. She has always wanted to seek help from the Sanctuary Dimension, but Wanda's pursuit was too intense. There was no chance. But now, maybe she could give it a try. Do you know so much about the Sanctuary Dimension? Strange looked at America in surprise. A lot of it was told to me by you in the parallel universe. I think we can give it a try. Maybe we can find a powerful gold saint to help us. America said excitedly. You also know the gold saint? The king also looked at America in surprise. Gold saints are very rare in the entire Sanctuary Dimension. They are named after the constellations based on the zodiac. Very powerful. There are also the saints of the 36 celestial stars, who are also very powerful. Many of the other saints, such as the silver and 72 earthly stars, also have the combat power of level sub-godfather. These are the news that the king got through the book of the sanctuary. It is considered public news, but it is amazing that America, a non-magical person, could also know this news. I also heard about it, but never saw it. America said with a smile, let's try it. After hearing what Wong and America said, Strange made up his mind. Now the worst result is just like this. It doesn't matter if there is one more holy dimension. It's your turn, Syon. Wanda looked at Syon beside her. The two had been following America, and the holy dimension was special. So even if they were in the holy place, they were not discovered by anyone. Okay, it's my turn. Syon did not refuse. After all, this was an opportunity to appear openly. Although her hope was shattered by the holy dimension, Wanda thought that this was also a good opportunity to show the power of the holy dimension. She knows herself best. When she appears in front of Wanda, the variant of this universe, it will be a sure kill. Soon, under the operation of Wong, the book of the holy dimension was opened. But among all the star maps, only the star map of Aries is lit. Wow, the sanctuary is so busy. Wong looked at the star map displayed on the sanctuary book with a look of surprise. He had worked with two saints before, although they were at the bronze level. But at that time, the star map on the sanctuary book was much brighter. It's better to have one than none, and it's a gold saint. I don't know if you can afford the price. Wong painfully communicated with the Aries star map. Syon also responded quickly. Please step back. Shyon's gentle voice sounded. Then a rainbow of light fell, and Syon appeared inside the holy place. Nice to meet you too. I'm your partner this time, Aries Syon. Please tell me the specific content of the mission. Because of the communication between the Holy Land and Vishani, people from the Holy Land dimension are no longer blocked from coming to the Earth. So Chronos opened a humanized interview service. It's like this. Wong quickly told the cause and effect of the matter. A practitioner of the Dark Book. In the past missions, I have met many practitioners of the Dark Book. But this is the first time I have met someone who practices the Dark Book with Chaos Force. The preliminary judgment is that the opponent's strength should be in the middle stage of level Godfather, which may be slightly stronger than me. As for the mission reward, the Dark Book practitioner himself, the Dark Book, and this Miss America. Syon pondered for a moment and said the reward for this mission. What do you want Wanda and America for in the sanctuary? Strange suddenly became nervous. The other party wants the Dark Book, which is not strange to Lanzhou. After all, from what Wong said at the beginning, the cooperation missions of the Saints are all equal transactions. Some even want artifacts containing law. Ms. Wanda is the holder of Chaos Force and a practitioner of the Dark Book. This is already an extremely dangerous signal. If it is not stopped, your universe will soon be swallowed up. As for Ms. America, it was the Sanctuary Dimension that invited her to join. Definitely, it's all voluntary. Shirong said lightly. Okay, I agree to join the Sanctuary Dimension, but we have to solve the current problem first. America agreed without hesitation, because she felt safe in Syon. This was the first time she had such a feeling after being hunted for so long. And the Sanctuary Dimension originally had the strength to span the multi-universe. It should be a good place for her. What do you mean? Will Wanda destroy the universe if she practices the dark book? I admit that Wanda is powerful, but she should not be that powerful yet. Strange was still thinking about what Syon meant. How much do you know about the dark book? Do you know that the author and creator of the dark book is also the holder of chaos force? Even the dark dimension Lord Dormamu, whom you fear, needs the power of the Lord of the dark book to cast dark magic. The other party is the source of multi-universe dark magic. Wanda's power is the same as the other parties. When Wanda's dark book is cultivated to a certain level, the other party will come with Wanda's body. One sentence can make you fall and become his slave. Syon's words stunned Strange. He really didn't know about Sython. In fact, there are very few records about Sython and Set in the real dimension. Almost all of them have been erased, except for some scattered news. This is also to protect the real dimension. Is Wanda in danger now? Strange was still thinking about the variant of this universe, Wanda. As long as the other party enters the sanctuary dimension, it will not be dangerous. Syon's tone was full of confidence. Let's find a way to get through tomorrow's difficulties first, Strange said helplessly. If possible, he really didn't want to be hostile to the variant of this universe, Wanda, but now it seems difficult. Time soon came to the next day. The sky above Camartage was covered with dark clouds in the distance. There was a feeling of impending storm. The figure of Wanda in this universe variant appears above Camartage. Strange, have you made up your mind? Do you want to give America to me? Wanda, the variant of this universe, looked at Strange with cold eyes. I can't give her to you. Give up Wanda. Strange's tone was firm. Looking for death. The chaos force on Wanda, the variant of this universe, began to surge. Red magic began to overflow. Countless dark runes flashed around Camartage. The magicians from Camartage to Holy Place would naturally not sit and wait for death. Countless golden runes rose into the air, forming a golden barrier. Can this barrier stop Wanda? Strange asked. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be fine. Wong clenched his fists, and his response was not confident. That was the magician of Level Godfather. The last magician of Level Godfather in the entire universe was Gusan. Don't worry, both of you, I'm here. Syon's steady voice made Strange and Wong feel less uneasy. But I suggest putting the battlefield in another world. After all, the Earth may not be able to withstand the battle between Level Godfather. TRO. Syon began to tell his plan. Is it really feasible? Wanda Mountain Range is the location of the Dark Altar. Wanda will be even stronger there. Wong said with some concern. Wanda still has a little humanity now. This is the best solution. Otherwise, the Earth will be broken, or until the holy place is killed and only you are left. You can choose. 1. Syon gave Wong and Strange a multiple-choice question. The barrier of Camartage is very powerful, but it was soon discovered by the variant of this universe, Wanda. When the Holy Place magician was about to suffer heavy casualties, Syon took action. Wanda, look who she is. Syon held down America's little head with one hand. This was agreed upon by him and America. America also knew that Syon could control the power in her body. Who are you? Give her to me. Seeing America, the variant of this universe, Wanda, became even more manic. The red light in her eyes was faintly glowing, and she looked very scary. I'll wait for you in another universe. Then Syon used the power of the microcosm to activate the power of travel in America's body. A 5-pointed star-shaped portal appeared behind Syon. The powerful suction pulled Syon and America, and neither of them resisted. Looking at this scene, Strange made up his mind and followed. The three disappeared in front of Wanda, the variant of this universe. Damn it! Wanda screamed angrily. The eyes full of murderous intent stared at the magician of the holy place. Wanda, let them go. I can take you to the Dark Altar. Wong stood up and shouted loudly. Do you know where the Dark Altar is? Wanda, the variant of this universe, had a boiling murderous look in her eyes. I definitely know. After all, it was sealed by the creator of the holy place, Vishanti himself. Wong said calmly, but his heart had already been twisted into a ball. Okay, I cannot kill them. Wanda, the variant of this universe, took a deep breath. If she could find the Dark Altar, her strength would be enhanced. At that time, there would be no one in the entire universe who could stop her. Under the leadership of the king, the two set out towards the Wanda Mountains. The plan went well. Wanda showed up. She looked at the place where Syon disappeared, and then looked at the direction where the variant of this universe, Wanda, left. What an incredible power. It can penetrate the barriers of the universe so smoothly, and it can penetrate so many at the same time. Syon brought America to a brand new universe. Strange followed them here. So which universe are we in now? Strange collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. It was his first time crossing the universe, and his body was not used to it. You are really responsible, Strange. Syon knew what Strange was thinking. It was nothing more than that he felt uneasy to leave America to him, even if America had agreed to join the Sanctuary dimension. But Strange still wanted to protect her safety. No way, otherwise I can't become a doctor. Strange smiled helplessly. America also realized that the Strange in front of her was different from the Strange she had met before. So what should we do now? Strange sat up. Contact the Illuminati of this universe. Wanda cannot travel through the multi-universe now. She can only use dream magic. But that is not her own body after all. I have the ability to defeat her. With my help, America will not be taken away by Wanda. As for the rest, I can only leave it to my companions. Syon said to Strange, You have companions? When the king signed a contract with the Sanctuary dimension, didn't you come alone? Strange frowned. The Sanctuary dimension has an agreement with Vishanti. Even if you are not summoned by you, if you enter the earth normally, you will not be blocked by Vishanti's formation. Syon glanced at Strange. Strange was a little dumbfounded. The king had never told him such an important thing. If he knew that the Sanctuary dimension had an agreement with Vishanti, he would have accepted the inheritance of the seed of the microcosm. Why would he wait until now? After all, that was a dimension recognized by Vishanti. After this matter is over, you will have time to accept the inheritance of the seed of the microcosm. Syon saw what Strange was thinking. 27 I know. Strange said, a little embarrassed. After all, it was a little embarrassing that his little thoughts were revealed by others. Just when several people were preparing for the next move, Syon stopped. What's wrong? Lord Syon. America looked at Syon, who was standing still, a little confused. No need to go. I've already found you. The situation in this universe is a little beyond my expectations. As soon as Syon finished speaking, a group of Ultron robots surrounded the three of them. Intruders, please do not do anything radical to avoid causing a firefight. Ultron's mechanical voice spread. Wait for the Illuminati to come. Under the escort of the Ultron robot, the three came to the office building where the Illuminati was located. No, this Earth is ruled by the Illuminati? Strange looked at the building in front of him, as well as the promotional videos and slogans along the way, and was a little shocked. In his world, each country still has the right to independence. Although the Avengers are powerful, they have never thought of resisting the state machine. Isn't it obvious? What's so strange? In the words of Lord Chronos, it is unreasonable to let the strong obey the rules set by the weak. In the extraordinary world, the right to speak is always in the hands of those with superior personal force. But then again, this world is developing quite well. To some extent, it is comparable to the world in the Sanctuary dimension. Syon looked around curiously. Through observation, he learned that this world is a world where mutants and Avengers coexist. After going through many crises, the Illuminati was formed and came to this point. Even Thanos died in their hands before collecting infinite gems. Overall, the combat power level of this world is probably very well developed in the entire parallel universe. However, there's one thing. This world does not have some special superheroes. For example, Sentry, Hyperion, or Green Sorrow. While thinking, the three of them have come to the courtroom of the Illuminati in this universe. The courtroom is very large and can accommodate at least 500 people. But now, there are only a few people. At the top are several stone tables side by side. It looks very serious. Are we just waiting for the trial? Strange was a little dumbfounded. With me here, what are you afraid of? Syon said calmly. Soon, the members of the Illuminati in this world appeared one after another. There were 7 people in total. Captain Carter, Sorcerer Supreme, Caecilius, Black Scare, Professor X, Black Bolt, Reed Richards, and Tony Stark. Is this the invader? Isn't that guy Strange? Tony looked at Strange, a little surprised. Yes, it's him. It seems that the variant of that universe did not practice the Dark Book. Caecilius said lightly. The Caecilius of this world was not confused by the power of Dormamu, but was very determined. After Strange's death, he became the Sorcerer Supreme. But Caecilius looked at Syon and felt that his power was familiar. 3. Tell us your purpose. Otherwise, we will sentence you to imprisonment for the crime of invasion. Reed Richards said. Purpose? Specifically, seeing that Syon had no intention of speaking, Strange could only explain himself. So, you regard our world as a battlefield? Professor X's face was serious, staring at the people below. If you insist, you can. But you can see another point. That is, we are here to help you. Syon corrected Professor X's statement. Who are you? Everyone looked at Syon and was very unfamiliar with him. After all, there was no such area in their world. Or this person existed, but he just didn't meet Chronos, so he was just an ordinary person and had died long ago. Sanctuary Dimension, Ares Gold Saint, Syon. Syon said his identity without hesitation. Are you the Gold Saint of the Sanctuary Dimension? Caecilius stood up directly. No wonder he felt that Syon's aura was very familiar. Isn't that the power of the microcosm? As the Sorcerer Supreme of this universe, he naturally knew the existence of the Sanctuary Dimension. He also accepted the inheritance of the microcosm seed of the Sanctuary Dimension. That was the contract signed when Ancient One took office as Sorcerer Supreme. And the Sanctuary Dimension was also recognized by Vishandi and could enter the Earth directly. After meeting with during the battle with Thanos, the Saints of the Sanctuary Dimension also made a lot of efforts. Hearing Syon introduce himself, the tense expressions of the Illuminati members were obviously relaxed a lot. They had dealt with the Sanctuary Dimension before. They knew what the Sanctuary Dimension was like. They also knew the status of the Gold Saints in the Sanctuary Dimension. You should know that the one who came to help them deal with Thanos was only a Silver Saint. But the opponent's strength also reached the level Sub-Godfather. With the blessing of the Silver Cloth, he was divided into 2 days. According to the Silver Saint at that time, he was only at a lower middle combat level in the Sanctuary Dimension. Caecilius did not expect to see a Gold Saint in the Illuminati's trial room. Fortunately, the other party had no malicious intentions. Otherwise, the people on the scene might not be enough for Syon to kill alone. No. Is the Sanctuary Dimension so famous? Strange was dumbfounded again. Now he felt that his previous dike was very similar to Joker. The Sanctuary Dimension was obviously an extremely powerful existence in the entire multi-universe. America on the side did not speak, but her admiration for Syon quietly increased a little. I'm sorry, everyone. I will lift your restrictions now. Please tell us, Mr. Syon, what is the arrangement of the Sanctuary Dimension? Reed Richards also knew the existence of the Sanctuary Dimension. For such a force, he naturally did not want a conflict. Strange did not expect that after explaining for a long time, it was not as useful as Syon's self-introduction. I must accept the inheritance of the seed of the small universe when I go back. Strange thought secretly in his heart. To be honest, the opponent this time is very strong, and I am not sure of winning. But the opponent does not have the ability to travel through the multi-universe, so I can only disperse her power with my teammates. My opponent dealt with her body, and I dealt with her body that she used dream magic to travel through. Hearing Syon's words, the Illuminati looked at each other. They all understood the seriousness of the matter. Mr. Syon, you are a Gold Saint, which means that your microcosm has reached the 7th sense. with the combat power of level Godfather. What kind of opponent is not even your opponent? Caecilius still has a certain understanding of the Sanctuary dimension. After all, sometimes the Sorcerer Supreme of their various universes will also be invited to visit the Sanctuary dimension. On the one hand, it is to promote friendly exchanges between the two sides. On the other hand, the Sanctuary dimension is also absorbing Sorcerer Supremes from various universes. I hope that after they step down, they can consider settling in the Sanctuary dimension. Caecilius has also been to the Sanctuary dimension once. He believes that he will never forget what he saw and heard in the Sanctuary dimension. This Earth can form the Illuminati and form the current social system. Caecilius has made great contributions. This plan and system was also promoted by Caecilius. It has been proven that the effect is very good. The Earth is now developing very rapidly and harmoniously. There are fewer internal conflicts. Yes, I am indeed the fighting force of level Godfather. But the opponent is also the fighting force of level Godfather, and his strength is even stronger. And the opponent is also a practitioner of the Dark Book. It's very difficult, Syon replied. A practitioner of the Dark Book? No wonder. Caecilius realized the seriousness of the problem in an instant. The Strange of this universe was sentenced to death by Caecilius because of practicing the Dark Book. Having been to the Sanctuary dimension, Caecilius learned some inside information about the multi-universe. Among them was some information about the Dark Book. Caecilius knew that this thing could not be touched by level single universe or below. Otherwise, it is very likely that the entire universe will die with it. After Strange's death, Caecilius sealed the Dark Book of this universe to the place of origin. That is the Wanda Mountains. Mr. Syon, we, the Illuminati, will fully cooperate with your actions. For Caecilius' words, the others did not express any objection, because the current social system was constructed by the other party. So Caecilius has a relatively high status in the Illuminati. The Illuminati people also know Caecilius' character very well. It may be too late in time. Our plan can only delay for 5 hours at most. It has been almost 4 hours now. What you have to do now is to find where Maximov, the Wanda of your universe, is. Then, help me protect her. Syon pointed at America. Don't we need to join the battle? The Black Terror team was very confident, because she was also a level Godfather. After opening the power of the 2 stars, she did not think she was worse than Syon. Your power comes from infinite gems, which are naturally countered by the practitioners of the Dark Book. If you fight with the opponent, unless you can kill the opponent in an instant. Otherwise, you will be the opponent's power bank. You should stay with America. The Black Terror team did not expect the practitioners of the Dark Book to be so difficult. Okay, I know 623. Hearing Syon's words, she could only restrain her fighting spirit. Although she was very confident, she was not stupid. Since Syon said so, she could stay as a guarantee. Mr. Syon, Wanda of our universe lives here. Tony called up Wanda's location through Ultron. I know. I will take her to fight outside the Earth. Just be careful. Syon winked at Strange. Strange understood what Syon meant. That is, to protect America. Syon came to the location of Wanda in this universe according to the coordinates. Interesting. Chaos Force was not activated. It's immortal. Syon looked at Wanda, who was living a happy life, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The Wanda in this universe is just immortal, and she is married and has children. The 2 children are quite healthy. She looks exactly like Wanda in Westview. I think I dreamed about it. Syon knew very well that sometimes when you dream, those fragmentary fragments are what you were experiencing in the parallel universe. Asterisk J. Syon saw that Wanda in this universe was shaking violently. This is the sequelae of dream magic. If you want to occupy the other person's body, you must suppress the other person's spirit. The body was shaking, and it was obvious that the 2 mental powers were playing against each other. But soon, the shaking of the body calmed down. Wanda in this universe does not have awakening chaos force. The mental power is naturally not very strong. It is not the opponent of Wanda who practiced the dark book. When the other party opened his eyes again, chaos force had been activated. Red magic power overflowed from the other party's body. I didn't expect you to come so fast. Syon did not hide himself anymore. Where is America? Wanda, the variant of this universe, looked at Syon with murderous intent in her eyes. Through the conversation with the king, she already knew the identity of the man in front of her, the gold saint of the sanctuary dimension. Even now, after practicing the dark book and awakening to become the Scarlet Witch, she was unwilling to fight with the sanctuary dimension. The strength of this dimension is too strong. Syon is just one of the 12 zodiac signs. He has the fighting power of level Godfather. If she kills Syon, does it mean that she will be beaten by more than 2-digit Godfathers? At that time, she will have no choice but to perish. All her dreams will be shattered. So, you should have reached the Wanda Mountains. Syon did not respond to the question from Wanda, the variant of this universe. How do you know? Wanda, the variant of this universe, changed her expression. Is this your plan? This possibility flashed through her mind. Come on, let's fight first. Let you lose all hope. Syon smiled. What on earth are you planning? The face of Wanda, the variant of this universe, was very ferocious. Chaos force exploded. Let me tell you first, your 2 sons are ministers of the earth in this universe. You don't want them to die at the hands of their mother, do you? A battle in the starry sky. After saying that, Syon turned into a stream of light and flew out. The expression of Wanda, the variant of this universe, changed constantly and finally chased after Syon. Although he practiced the dark book, Wanda, the body of this universe, has not completely lost his mind yet. Finally left. Professor X breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Wanda, the variant of this universe, came, he knew it. Because of Syon's reminder, he paid special attention to Wanda. The powerful mental power. Even Professor X was very frightened. How is it, Professor? Seeing Professor X open his eyes, the rest of the Illuminati asked. It has left the Earth. Is that really Wanda? Such a huge mental power. Just from the perception, I feel like I'm about to suffocate. Professor X looked at Strange. Yes, it's Wanda. After her chaos force was completely awakened, her mental power gradually increased. In addition, after practicing the dark book, her mental power became even greater. Strange responded. After practicing the dark book, Wanda's mental power has reached a very outrageous level. With the power of the dark book, she can even chase across the universe. You can imagine how strong she is. No wonder, even the gold saints who are also level godfathers are not sure of winning. Kaisalia's face also became very solemn. At the moment, Syon and Wanda, the variant of this universe, had already arrived in the universe. I have not committed any sins in the sanctuary dimension. Why are you trying to stop me? Chaos force permeated Wanda's eyes, and the whole person looked very terrifying and ferocious. It's not about stopping, but saving. Syon smiled and launched an attack directly. The golden armor appeared. The power that surpassed the speed of light directly covered the area where Wanda was. Hole. Wanda, the variant of this universe, felt that she had been calculated, although she didn't know what was going on. But as long as she defeated Syon, she could ask him again. Bang! Syon's light-speed punch was intercepted by Wanda's chaos force. In the eyes of level Godfather, the speed of light is not an unattainable speed. The golden and red streamers kept colliding in the universe. Stars exploded, an energy storm spread. It attracted the attention of many strong people. It's so strong. Wanda, the variant of this universe, became more and more frightened. Syon is very strong. Even if her real body comes, she may not be able to defeat Syon. According to her estimation, her real body and Syon should be 60-40. She is 60, Syon is 40. But now that they have crossed the universe, her strength has been weakened by using dream magic. The two are now fighting at a 50-50 rhythm. No one could do anything to the other. They can only fight a war of attrition. But this is not what Wanda wants to see. Starlight extinction. Syon used Ares' ultimate move without hesitation. Countless stars in the universe were pulled by Syon's small universe. The speed of movement reached the speed of light, turning into meteors. It crashed into the body of Wanda, the variant of this universe. Damn it! Wanda could only use the defensive runes in the Dark Book and then set up a barrier with Chaos Force. Stars exploded on the barrier at the speed of light. The collision of countless stars made Wanda, the body of this universe, very uncomfortable. Wanda Mountains. The king is climbing up with difficulty. Because of the special nature of the Wanda Mountains, the ability to conquer the holy place will be suppressed here. It seems that you need help. Wanda's voice sounded in Wong's ears. Wong was frightened. He almost slipped off the cliff again. No, you are not Wanda. No, you are not Wong Tian in this universe. Wong looked at Wanda in front of him, feeling the completely different breath of the other party. A little confused. Not too stupid. Syon should have told you about my existence. Wanda raised her hand and pulled Wong up from the edge of the cliff. So, what the helper Syon was talking about is you. Wong did not expect that the helper Syon was talking about was actually another Wong Tian. And it seems that this Wanda seems to be very strong. Yes, it's me. I finally found a Wanda who practices the Dark God Book in the multi-universe. We need her to help us do something. Wanda said to Wong. What is it? Wanda seemed to have a guess in her heart. Chaos Force, Dark God Book. No matter how you look at it, this configuration is very similar to that of the god of black magic. In the records of the holy place, all dark magics originated from one person. Do you want to hunt the god of black magic in the holy dimension? The king did not dare to read out the name of Sython directly, but he had analyzed what the holy dimension wanted to do. You are very smart. Wanda looked at the king with some surprise. Originally thought that this generation of Sorcerer Supreme was a fool. His own strength was not very good. But now it seems that the other party can become a Sorcerer Supreme, which is still desirable. At least the other party's brain is very useful. You are really crazy. Do you know what level of existence that is? The king looked at Wanda in front of him in shock. The other party admitted it. It was so easy to admit it. Then do you know what kind of existence the holy dimension is? Wanda did not look at the king, but stared at the castle on Mount Wanda. There, Wanda perceived a great temptation, as if luring her over. It's worthy of being the location where the Dark Book is sealed. It's easier to fall here. Wanda retracted her mental power. Now she just needs to wait for Syon to pass on a message to her. Bang! The barrier was broken. Wanda's barrier in this universe variant finally failed to stop Syon's starlight extinction. Damn! If it were my original body. Wanda's face was very ugly. Wanda, with me here, you may not get America. America has agreed to enter my sanctuary dimension. Do you think you still have a chance? Syon's words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Wanda's heart. Why are you going against me? Wanda's scream was crazy. She was a little desperate. Facing Syon's obstruction, she could no longer seize America's power, although she didn't want to admit it. But she didn't have the strength to fight the sanctuary dimension. Maybe we are willing to help you. Go back. My partner should be by your side. Syon teleported to the side of Wanda, the variant of this universe. Taking advantage of the gap when the other party was distracted, he directly used his mental power to impact and ejected the mental power of the variant of this universe from this body. In the castle of Wanda Mountain, Wanda suddenly opened her eyes. Syon, Wanda, the variant of this universe, screamed madly. I was beaten back. Syon is a very capable guy. Wanda heard the roar from the castle of Wanda Mountain, and her eyes lit up. What Syon did was even beyond her expectations. Okay, stop arguing. Wanda carried Wong and went straight into the castle. Who are you? Wanda looked at the woman in front of her. She looked exactly like her, but she looked much younger. But her strength was even stronger than hers. It's shameful to die for a robot, Wanda said with a gloomy face. She had also imagined what kind of boyfriend she would find, or what kind of lover she would find, but she never thought that her variant would fall in love with a robot. Who are you? Wanda had forgotten to roar. She felt that the chaos force in her body seemed a little out of control. She wanted to rush to the woman in front of her. I am you in another universe. But now, I live in the sanctuary dimension. Wanda said lightly. Sanctuary dimension? Did you ask the people in the sanctuary dimension to stop me? You deserve to die. Wanda, a variant of this universe, seemed to be stimulated by something when she heard the words sanctuary dimension. Her emotions exploded directly. She couldn't help but want to take action. The two chaos forces collided. The Wanda mountains trembled. Wong, who was hiding on the side, trembled as he watched the scene in front of him. I said, I'm here to help you. I can help you find your robot husband and your child. But you need to do something for the sanctuary dimension. Wanda looked at the crazy variant with an unchanged expression. What is it? Wanda, a variant of this universe, asked hurriedly as if she had grabbed the last straw. You'll know when you get to the sanctuary dimension. Wanda didn't answer the other party now. Buzz. The multi-universe portal opened. The shape of the pentagram appeared again. Syon took America and Strange back to the current universe. It seems that you guys had a good talk. Syon looked at Wanda, the variant of this universe, and the other party's mood was relatively stable. As long as she was willing to go to the holy dimension, then everything would be fine. After all, there was Chronos. The wishes of Wanda, the variant of this universe, were just a small matter for Chronos. Then, this deal is done. Syon looked at Strange and Wong beside him. Definitely. Thank you for the help of the holy dimension. Wong breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, these great gods were going to be sent away. At the same time, he was still in shock. If it weren't for Syon's help, the holy place might have been destroyed directly this time. After practicing the dark book, Wanda, the variant of this universe, had become a little too strong. Even the great formation of the holy place couldn't stop her. I took the things away. Maybe the holy dimension will come back later. I'll contact you then. Syon smiled meaningfully at Wong. No way. Wong's heart trembled. I thought of what Wanda said just now. The sanctuary dimension wants to attack another holder of chaos force, the god of black magic. You won't use this universe as a battlefield. The king shook his head, trying to get rid of this horrible thought. If a war really breaks out in this universe, the problem will be very serious. Wong, quick, I want to sign a contract with this sanctuary. I want to cultivate my microcosm. Strange voice brought the king back to his senses. Why do you suddenly admire the sanctuary so much? When I asked you to sign a contract before, weren't you very opposed to it? The two figures gradually walked away in the sound of conversation. Syon and Wanda took America and the variant of this universe, Wanda, back to the sanctuary dimension. Is this the sanctuary dimension? There is a planet. America was very surprised when she arrived at the sanctuary dimension. The environment here is much better than she imagined. It is completely like a paradise. Yes, America, you take a rest first. We need to meet Lord Chronos. Syon said to America, bring her with you. Chronos has already sensed their return. After all, this dimension is his. Okay, Lord Chronos. Wanda responded with a smile. Are we going to meet Lord Chronos? America said nervously. She knew the existence of Chronos and that he was the Lord of the sanctuary dimension. Known as the Lord of the Stars, he is very powerful. But he rarely appears in the multi-universe. Let's go. Don't be nervous. Master Chronos is a very good person. Wanda led the way in front, and the group followed behind. Soon, everyone came to the palace that belonged to Chronos. A slender figure with almost perfect proportions appeared in front of America. The other party was wearing a white robe with gold trim and looked very divine. I didn't expect that you really found a variant who practiced the dark book. Chronos looked at Wanda helplessly. Master Chronos' mission must be completed as much as possible. Wanda was very happy. Respected Lord of the Sanctuary Dimension, my variant told me that you can help me realize my wish. Excuse me, is it true? Variant Wanda looked at Chronos in front of him. Although Chronos did not show any power fluctuations, but the strong divinity made the variant Wong to feel a little scared when he saw it. His eyes unconsciously looked at the ground. God cannot be looked directly at. It's true. Your wish is just a small thing for me. But you need to do something for me. Chronos' voice was gentle, which eased the tension of the variant Wanda a little. I can. The variant Wanda responded immediately. For her, as long as she can be with Vision and her children, she could do anything. Wanda will tell you the details. If you really want to, let Wanda take you to see me. Chronos gave Wanda a look. Wanda took her variant away consciously. Then Chronos' eyes were on America. It's a magical power that can travel freely in the multi-universe. In a sense, you are more powerful than cosmic magic. Looking at America, Chronos couldn't help but sigh. The Sanctuary dimension can freely travel through all multi-universe because he is strong enough. But America is different. She is essentially just a mortal who can't use her own power. You can stay in the Sanctuary and accept the seed of the microcosm. I hope you will become one of the guardians of the Star Palace. Are you willing? Chronos looked at America. The other party's ability is very strong. If the microcosm is cultivated to the 8th sense, or even the 7th sense, maybe it will be able to break through the barrier of multi-universe. This is the other party's unique ability. When necessary, Chronos can even sacrifice her and use her power to force the barrier of the super-universe to break through. Go to the omnipotent universe. This is a life-saving trump card. Chronos will naturally not refuse the other party's joining. And the other party's favorability towards the Sanctuary dimension is still very high. Definitely willing. America said excitedly. After all, in the Sanctuary dimension, she can learn how to control her own power. She can also cultivate her microcosm. Maybe I can become a gold saint too? America muttered to herself. Chronos heard what the other party said and turned to look at Syon. So my mission is to practice the dark book like crazy. Is that what you mean? Wanda understood what she had to do. According to the Sanctuary dimension, the chaos force they hold is exactly the same as the power held by a god at the source of black magic. The purpose of the Sanctuary dimension is to destroy this god. But because of the special nature of the real dimension and the secret whereabouts of the two gods, someone is needed as bait to attract the arrival of that god. And the condition of being a bait is to be a holder of chaos force and practice the dark book. Wanda knew how she was targeted. That is to say, even if the Sanctuary dimension does not stop me, my dream will be shattered, and I will even kill my child myself, right? Wanda's face became quite ugly. After coming to the Sanctuary dimension, her mind became much clearer. The power of the Sanctuary dimension suppressed the erosion of the dark book. Wanda knew what she had done. That's about it. You will still live and practice in your own universe. But we can't give you the seeds of the microcosm. If you have the seeds of the microcosm in your body, then you and I have the same conditions, and the plan will be scrapped. Wanda nodded, indicating that this is what she meant. Then how can I stay clear-headed? What if I just start killing people on Earth? Variant Wanda is now conscious and doesn't want to do this. Don't worry. Lord Chronos will leave a light of wisdom on your soul. This is the divine light left when God gives wisdom to people in mythology and legends. The light of wisdom can not only keep you awake, but also resist the erosion of the god of black magic when he descends. Drag it until Lord Chronos descends. After listening to the other party's words, Variant Wanda said that she understood and was willing to cooperate with the actions of the Sanctuary dimension. After reaching an agreement, Variant Wanda found Chronos again, and after obtaining the light of wisdom, she returned to her own universe. Lord Chronos, can our plan really succeed? After all, the other party is two ancient gods. Wanda was still very worried. Syon and Set were not comparable to those shadow gods. The strength of these two gods has reached a peak in the super-large universe. As long as they take one more step, they will be transcendent. Don't worry, we will win. Chronos rubbed Wanda's head. After Wanda left, Chronos came to the deepest part of the Sanctuary dimension. You still can't hold on for 800. Chronos looked at the goddess in front of him with complicated eyes. My strength has reached its limit. Gia's voice became extremely weak. After handing over the origin of the Earth to Chronos, Gia's power has been declining. How long can it last? Chronos was silent for a moment and asked. Even in the Sanctuary dimension, Chronos had no way to extend the life of a multi-universe level ancient god, unless he gave up his position as the lord of the dimension. But this is obviously impossible. Now, Gia smiled. What? Chronos was stunned, but 4 rays of light flew out of Gia's body. This is the elemental law that builds the world: earth, wind, water, fire. This is also my last strength. Chronos, Odin, Ancient One, and I have not misjudged you. Now, I want you and us to complete the last thing. Eliminate Syon and Set. If possible, destroy Adam. The era of the ancient gods has ended. We, the group of ancient gods, should not continue to exist. Gia's eyes seemed to see through everything. I understand. Chronos nodded. Even the origin of the 4 elements of creation has been handed over. Gia has obviously reached the point of exhaustion. But now thinking about it, Gia's strength is likely to be the strongest among the 4 ancient gods of creation. He exiled Sython and Set, and personally sealed the god Eater Adam. He ended the chaos of the ancient gods. His strength should not be underestimated. Everything is up to you. Gia's voice gradually faded away. This multi-universe ancient god of creation, the mother of the earth, the mother of the gods, died completely at this moment. You actually gave me the key to seal Adam. Chronos smiled helplessly. Gia's death was silent, and few people knew about it. After all, there was no fluctuation in the seal of Adam. But Sython and Set perceived the fluctuation of Gia's death. Sython and Set looked at the real dimension at the same time. Just at that moment, they seemed to perceive some special fluctuations. This fluctuation, Gia, you are still a god after all. Sython stood up. Others may not know that Gia was a god, but he and Set definitely knew it clearly. As the ancient gods of creation born in the same batch, they can be regarded as brothers and sisters. CHDB. Originally, they had a certain connection. Gia has fallen, but the exile power of the real dimension still exists. The seal of Adam has not been broken. Has it been handed over to Chronos? After thinking for a moment, Syon realized the key. The only one who can take over all this in the real dimension is Chronos. As a new god, the opponent is powerful. Not only did he end Ragnarok, but he also became a dimension lord like them. Even if he died, we would not be able to have an easy life. The death of Gia did not cause much ripples in Syon, because nothing has changed. It's just that their opponent has changed from Gia to Chronos. Even if Chronos' dimension swallowed up the entire Ragnarok multi-universe, it is still a little inferior to them. After all, they have achieved the unity of the timeline. Only the last step is left to transcend. Soon, the chaos force in Syon is boiling. He has already perceived the appearance of a second chaos force holder. To some extent, he is the same as Ego. Both are waiting for someone who can help them realize their dreams. However, he has been waiting for much longer than Ego. The power he needs is also much greater than Ego. Syon has begun to manipulate the Dark Book to find Chaos Force holders in various universes. As long as they repair the Dark Book, Syon will be able to find a way to use their bodies to descend. Chaos Force is the source of magic that can absorb almost all the power in the omnipotent universe. This is why Wanda can absorb Agatha's magic and the binary power of the Black Terror team. So far, Syon has locked in 3 candidates who have practiced the Dark Book. I didn't expect the progress to be so fast. Transformation Wanda felt the chaos force in her body and the degree of her soul's depravity, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because of the wisdom light, even if her soul has been degraded by 99%, she can still maintain her sanity. So the Dark Book is really that scary. The face of the variant Wanda was very complicated. If it weren't for the wisdom light, she would have completely lost her mind now. With the help of Chronos' power, in just 1 month, the variant Wanda learned many of the mysterious dark magics in the Dark Book, and the degree of soul depravity has reached 80%. According to Chronos, I need to activate the summoning formation when the degree of soul depravity reaches more than 95%. Wanda glanced at the last page of the Dark Book. It was a summoning formation, according to the records in the Dark Book. This summoning formation can summon the arrival of the god of black magic, although it is not clear whether it is an incarnation or a real body. But this is enough. Wanda doesn't believe that anyone can progress faster than herself. It seems that her obsession is very deep. Sython also perceived the progress of the variant Wanda. Among the 3 Dark Book practitioners he selected, her progress was the fastest. She was also the holder of Chaos Force. For Sython, this person was the most perfect carrier. He seemed to have perceived the call of Chaos Force. Gia has fallen, and now the holder of Chaos Force has reappeared. Destiny is on my side. Sython's eyes were full of ambition. It seems that Sython has taken the bait. Chronos paused with the teacup in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. In order to better observe the progress of the variant Wanda, Chronos directly lived in the other's world and lived in the same city. After defeating Sython, the extraordinary laws of the Sanctuary dimension should be able to be supplemented. Now, everything Chronos does is to make up for the laws of the Sanctuary dimension. This includes the tasks performed by the saints in the Sanctuary dimension. It's just that the progress is very slow. Time passes bit by bit. 3 months passed in a flash. Finally, it's done. The variant Wanda opened her eyes, and just now, the degree of her soul's corruption had reached 95%. Master Chronos. Wanda couldn't wait to contact Chronos. I already know your situation. I will let the people of the Sanctuary dimension play a play with you. Remember, you have to wait until the last moment when you can no longer hold on before you summon Syon. Chronos responded quickly. I know. The variant Wanda took a deep breath. Gemini, Virgo, and Aquarius saints come to me. Chronos' words echoed in Saga, Asmita, and Dieter's minds. Yes. The 3 walked out of the Zodiac without hesitation. Lord Chronos. From the time Chronos spoke to the time they appeared, it took only about a minute. Encircle the variant Wanda, but try not to kill her and let her summon Syon. I want to know the coordinates of the dimension where Syon is. Chronos said to the 3. We know. Saga, Asmita, and Dieter nodded, indicated understanding. Are you here? The variant Wanda perceived the power of the Sanctuary dimension. Another dimension. Saga started with 0 frames. The space where Wanda was exiled by Saga's skill. The battlefield moved from the Earth to the universe. What a quick move. Wanda's heart trembled, knowing that the play that Chronos said had begun. Both sides did not say a word, and the war broke out directly. The huge amounts of chaos force fluctuations attracted the attention of Syon. People from a Sanctuary dimension. You actually found the practitioner of my Dark Book. Shyon's face changed. Do you want to stop me from descending to the real dimension? Too naive. A hideous smile appeared on Shyon's face. In his opinion, the Sanctuary dimension was simply doing useless work. Syon did not think this was a conspiracy. After all, Gia had just died, although the right to exile and the key to the Seal of Adam were given to Chronos. But he did not think Chronos was his opponent. To Syon, this battle was more like a battle between Chronos and the Sanctuary dimension to block the real dimension. Come on, Wanda, as long as you call me, I can descend to the real dimension. Syon looked at Wanda in the real dimension greedily. He even thought that the Sanctuary dimension was helping him. Is this guy Syon going to return to the real dimension? In another dimensional space, the snake god Set was also watching a battle. He and Syon were both ancient gods, so he knew very well how powerful Chaos Force was. The second holder of Chaos Force appeared in the real dimension, and he must pay attention to it. The variant Wanda was naturally not a match for the 3 top gold saints. It took only a few minutes of fighting, and he was already covered with wounds. You forced me to do this. The variant Wanda screamed. Chaos Force began to construct runes in the real dimension. A huge dark magic circle formed in the universe. Finally, I've finally waited for this moment. Sython was extremely excited. Countless years of waiting, countless years of planning. It's finally going to happen at this moment. As Wanda's dark magic circle took shape, Syon perceived the powerful summoning force. Following the direction of the summoning, Sython's consciousness began to descend into the real dimension. Found you. Chronos' eyes lit up. Sython and Set, the two Mephistos. After the Ragnarok multi-universe was destroyed, they disappeared completely. Even Chronos couldn't locate their existence, so he had to use other methods to expose them. Now he finally found one. How was it possible? Sython was originally looking forward to descending into the real dimension, but soon he found that his dream was in vain, because his descending ceremony was interrupted. It's really hard to find you. Sython. Chronos' figure appeared in the starry sky. Master Chronos, I have done what I promised you. Wanda was very weak at the moment. When the dark magic formation unfolded, she noticed something strange. The chaos force in her body was being absorbed rapidly. You did a good job. I will complete what I promised you after dealing with Syon. Chronos responded. Chronos, how dare you plot against me? You are looking for death. Syon was very angry. At the moment, he could no longer care about the fact that there was a god-eater in the real dimension. Originally, Syon only needed to successfully devour Wanda and receive the other's body, and then he could directly cross the dimension and descend. But now, everything was interrupted by Chronos. You don't have to come. I'll go find you. Chronos directly smashed the space of the universe with a punch. Chronos, this guy. Are you so confident? You dare to fight Syon directly in the high dimension. Is this going to start the dimensional war in advance? So was also a little surprised. It has been less than 10 years since Chronos achieved multidimensionality, but it seems like a long time has passed. The opponent's strength has quietly reached the peak of the multi-universe level. But Set doesn't think Chronos can beat Syon. This multi-universe level peak battle has also attracted the attention of various gods. Is this the black magic dimension? Nothing more. After Chronos came to the high dimension, he glanced at it. Chronos! Syon's angry voice resounded throughout the dimension. The red chaos force was boiling. Although both are chaos force holders, the strength of Sython is far different from that of Wanda. Powerful magic permeates the entire dimension. Chronos, you just landed in the multiverse, and you want to devour me. Sython's extremely angry voice rang out in the dimension. Enough! Aren't you also stray dogs? Chronos smiled. A tense atmosphere permeated the dimension. The war broke out directly. Kill! Countless creatures in the Sanctuary dimension and the black magic dimension also started to fight. The Dark Book has existed in the multi-universe for countless years, and naturally tamed many creatures who practiced the Dark Book. Chronos' divine clothes turned into a rainbow and directly hit the black magic dimension. Clang! Wearing divine clothes and holding the rainbow Gungnir, Chronos' combat power directly reached the peak. The collision of the two dimensions caused the entire multi-universe to tremble. Chronos, this new god, he is really good at causing trouble. Outside the multi-universe, Eternity walked out of his own world helplessly. Since Chronos became a god, all kinds of things have been happening in the entire multi-universe constantly. The current battle can directly shake the multi-universe. Even Eternity has to come forward to stabilize the space of the multi-universe. This new god is really strong, and he grows very fast. Infinity also came to the space where Eternity is. The two of them, one represents space and the other represents time. Both were affected by this war. In desperation, they could only appear together to maintain the stability of the multi-universe. But the collision of the two dimensions has just begun. The current power of Sython and Chronos has surpassed their embodies. If the collision lasts for a long time, even the multi-universe used by the entire super-large universe group will be blown up by the battle between the two. Don't worry, isn't there the Life Tribunal? If they really can't decide the winner, the Life Tribunal will intervene. Infinity was not panicked at all. The battle between the two dimensions was very fierce. The overall strength of the Sanctuary dimension was obviously stronger than that of the black magic dimension. Wanda did not participate in the battle, but followed Chronos' instructions. She quietly came to the depths of the black magic dimension. Then she took out what Chronos gave her. According to Chronos, chaos force will restrain each other. But Syon is now facing Chronos head-on. There is absolutely no time to pay attention to Wanda. As long as Wanda operates properly, she can weaken Syon's experience. If she is lucky enough, she can even swallow Syon directly. After all, in the original timeline, Syon was offline after being swallowed by Wanda. She rarely appears. I will definitely be able to help Lord Chronos. Wanda put the things Chronos gave her on her head. That thing was created by Chronos using Gia's essence. The essences of the 4 ancient gods of creation are very similar. They just have different focuses. Gia's essence can cover Wanda's breath. Closing her eyes, Wanda began to communicate with chaos force. After a while, the red chaos calendar began to slowly flow into Wang Tian's body. Although the speed was not very fast, but the advantage is that it is endless. Syon, you are not the only holder of chaos calendar. Why do you think I dare to go to war with you? In the dimension, Syon couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Chaos force could not absorb Chronos' power, but he was suppressed by Chronos all the time, always at a disadvantage. Damn it, countless black magic runes emerged. What about weakness, fear, serious injury, and countless negative runes rushed towards Chronos like money? After all, he is the ancestor of black magic. He is superb in magic attainments. Syon won't lose, right? Set's face was ugly, although he and Sython wanted to devour each other all the time. But to be honest, the existence of the two of them was also a natural ally. If Sython was defeated by Chronos, his life would not be easy. Originally, the two of them could suppress Vishani together. But if Sython died, Lishur felt that his death was not far away. With Chronos' attitude, he definitely didn't have much time. Seth, where do you want to go? Agamotto's figure appeared in front of Set. Agamotto! Set's 9 snake heads swung wildly. I didn't expect that you would have this day. 2 other voices also sounded. Ashutahags. Set didn't expect Vishani to go out in full force. Have you discussed it with the Sanctuary dimension? Set seemed to have thought of something and asked with an ugly face. Definitely not. It's just that there's a chance to deal with you too. Of course we will not be absent. Ashutu said with a smile. Sython is the god of black magic. Then Vishani is the god of white magic. The two are naturally opposed. But to be honest, Sython and Set are both ancient gods like Vishani. But Sython and Set are obviously stronger than Vishani. Vishanti, the god of the Trinity, will be crushed by Sython in a one-on-one fight. At least 2 people are needed to escape from Sython. The 3 of them, with the power of the dimension, can barely fight Sython to a draw. The same is true for Set. It is precisely for this reason that Vishanti, the god of the Trinity, rarely appears in the multi-universe, unless it is an extremely special situation. In order to deal with the dimensional lords of the dark side, Agamotto even created the holy place. However, after the holy place got on the right track, he returned to the dimension of white magic. If Vishanti, the Trinity god, is captured by Sython or Set, and one of them dies, the balance will be broken. Originally, they had a cooperative relationship with Gia, but since Chronos' sanctuary dimension expanded in the multi-universe, Vishanti signed an alliance contract with the sanctuary dimension. This is why the creatures of the same dimension. The creatures of the sanctuary can freely enter and exit the real dimension and the earth. Humph! Chronos' ambition is so huge. Wait until he devours Sython and me. Don't you think he will do anything to you? Set is still trying to sow discord. We believe in Gia's choice. Ashutu responded lightly. After all, Chronos is the person chosen by Gia. They believe in Gia's vision. And the 3 of them also visited the sanctuary dimension at the invitation of Chronos. Although they were very nervous when they went there. They thought that Chronos might have some conspiracy. But after visiting the sanctuary dimension, they no longer thought so. Chronos is indeed an outstanding new god. 3 idiots. So was so angry that he jumped up and down. But now he couldn't break through Vishani's blockade to support Shisong. Bang! Huge amounts of collision sounded. Shisong's body directly crashed through the dimension, landed on the front battlefield. At the moment, Shisong was no longer arrogant as the god of black magic. Blood was flowing all over his body. He looked miserable. You just achieved multi-universe. Even if you swallowed Ragnarok's multi-universe, you shouldn't have such strength. Shisong's face was very ugly. He underestimated Chronos' power. At the moment, Chronos' strength was even stronger than his. This made Shisong incomprehensible. He had completed the one proof, eternal proof, and bound the timeline to himself. Only one step away from the super universe level. But now he was suppressed by Chronos, the god of black magic. Nothing more than that. Chronos' words were full of provocation. Shisong may not notice it, but Chronos can clearly perceive it. Every time he releases a large-scale magic attack, chaos force will be drained a little bit. Although not much, but a little adds up. Shisong thinks Chronos is getting stronger and stronger. But it is not like that. Instead, his power is weakening day by day. It's just that the process is very slow, plus the battle with Chronos. Shisong thinks it is normal consumption. Gia, you gave me another great gift. Chronos sighed secretly in his heart. In this battle, he is sure to win. Star glory. Countless star maps appeared behind Chronos. Each star map is shining with dazzling light, suppressing Shisong tightly. I suck. Wanda was still deep in the black magic dimension of the moment, trying to absorb Sython's chaos force. As the chaos force continued to pour in, Wanda's strength was also rapidly increasing. In just a moment, Wanda's power had reached the peak of level single universe. It directly crossed an entire level. At this speed, it was only a matter of time for Wanda to break through the super single body. It would take at most half a day to cross this barrier. Damn it! What's going on? Why is Chronos getting more and more angry as the battle goes on? Sython clearly felt that Chronos was putting more and more pressure on him. At the beginning, the two were evenly matched. But now that the battle has begun, he has been struggling to hold on. Chronos is suppressing him madly. What exactly is wrong? Sython noticed something was wrong. If Chronos was getting stronger and stronger, then the strength he showed now should be close to or even reach the super universe level. However, the scope of the battle between the two sides has shrunk. The god of black magic is going to lose. The four abstract entities, including eternity, are also watching the battle. Success is due to chaos force, and failure is also due to chaos force. Death said lightly. As bystanders, the four abstract entities saw it clearly. Sython's strength is slowly being weakened. Chronos, this guy, actually has such a preparation. Asterisk. The planet devourer was also very surprised. Chronos was able to use chaos force to weaken Sython in reverse. Such an idea is simply unrealistic. Isn't it that Chronos has become stronger? Is it that I have become weaker? This idea suddenly emerged in Sython's mind. It seems that you seem to have noticed something. But isn't it a little late? Chronos' voice rang in Shisong's ears. Danger! Shisong immediately realized that he was still on the battlefield. The momentary distraction just now was a fatal mistake for beings of their level. Excalibur. Chronos would naturally not miss this opportunity. A holy sword was swung out. The powerful holy sword light split Shisong and the black magic dimension in half. Damn it! Shisong's face changed drastically, because at this moment, he realized that his chaos force had been sucked away without his knowledge, and the opponent was actually in the depths of the black magic dimension. Damn it! Chronos, how dare you plot against me? Shisong roared angrily. The loss of the origin of chaos force is irreparable, unless Shisong can absorb chaos force back. If it were normal, Shisong would get it. But now he didn't have this chance, because Chronos' offensive never stopped for a moment. Am I going to be exhausted here? Shisong's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that the chaos force he was proud of would become his death warrant. He could only try his best to control the chaos force. But as long as he cast a spell, part of the source of chaos force would be drawn away. Under the sword light of Chronos' holy sword, Syon constantly split and recovered. Huge amounts of consumption plus the lack of the source of chaos force made him very tired. Since the day he was born, this word did not exist in his world. But now, Syon clearly perceived fatigue. Do you feel tired? Give up, in. You're done. Chronos' voice constantly rang in Shyong's ears and mind. Get out. Syon knew that Chronos was not only attacking his body, but also his mind. It's really tough. Chronos looked at Sython, who was struggling to hold on. He had to admit that if Wanda hadn't been there, it would not be so easy to defeat Sython. The opponent's control of magic has reached an extreme. If Wanda hadn't constantly extracted the source of Sython's chaos force, Chronos would probably have been covered with countless negative buffs by Sython. DBU. Another holy sword passed by. This time, the holy sword was accompanied by the impact of psychokinesis. Scarlet poison needle. Several red beams of light sank into Sython's body. A sharp pain spread throughout Sython's body. Even his mental power was affected by huge amounts of, "Damn it, Chronos, what did you do to me?" The severe pain made Sython unbearable. I just wanted to cheer you up. Andares. Chronos directly played the greatest secret of Scorpio in the world setting of Saint Seiya. This attack is one of the few killing skills. The one who is hit will die. But looking at the entire Saint Seiya, whether it is Milo or Kaludia, there's basically no fighting ability that has killed anyone. This is the same as the death god Soifang Shirkai. As long as the same position is stabbed for the second time, the opponent will die. But Soifang has never been hit for the second time. Although it is powerful, it cannot kill a being like Shisong in an instant. But the pain it brings is real. In the entire dimension, only Shisong's screams are left. Tianwu Baoluan. Chronos started the battle formation. 5 senses. Deprivation. Chronos did not waste time and directly deprived Shisong of his 5 senses. The severe pain dissipated, but the body's perception also disappeared. Zyson now only has the power of the soul. Impossible. Zyson knew that he was finished. Unable to control his body, the loss of chaos force could not be reversed. 6th sense. Deprivation. Chronos' divine microcosm reached an unprecedented height. Directly deprived Sython of his thinking power. Puff. Chronos also spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was the first mouthful of blood that Chronos spurted out after coming to the Marvel world. It was also a very difficult task for Chronos to deprive a multi-universe level top power of his 6th sense. Sython, you're done. Wanda. Chronos' voice reached the deepest part of the black magic dimension. Wanda knew that this was Chronos reminding herself. At the moment, she no longer hid. She directly inhaled the Chaos Force spoon with a storm. Wanda absorbed the chaos origin of Sython madly. But Sython, who was deprived of his 6 senses by Chronos, could only sink into darkness. Chronos, I have to say, you are really powerful. But I am a god. Sython's soul was still roaring, although he was deprived of his 6 senses. But Sython completed the unification of the timeline. Want to jump time? You are dreaming. Chronos saw what Sython wanted to do at a glance. Because the characteristic of the super-level universe is that it is a permanent proof and exists at all time nodes. You can live freely in all time. Sython wants to reset himself through the power of time. But how could Chronos give him this opportunity? Wanda constantly absorbs the origin of Sython's chaos force. Now Sython is already quite weak. If it was in his heyday, it would be difficult for Sython to jump time and Chronos to stop him. But now, Sython doesn't have that ability. Chronos directly expanded the Sanctuary dimension. The previous Holy Sword burst cut all the black magic dimensions, and has not been fully restored until now. Chronos was just preventing this move of Syon. The power of time stopped flowing in an instant. Chronos used the power of dimension to directly strip off the law of time. Chronos, Shisong's last resort, also failed. He could only watch his chaos origin being devoured. Multi-universe level late, mid, early. Shisong's strength is constantly weakening. Shisong, you are finished. Chronos teleported in front of Shisong. Corpse Chi, underworld wave. Blue light bloomed. Shisong's soul was directly extracted by Chronos. The body and soul were completely separated. Shisong, this is the anger of the 157 creatures you devoured. Corpse Chi, soul, transformation wave. The countless souls of the creatures in the black magic dimension were purified by Chronos' move. Countless soul powers began to flow into the blue light ball above Chronos' head. Those who play with souls will eventually die. The punishment of the soul. Chronos threw down the soul-transforming wave that was larger than the universe. Boom! The soul power exploded. At this moment, Shisong's soul was completely torn apart. Even the status of the god of creation could not withstand such a bombardment. He could only fall completely. Chronos waved his hand, and countless souls flowed into his palm. Is this Shisong's origin? Chronos could feel that Shisong's origin and Jia's origin were both very important to him. Is there another one that is the origin of the god of light? But it seems to be only half. Is the other half with Set? Chronos perceived Shisong's soul origin. It turns out that the origins of the 4 ancient gods of creation must be collected in order to obtain the power of creation. When the origins of the 4 ancient gods are gathered, can I comprehend the 10th sense of the microcosm? Chronos seemed to have found a new direction. Damn it, Set's face changed drastically. He had already perceived the fall of Sython. At this moment, he was the only one left of the 4 ancient gods of creation. Roar! Several snakeheads roared at the same time. Huge amounts of energy waves made the 3 ancient gods of Vishani retreat one after another. Escaped. When the 3 ancient gods of Vishani looked at Set's position again, Set had disappeared without a trace. It was already good that the 3 of them could barely stop Set with their combined efforts. As for wanting to keep Set, it was completely impossible. Chronos is really amazing. He actually killed Sython. Hog said with admiration. Sython and Set are the nightmares of countless creatures in the multi-universe. But now, they were killed by an ancient god. This is simply unbelievable. A unique new god. Chronos can no longer be regarded as an ordinary new god. Ashitu also sighed. In the short decades since Chronos rose, more than 6 ancient gods have fallen in his hands. Only Set is left of the 4 ancient gods of creation in the multi-universe. According to the current situation, Set is no longer a threat. As long as the other party dares to show his head, he will definitely die. Chrono has now obtained the origin of 2.5 of the 4 great creations. It can be foreseen that Chronos' strength will usher in a huge increase again. If Chronos can get the origin of Set, maybe he can really transcend. Agamot also looked at the direction where Chronos was. This junior has completely surpassed these ancient gods. I didn't expect Chronos to win so easily. Eternity, who was watching the battle, was also surprised by Chronos. After all, after the timeline was unified, Sython's combat power in the multi-universe has surpassed their M-bodies of abstract entities. In other words, now their M-bodies of abstract entities are no longer Chronos' opponents. Is this strange? I don't find anything strange about Chronos. Death is very calm. After all, she has long known Chronos' ambitions and current status. It's not necessarily a good thing for this super-large cosmic group to have such a new god. Annihilation snorted coldly and disappeared in the universe. This guy, Eternity, frowned. Although they're all abstract entities, the relationship between the 4 abstract entities is not very good. This is also intentional by the god group. After all, your relationship is good. What if the first guy doesn't dare to come out? The war ended, and the other 3 abstract entities also disappeared. Thank you very much for your help. Chronos came to the location of the 3 people of Vishandi. You're welcome, we just did it by chance. Hog said with a smile. Forming an alliance with the Sanctuary Dimension is the most correct decision they have ever made. You can't say that. If the three of you hadn't stopped Set, this plan would not have been so smoothly implemented. Even in the Sanctuary Dimension, it is extremely difficult to deal with the two ancient gods Syon and Set. Chronos knows the Sanctuary Dimension and his own strength. If he is really besieged by Syon and Set, he may have to run away. Otherwise, there's also the risk of falling. Fortunately, the Sanctuary Dimension is not fighting alone. You are polite. It is just to eliminate the hidden dangers of the ancient gods. Set has escaped. Judging from the current situation, he will not show up for a long time. If you want to get his original power, it may be a little difficult. Ashitu said, "No hurry. It will take me some time to find the origin of Syon and Gia." Chronos is not in a hurry. He has become the lord of the dimension now, and there is no limit on his lifespan. At this stage, there's only one major event that can threaten him. That is the experiment of transcending the Protoss and killing everything. But as long as Chronos hides well enough, he will not be afraid of being found. Besides, there's still time. After saying goodbye to Vishani, Aronos came to the place where the Sanctuary Dimension and the Black Magic Dimension collided. The Black Magic Dimension where Syon is located has been completely swallowed up by the Sanctuary Dimension. The Sanctuary Dimension has been replenished and strengthened. Wanda also returned to the Sanctuary Dimension. How do you feel? Chronos looked at Wanda. This battle has made a great contribution. If it weren't for her, it would take a lot of time to defeat Syon. There is even a risk of defeat. Lord Chronos. Looking at Chronos, Wanda seemed very excited. I have entered the multi-universe level, but I can't fully digest the source of Syon's chaos force yet. It can only be polished by time. Wanda's appearance at the moment became a little strange. The original human appearance began to look like a demon, although it looks a bit evil. But this shows that Wanda can't fully digest Shisong's chaos force. I'll give you a seal. Prevent Shisong's chaos force from affecting your mind, Chronos said as he began to condense runes. As the azure runes sank into Wanda's brain, Wanda's strength was constantly regressing. Soon it stabilized at the level of the late supercell universe. Because after reaching this level, Tion's body completely turned back to human. This shows that Wanda can withstand such power. The gap is a bit big. Wanda glanced at her body, degraded from multi-universe level to single-universe level. The strength gap is huge. But Wanda knew that the power was still there, but she couldn't fully control it now. The seal imposed by Chronos only allowed her to absorb the source of Shisong's chaos force more safely. That's it. You have absorbed all the source of Shisong's chaos force. Wait until you have fully adapted to the changes in your body and integrated Shisong's chaos force. Maybe you can break through the super universe level and achieve transcendence. Chronos looked at Wanda and said that she was worthy of being the protagonist. She was born with a good life. Maybe Wanda will break through the super universe level faster than Chronos. After all, Chronos' route now is not as clear as Wanda's. Adapt to your power well. After Chronos finished speaking, he turned around and returned to his palace. Gia's source, Shisong's source, and half of the source of the God of Light. I don't know if my current godhood can be promoted. Chronos closed his eyes and began to integrate the 2.5 origins with all his strength. As the origin entered his body, Chronos' power began to gradually increase. The godhood of the Lord of Stars began to absorb the power of the origin crazily. The godhood also showed signs of promotion. But Chronos knew that if his godhood wanted to be promoted, he had to find Set. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed in the Sanctuary Dimension. Fortunately, Chronos could control the speed of time in the Sanctuary Dimension. Otherwise, Chronos would have to live for thousands of years. The status has been promoted, but the increase in power is very limited. Before being promoted to super universe level, has the upper limit of the calendar been locked? Chronos opened his eyes and frowned at his body. After absorbing the origins of Gia, Sython, and the God of Light, his godhood already had some power of creation. The essence of the soul has also been improved. The aura of the ancient gods is all over his body. This shows that Chronos' upper limit has been raised. But Chronos' power has not made a particularly big breakthrough. At most, it is a little stronger than before absorbing the origin. It seems that we still need to get Set's origin to fully understand the creation history of the god's will. Chronos sighed. Set is now missing. I want to find an ancient formation that I want to hide deliberately among the countless multi-universes of the super-large universe. That is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The evolution of the rules of the Sanctuary dimension has also accelerated some progress. Maybe we could do both. Chronos thought. If he can't find Set, he can first break through the super-universe level by using the dimension promotion method. After breaking through the super-universe level, Chronos can look for Set again to replenish the source. Although the increase brought to Chronos in this way is a little smaller, is also a way. Definitely, he can find Set before being promoted to the super-universe level and get the power of creation. That is definitely the best. In this way, when the Sanctuary dimension is promoted to the universe, Chronos can use the power of creation to transform the Sanctuary dimension. In this way, Chronos' combat power increase is maximized. The Sanctuary dimension swallowed the black magic dimension this time and also gained huge amounts of benefits. The upper limit has been raised, and the creatures in the Sanctuary dimension can also get the blessing of the dimensional power as long as they get the permission of Chronos. You must know that there is a difference between having the power of dimension and not having the power of dimension. The most important point is that they will not really die, unless someone stronger than Chronos and of higher status takes action to directly erase the marks of those souls in the Holy Domain dimension. Otherwise, as long as their marks are still in the Holy Domain dimension, they can be resurrected. It's just a matter of time. Such an increase provides a guarantee for the people in the Holy Domain dimension when they go out on missions. The reputation of Chronos and the Holy Domain dimension has become more reliable because of this battle. More and more people have signed contracts with the Holy Domain dimension. The number of small universe seeds distributed by the Holy Domain dimension every day is countless. Maybe one day, I can make all the creatures in the entire omnipotent universe cultivate small universes. Chronos' mouth drew a smile. Although now is not the time of harvest. But these distributed small universe seeds are also a trump card of Chronos. 0.6. Mephisto, this waste. A voice came from under hell. Countless gamma forces poured into hell. Mephisto's body began to be recast. His strength also increased by huge amounts of. He reached the peak of the multi-universe level. Mephisto opened his eyes. Is it so fast this time? Mephisto was a little surprised. This was not his first rebirth. But this time, it was obviously much faster than the last time. Something is wrong, my strength. Mephisto took a look at his body and couldn't believe it. He didn't understand which part of him had a problem. Now, the overall strength has soared to the peak of the multi-universe. What is going on? Mephisto's face was uncertain. If he was awake and understood the promotion of strength, he would definitely not think so much. But he was reborn once. His strength directly jumped 2 major stages. It was simply incomprehensible. Mephisto grabbed some souls. He wanted to know what happened after he fell asleep. Impossible. Mephisto screamed in surprise. Because in the memory he saw, Chronos actually became the Lord of the dimension. He also defeated the god of black magic, Sython, a few years ago. He was very afraid of that existence. But he was killed by Chronos. Even the dimension was swallowed by Chronos. Is my strength promotion related to Chronos? Mephisto's face was uncertain. He felt as if there was an invisible hand behind him controlling him. Let him develop according to the established script. This made Mephisto feel very bad. Buzz! A space gate opened, and 2 people in golden armor walked out of the space gate. It is indeed a brand new multi-universe. The Sanctuary dimension has not signed any contract in this universe. We were sent here to open up new land. Scorpio Callidia was a little impatient. They wandered in the multi-universe for a long time. This is a good thing for Lord Chronos. Besides, don't you think the laws of this universe seem perfect? Aquarius Dieter didn't think there was anything wrong, and the evolution of this universe seems to be quite special, very similar to the Sanctuary. The point is that the gods of this universe are quite active. Interesting. Do you mean I'm having fun? Kaludia showed a wicked smile. You can say that. Dieter didn't think there was anything wrong with Kaludia's idea. Facing an undeveloped multi-universe, spreading the faith of the Sanctuary dimension is also a very important thing. After the battle with the black magic dimension, Chronos entered a state of seclusion. Before Chronos went into seclusion, he asked them to spread the faith of the Sanctuary dimension as much as possible, so that more people would accept the seeds of the small universe. It was precisely because of this that almost 2 people in the Sanctuary dimension formed teams and entered various multi-universes. Kaludia and Dieter came to this universe where the gods were quite active. After the Sanctuary dimension was promoted, it gave a great baptism to the creatures in the Sanctuary dimension. The strength of the creatures in the entire Sanctuary dimension soared. Now the combat power of the Sanctuary Golden Life and Death level has almost reached the peak of level Godfather. The strength is very strong. Let's go and see what's going on. Dieter said to Kaludia, spreading faith is not an easy thing. Not to mention that looking at the current situation, the faith struggle in this universe seems to be very fierce. Kaludia and Dieter put away their golden armor, quietly entered the earth. What a chaotic fluctuation of divine power. As soon as he entered the earth, Kaludia frowned. It seems that there is no holy place on this earth, but the existence of the gods is very clear, because both of them belong to the Holy Land dimension and have been baptized. In addition, they were originally star gods canonized by Chronos, so they can clearly perceive the power of countless gods. This earth is really chaotic. A world dominated by gods. It is somewhat similar to the multi-universe of Ragnarok at the beginning. Dieter pushed his glasses. There was a flash of thinking in his eyes. The major god systems in this universe are obviously quite active, far more than the multi-universe of Ragnarok at the beginning. Neither Kaludia nor Dieter made statement, but they obtained their identity certificates through means. They planned to settle down on this earth and learn about the situation first. Christian pantheon, Greek pantheon, Nordic pantheon, Takamagara pantheon, Egyptian pantheon, North American pantheon. Too chaotic. Kaludia shouted and collapsed to the ground. The information in front of him was found by Dieter when he went out. It recorded the situation of the major pantheons on Earth. The fact was just as they thought. The faith disputes among the major pantheons were very fierce. Some gods even set up companies on Earth, develop in the form of a group, benefit mankind, and then promote transactions belonging to their own pantheon. It was so complicated that Dieter couldn't understand it. Is it necessary to do this? Is the power of faith in this universe something very important? Dieter couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. Such a fierce faith dispute can't be intervened at all. The key point is this piece of information about the Nordic pantheon. Dieter took out the information about the Nordic pantheon separately. Is there anything special? Kaludia didn't understand. Look at this one. Dieter pointed to a god that did not exist in the world of Ragnarok. Baldur, the god of light. Nothing special. Kaludia took a look and saw the information of Baldur, the god of light. Odin's eldest son and the most perfect successor of Ader. He is indeed nothing special. The current strength has just entered the level Godfather. But our universe, and the universe we have been to before, this person has passed away long ago. Dieter discovered the difference between this universe, Asgard, and other universes. Any questions? Kaludia asked. A mere level Godfather in the early stage can be killed with a scarlet poison needle. What's there to worry about? I told you to study, but you feed pigs. In the legend of Norse mythology, it was the death of Baldur that kicked off the prelude to Ragnarok. But in this universe, Baldur is still alive. Not only is he still alive, he also has a very good relationship with Hela and Thor. That is to say, Ragnarok may not exist in this universe. This is a complete universe that is suppressed by the gods. Dieter was speechless and didn't understand why he teamed up with Cultivating. This guy really lowered his IQ. Doesn't Ragnarok exist? Cultivating seemed to understand something. Perhaps it is because there is no threat from Ragnarok. So, the pantheon of this universe has developed very smoothly. The various pantheons are constantly fighting each other, which has led to the current chaotic situation of divine power. Dieter analyzed. So, we can also get involved. I am the Scorpio god, and you are the Aquarius god. Cultivating's eyes lit up, as if he had found the joy of being a god. It's not impossible. After all, we are both at the peak of level godfather. Dieter thought about the feasibility. In this universe ruled by the gods, the combat power of level godfather has exploded. The main gods of the major pantheons are all the combat power of level godfather. A pantheon has at least 2 father-level strongmen. There are even a large number of level subgods. Father, the average combat power is very high. However, with the strength of him and Cultivating, it is not impossible to compete. So a pantheon called Star God appeared quietly. They use constellations as totems. Get power from constellations. Teach believers to get divine power. In a short period of time, a very large group of believers have been accumulated. But such a movement also alarmed the major pantheons. Tell me, who created this Star God pantheon? In the infinite space above the earth, the Council of Gods is in power. Almost all the fathers of all pantheons are present. Hearing Zeus's question, everyone looked at each other. They also want to know what this so-called Star God pantheon is all about. Why can such a large group of believers be accumulated in such a short time? As far as I know, the main god of this Star God pantheon is called the Lord of Stars. As the name suggests, the master of endless stars. He lives in the dimension of the holy domain and is the god above the gods. They are regarded as the creators of endless time and space. They could draw power from the stars. Many people who believe in the star god system have gained extraordinary powers. This is the biggest attraction. Bader said the information he had collected. Lord of the Stars, you are so arrogant. Does anyone know where the gods of the star god system are? Amaterasu snorted coldly, and Taguchi asked, They should be on Earth. It's just that the other party hides very well, and we can't determine their whereabouts. Odin said lightly, Then let Thor, Hercules, and Athena investigate. Zeus frowned. Originally, he thought it was a god from a certain pantheon. But in this situation, this so-called star god pantheon should be a brand new pantheon. Why have you never heard of it? Zeus and other gods were very puzzled. If a new god was born in the universe, or a new level godfather was born, they should be very clear. But this star god pantheon is extremely mysterious. There are only 2 possibilities for them to be unaware of it. Either the so-called star god is far stronger than these godfathers, or this so-called star god pantheon has no godfather at all. All the godfathers present did not believe that the first possibility existed. If the opponent's strength is really strong enough to surpass all level godfathers, then why do they have to compete with them for faith on Earth? Then there is only the latter possibility. There is no godfather in this new pantheon. The Council of Gods dispersed. Thor, Hercules, and Athena turned into mortals and began to investigate the Star God Society. You too believe in Star God, and you can get eternity. A member of the Star God Society looked at Thor and Hercules with a smile. Recently, they have done a lot of such propaganda. The top leaders of the Star God Society told them that the more people they attract to join the society, the greater the rewards they will get. Many people have already received the reward of the seeds of the small universe. Some have even been cured of terminal illnesses. This makes the existence of the Star God Society even more popular. Many people are vying to join the society. They want to be baptized by God. Unlike other pantheons, those gods are high above. But the gods of the Star God Society can be seen often. Okay, can we go and see? Athena is undoubtedly the leader of the team. After all, in addition to her strong combat power, She is also known as the goddess of wisdom. Definitely. The members of the Star God Society said to Athena with a smile, as long as someone enters the Star God Society, he will be impressed by the power of the Star God. 3 more people today. If I try harder to recruit a few more, maybe I can also be given the seeds of the microcosm and embark on the road to transcendence. The members of the Star God Society thought excitedly. That is an opportunity to embark on the path of transcendence. How can we not be excited? Thor and Hercules looked at each other, decided to follow what Athena said and go to the Star God Society first. Soon, the 3 of them, led by the members of the Star God Society, came to a white palace. It looked like it had just been built and was very new. The exterior was white, with many star maps engraved on it. Athena saw the zodiac and other constellations. It is indeed a system of gods based on stars. Athena thought secretly in her heart. Then the 3 of them entered the interior of the palace. How was it possible? Athena had just entered the palace and paused. There was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Everyone, did you feel the baptism of the power of the stars just now? That is the benefit of the Star God Society. As long as you come to the Star God Society, you can get such a baptism. It can make the believers' bodies healthy. The members of the Star God Society introduced with a smile. Not only Athena, Thor, and Hercules were stunned. This is actually the purest source of star power. It's incredible. Athena murmured, in the universe, besides the planet Devourer, is there anyone else who can use the power of stars in this way? Could this Star God Society be a pantheon created by the believers of the planet Devourer? Thor made a guess. It's unlikely. The planet Devourer himself can't even eat enough, so how can he have extra star calendars to share with mortals? Athena directly refuted. After all, if the planet Devourer can squander the power of stars like this, then there is no need to devour planets anymore. This pantheon is not simple. Be careful. Athena put away her contempt for the Star God Society. After all, such pure divine power is already an incredible thing. When the 3 of them came to the deepest part of the Star God Society, there is a pope here who is preaching the doctrine to the members of the Star God Society. 253. There are almost 1,000 people here, but they are in order. A god sneaked in. Cultivating sat at the highest point of the palace. There was a smile in his eyes. It's normal, but they found out that something was wrong so late, they were really slow. Dieter was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he was speechless that these gods noticed something was wrong so late. The current members of their Star God Association are almost over 100,000. It has been less than a month since they started. But the people of these gods are only here now. The reaction speed is really too slow. Do you want to meet them? Cultivating was eager to try. I'll go. After all, we are here to spread faith. A rash battle will be very disadvantageous to us. You don't want to escape back to the Holy Land in a mess, do you? Dieter's words made Cultivating stiffen, and he sat back angrily. Escape back to the Holy Land in a mess. That is really embarrassing. Dieter was wearing a white and gold robe, looking very sacred. I didn't expect to see you 3 in the Star God Society. Dieter walked down the palace and came to Athena and the other 2, and waved to the Star God Society members beside him. Who are you? Athena knew that the identities of the 3 of them were exposed. I think you are the founder of the Star God Society. Dieter replied with a smile. The founder of the Star God Society? Athena glanced at Dieter and found that he was so handsome. Unlike Thor and Hercules' masculinity, Dieter's handsomeness is like a spring breeze, and there is wisdom in his eyes. Are you the Lord of the Stars? Thor was not polite and asked directly. I am not the Lord of the Stars. My Lord is not in this universe. We are just spreading faith on behalf of my Lord. Dieter replied with a smile. Interesting. I can't perceive your divine power at all. Are you really a god? Athena looked at Dieter in confusion. I guess so. We are not gods of the same system. Dieter responded. He is indeed a god, but he is only a god appointed by the Holy Land. He has not yet condensed his own godhood. All his power comes from a microcosm. Is it Do you know that spreading faith on such a large scale and creating gods has caused dissatisfaction among the gods? Do you want to start a war? Athena asked with a frown. There is no intention of starting a war. If the Heavenly Fathers are willing to communicate, we are happy to talk to you face to face. Dieter's eyes flashed with a divine light. The opportunity has come. Want to see the Heavenly Father? Do you have the strength? It's just a mere false god. Hercules said disdainfully. Oh, a huge amount of oppression appeared out of nowhere, pressing down Hercules. Crack! The ground beneath Hercules' feet cracked instantly, and he himself was suppressed by the powerful divine power and could not move. At the moment, Hercules' veins bulged, and he tried his best to resist the divine power released by Dieter. He prayed that he would not run away. Hercules never thought that Dieter's strength had reached the level Godfather. At this moment, he was suppressed and could not move. Wait a minute. We have no ill intentions. I can help you contact the fathers of the major gods. Athena saw this scene and spoke. Dieter's strength was stronger than she expected. According to Athena's perception, even the king of God like Zeus and Odin, their strength was only at this level. Maybe even worse than Dieter. This star god society, what is the origin? Athena thought secretly in her heart. A level god father, comparable to the god kings like Zeus and Odin. He is only a subordinate god. He doesn't even have his own godhood. Such strength has exceeded Athena's imagination. Could it be the supreme being of the celestials? Athena thought of the supreme being of the celestials, Alizum. Thousands of years ago, a war broke out between the new gods and the celestials, and the two sides were very unhappy. Even the gods of the Asgard god system were directly killed by the celestials. Although he was resurrected with the power of a group of heavenly fathers in the end, the original matter was not resolved. No, it shouldn't be the celestials. If it was the celestials, they wouldn't play these things. Athena immediately denied her idea, because according to the celestial style of doing things, if they wanted to invade the earth, they would have come long ago. Even if their new god's god system is extremely powerful. But in front of the celestials, it is nothing. I'm waiting for your good news. Dieter still had a signature smile on his face. The divine power suddenly disappeared. Hercules, who was trying his best to resist Dieter's divine power, staggered and sat on the ground. Hercules' face was covered with sweat at the moment. The short confrontation almost suffocated him. Thor also witnessed the whole process. But this time Thor was smart not to speak. After all, the opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Don't worry, it involved a battle of faith. The fathers will definitely see you. Athena took a deep breath and said affirmatively, if there's a next time, I will send you to see Hades. Dieter looked at Hercules, who was slumped on the ground. His tone was cold, and there was no murderous intent. But Hercules was sweating profusely. He knew that he was impulsive. We won't disturb the Star God Society from preaching its doctrine. Athena took Hercules and Thor out of the Star God Society's palace. Just after walking out, Athena turned around and punched Hercules in the face. Hercules was blown away by this unexpected punch. His body rushed out of the earth at a speed hundreds of times faster than the speed of sound. Boom! Hercules' body stopped retreating until it hit a huge amount of meteorite. Puff! Cough, cough! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hercules coughed constantly. Athena's punch was very heavy. You should know that Athena has half of Zeus's power. She is the goddess of war in Olympus, and she is definitely a level godfather. Her strength and status are the same as the god of light Balder in the Norse pantheon. Hercules was almost killed by Athena's punch. If you are so impulsive next time, I will kill you with my own hands. Although she is her brother, Athena's expression is extremely cold. Hercules did not speak. He said this time it was his own problem. He did not know the strength of the other party, and rashly offended. Almost all three of them were trapped in the Star God Association. With the power just shown by Dieter, the three of them tied together are not the opponent's opponent. Athena did not say anything more. and threw Hercules directly on the meteorite. "Brother, you were really impulsive this time." Thor also came to Hercules. He has a similar personality to Hercules. Both are impulsive and irritable. The identities of the two are almost the same, and their strengths are almost the same. So the relationship between the two is quite good. "I know." Hercules finally calmed down. "Let's go back to the pantheon first." Hercules stood up. Although Athena's punch was heavy, there was no follow-up attack. With Hercules' divine body, he has recovered a lot in just a while. At least he can move normally. Star God Association. Dieter, why do we have to meet these fathers? Cultivating didn't understand Dieter's idea. According to him, when it comes to the battle of faith, those gods will definitely not give in. In the end, don't they have to fight? Because Lord Chronos said that our main purpose is to collect law. Secondly, spread the seeds of the small universe. This time, we will meet with the fathers of the major gods. As long as we show enough strength and agree on some things, we will be able to gain a foothold in this multi-universe. This is better than a war breaking out directly in the end. You should be very clear about the characteristics of the seeds of the small universe. What Lord Chronos needs is time. As long as the time is long enough, even if we lose the war in the end, the seeds of the small universe we harvested will not count. Definitely, the most important thing is that we may be able to win over those fathers. Dieter said lightly. I understand. Cultivating nodded. He understood what Dieter meant. I should have pulled Lord Aspros to form a team. As the guardian of the Star Palace, his experience can completely crush the gods of this multi-universe. Cultivating said helplessly. Not necessarily. It may cause a backlash. Lord Aspros is indeed very strong, but it is only at the level of level single universe. These gods are not even taken seriously by the gods. Dieter looked at the information in his hand. During this period, Cultivating guarded the Star God Society, and he quietly collected information about the major god systems around the world. Among the information collected by Dieter, 1,000 years ago, there was a war between the god of cooking and the god of heaven. It was a big fight, and even several god systems were destroyed by the god of heaven. In the end, for some unknown reason, the god of heaven and the new god reached a reconciliation. This is the current situation. If you want to suppress the current multi-universe by force, in the entire Sanctuary dimension, probably only Chronos and Wanda can do it. Or all the saints in the Sanctuary dimension will act together. But Chronos will not do it himself. Now, those who can make Chronos act personally must at least be super single or multi-level opponents. It is not impossible to let all the saints act against a multi-universe. But if you want to clean up the entire multi-universe, there are too many variables. So Dieter chose the most reasonable way based on the existing basis. Delay time. On the other side, Athena, Hercules, Thor, and the other two also returned to the Council of Gods. You mean, the founder of the Star God Society is not a god. But the other party has the strength of the peak of level god, father. Zeus frowned when he heard Athena's words. He was actually a level god father, and he was at the peak of level god father. He also understood what Athena meant. The opponent's strength was likely to be stronger than his. This made him a little difficult to accept. A level god father who suddenly appeared. Combined with what they said, he should be a strong man from other parallel universes, no doubt. He can break through the barriers of a single universe. The Lord of the Stars they mentioned is at least a strong man who can rival the supreme alism of the celestial god group. Odin also realized the seriousness of the problem. The other heavenly fathers also agreed with Odin's words. Then let's meet. See what they want to do. Zeus rubbed his brow and said, the deterrent power of the supercell is still very strong. The fathers present are very clear about this, because they have all-seen alism. The pressure from the other party is extremely strong. After receiving the reply, Athena came to the Star God Association again and told Dieter about the meeting of the Council of Gods in 3 days. It seems that it is not necessarily a good thing for the universe to be completely ruled by the gods. The lifespan of the gods is too long and has decayed. After Athena left, Cultivating came out. This has nothing to do with us. Dieter was still calm. 3 days later, Dieter and Cultivating came to the Council of Gods mentioned by Athena. The Council of Gods, what a big name. There was a mocking smile on Cultivating's lips. The two walked in. At the moment, in the Council of Gods, all the level god fathers of the gods on earth were here. They knew that what they were facing today were strong men from outside this universe. So they didn't dare to be careless. The people came in quite a large group. Caladia looked at the powerful level god fathers present, and a wave of contempt surged in his heart again. But his face was expressionless. He knew that he couldn't ruin Dieter's plan. There's another one. Looking at Cultivating, who came in with Dieter, the hearts of the level god fathers shuddered. Especially the god kings of the major pantheons, the alarm bells in their hearts were ringing wildly. Because of Cultivating's strength, in the perception of the god kings of the major pantheons, Cultivating's strength was not weaker than theirs at all. It even suppressed them slightly. Because in Cultivating, they perceived the long-lost death crisis. In other words, Cultivating in front of them could threaten their lives. Death. They have forgotten how long it has been since they last experienced this word. But now, they feel this threat again in Cultivating. You too. Are you from other universes? Odin spoke first to break the silence. If both sides were silent, there would be no need for this negotiation. Yes, we are not creatures of this universe. We came to this universe just to spread the faith of our Lord. Dieter responded, spreading faith? Do you mean the way you can allow believers to gain extraordinary power? The main god of the Egyptian pantheon asked. It is precisely because of the existence of the seeds of the microcosm that the Star God Society has spread very quickly. In the eyes of those believers, it is a miracle. The seeds of the microcosm are the power given to them by God. Under such word of mouth, many believers with unsteady faith have switched to the Star God Society. This incident made the gods of the major pantheons very angry. Yes, you can understand it this way. If you are willing, you can also sign a contract with us. Get the power of my Lord. Our power can coexist with divine power, and it can greatly increase your strength. When the two are superimposed, it may be possible to push the strength of all the heavenly fathers to the level of single universe. Dieter said his ultimate goal. This sentence is undoubtedly a thunder. It exploded directly in the major god systems. Many gods' eyes flashed with inexplicable spirits. They were moved. If you really have such power, then it is not impossible to give it a try. Ridiculous. What system can be comparable to divine power? Amaterasu scolded. If I don't speak again, I'm afraid that even the gods in the god system will be pulled away by Dieter. Right and wrong are better than the gods in your heart. My Lord is a true God. He has the godhood and is also the Lord of dimensions. The strength exceeds the multi-universal level. It is not difficult for the gods to figure out the power we hold. The small universe on Dieter's body began to burn. The power of the peak of the seventh sense made the gods present feel a chill in their hearts. This huge amount of oppression is indeed the peak of level God Father. Sure enough, there is no godhood, but it has divine power. It is really a god. The Heavenly Fathers present got a lot of information through the power displayed by Dieter. They also realized that Dieter was not lying. Behind him, there is really a god who is at least a super single body. It is probably multi-universe level. As for the transcendence of multiplicity mentioned by Dieter, they don't believe it very much. What kind of faith power is needed for such an existence? Everyone, we just want to develop believers quietly. But you also know that the number of living beings is limited. We don't want to conflict with the major gods. If you want to fight, we will accept it. Dieter's tone is very calm, but very confident. How can two-level God Father peak, strong men, not be confident? The Heavenly Fathers present are very clear in their hearts. They might be able to defeat the two in front of them, but it is very difficult to kill them. And who knows if the existence behind him will take revenge after these two die. After all, he is a subordinate of the peak of level God Father. Such a powerful subordinate god, the other party will also care. Definitely, If any one of you is interested in contacting the power of the microcosm, our Star God Association is always welcome. Then, Dieter left a few light balls of microcosm seeds on the table. Dieter and Kaludia stood up and prepared to leave the Council of Gods. After all, their attitudes have been expressed very clearly. The fathers of the major gods did not stop them. Dieter's meaning was very clear. If they couldn't reach an agreement, they would fight. The two-level god fathers at the peak of their power still had great deterrence. Moreover, now the attention of all the level godfathers was on the few microcosm seeds left by Dieter. Is this their power? Zeus reached out and picked up a microcosm seed. He could perceive that it was just a seed of the other party's power. If they want to convert it into power, they still need to practice it themselves. But as far as they saw, they did not find that this power conflicted with the divine calendar. On the contrary, there seemed to be some complementary trends. The gods of the major gods had already made up their minds. Everyone, what do you think? Or Odin broke the silence. The opponent is coming with great force. According to the current situation, they have no advantage against the Star God Society, although they can also grant their believers divine power and light. But they can never take care of everyone like the Star God Society. This is totally unrealistic. Takamagura, the location of the Netherworld. Interesting, really interesting. Tianjin Wangxing also received news of the negotiations between the Heavenly Fathers and the Star Gods. At the same time, through some of his own means, he got the news of the seed of the small universe. It can perfectly integrate the divine power, but it will not affect the power of the divine power. Does it really exist? Tianjin Wangxing looked at the seed of the small universe in his hand. He had obtained this thing for 2 days. But no matter how he studied it, it seemed to be the same as what Dieter said. Nothing special was found. It seems that I can only find someone to experiment with it. Tianjin Wangxing already had an idea in his mind. Now, his ultimate goal is to restore the divine hull. Instead of staying in the netherworld of Takamagara, he has not forgotten the hatred that Amaterasu sealed him at the beginning. But unlike before, he has now perfectly integrated into the divine system. No one will know his true identity. Looking at the seed of the small universe in his hand, Tianjin Wangxing found his believers and threw it directly to the other party, asking the other party to practice. And he was observing from the side. If there is no problem with the seed of the small universe, he can already foresee the madness of the gods. This thing will definitely cause the gods to scramble for it. What do you think of the seed of the small universe? In the scroll pantheon, the gods belonging to the scroll looked at the seed of the small universe on the round table and started a meeting. They originally wanted to replace the major gods and creatures silently through the special ability of the scrolls. But unexpectedly, a Chung Yao gene appeared halfway. The Star God Association made the major gods feel the crisis in such a special way. And the scroll who brought back the seed of the small universe also said. Dieter and Kaludia seemed to have seen through his identity, but he still gave the seed of the small universe to them. This is worth pondering, because among the major pantheons in the universe, the scroll pantheon is the least popular. The reason is related to the special ability of the scrolls. Without a special method, it is impossible to tell whether the people around you are scrolls or not. Even gods can be replaced by them. This is absolutely unbearable for the gods. Will our plan be exposed? A scroll god's eyes were full of worry. It should not be exposed. If it is really exposed, the various gods should have come to kill us long ago. But now, the major gods on Earth are quite quiet. The target and focus are all on the Star God Society. It gives us a perfect 340 cover. The main god of Scroll said lightly. But this Star God Society is really hard to see through. In the Council of Gods, all gods are openly pulled out. And they also threw out things like the seeds of the small universe. Does the faith they spread include gods? The Skrull god was also confused about this. You must know that when the major gods attract believers, they will grant divine power. But it is just a selective word. I have never met someone like the Star God Society. Regarding the seed of the small universe, all the major gods in the universe are in a dilemma. No matter how they look at it, the power of the small universe does not conflict with the divine power at all, and learning the small universe makes them stronger. But now, they dare not gamble, because no one can say whether there is a problem with the cultivation of the small universe. If there is any problem, they will be finished. So now, the gods of the major gods have turned their eyes to the believers of the Star God Society, because they have cultivated the small universe. The gods want to find some problems with those people. Time passed, and half a year passed in a blink of an eye. The group of believers of the Star God Society is getting bigger and bigger. From 100,000 people half a year ago, it has spread to almost 1 million people now. And each of them has abilities far beyond ordinary people. The state organs can hardly suppress the development of the Star God Society. Many countries have suggested that the Star God Society be dealt with. Directly encircle and suppress. Because the existence of the Star God Society has affected the national regime. And those who have accepted the seeds of the small universe have extraordinary powers. Their strength has jumped to several times, or even dozens of times that of ordinary people. If it weren't for the strong constraints of the Star God Society, I'm afraid the world would be in chaos now. No matter which country it is, facing millions of super soldiers, it will feel very terrified. The hot weapons of various countries are always aimed at the headquarters of the Star God Society. As long as there is a problem, it will be covered by firepower. But even so, there is still a part of the Star God Society that has begun to go to extremes. Their physical fitness is comparable to Captain America, which gives many countries a headache. It also caused some casualties. However, they only have strength and have not received professional training, so they're not difficult to deal with. I didn't expect it. The seed of the microcosm actually exists in this form. The person who researched this power is simply a genius. Tianjin Wangxing was in the underworld, looking at the seed of the microcosm in front of him, his eyes bright. After half a year of experiments and observations, he finally discovered the problem of the seed of the microcosm. He also understood why Dieter and Kaludia would continue to develop believers and distribute the seeds of the microcosm crazily. Just now, Tianjin Wangxing killed his believer who cultivated the seed of the microcosm. In half a year, the opponent's strength has increased several times. The power of the microcosm has been confirmed. So Tianjin Wangxing killed the opponent without hesitation. But when Tianjin Wangxing killed the opponent, he found something unusual. The power of the microcosm cultivated in the opponent's body was actually drawn away. The seed of the microcosm that had evolved originally returned to its original state. It turned into a seed of the microcosm again. Tianjin Wangxing naturally knew what was going on. It is not a lie that it can enhance strength. It is not a lie that it can combine with divine power. But the other party concealed one thing. That is, when the host of the microcosmic seed dies, the microcosm cultivated by the other party will be harvested. This is simply a naked conspiracy. The point is, others can't detect it all. He can detect it because his soul is of a high status. So the abnormality of the microcosmic seed did not hide it from him. If it were someone else, even the Heavenly Father, he would not be able to see the abnormality. He would only think that the host died and the power of the microcosm would naturally dissipate. Variables. Tianjin Wangxing thought secretly in his heart. Although the power of the microcosm will be taken away after death, it will not be affected at all during life. Such temptation may not be tolerated by every god. Moreover, gods are originally immortal species. Living for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years is normal. As long as they don't die, will the power of the microcosmic seed belong to them forever? This will inevitably have a certain impact on his subsequent plans. If he were in his prime, he would naturally not take these existences seriously. But now he is so weak that even a heavenly father can suppress him. If all those heavenly fathers accept the power of the seed of the microcosm, his plan will be even more difficult to achieve. Thinking of this, Tianjin Wangxing decided to meet Dieter and Kaludia. If possible, maybe he can start his plan in advance. Do it as soon as he says it. Tianjin Wangxing quickly walked out of Huangquan and went to the Star God Club. This guy is willing to walk out of Huangquan. Amaterasu opened his eyes and looked at Tianjin Wangxing. Since breaking the seal, this guy rarely leaves Huangquan. The seed of the microcosm? Amaterasu quickly thought of the root of the problem. For Tianjin Wangxing, the seed of the microcosm is very attractive. Amaterasu knows very well that Tianjin Wangxing has always wanted to avenge her. Is this the Star God Club? It's really spectacular. Tianjin Wangxing looked at the crowd under his feet and smiled. Then he entered the palace of the Star God Club. Dieter looked at the entrance of the palace. He sensed the arrival of a god. Who are you? Dieter looked at Tianjin Wangxing. He sensed darkness, infinite darkness. I am Tianjin Wangxing, the god of the underworld of Takamajihara. Tianjin Wangxing introduced himself. Interesting. What are you doing here? Dieter keenly sensed that Tianjin Wangxing was not simple. The other party was definitely not just a simple god of the underworld. You have concealed the secret of the seed of the microcosm, right? Tianjin Wangxing took out his own seed of the microcosm. Are you talking about the fact that the microcosm will be collected after the death of the living being? Dieter understood what Tianjin Wangxing wanted to say. That's right. I didn't expect that there was a multi-level god standing behind you. I think we can cooperate. Tianjin Wangxing's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Cooperation? Dieter was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this god came to the Star God Club and actually wanted to talk to him about cooperation. How to cooperate? Dieter looked at Tianjin Wangxing. He couldn't think of any point for the two to cooperate. I can accept the power of the seed of the small universe and become the template of the gods. But I need to make a deal with you. Tianjin Wangxing's eyes flashed with brilliance. As long as he can regain his peak power, the power of the seed of the small universe can be completely abandoned, even expelled from his body. It has no effect on him at all, and it can also help him in the early stage. What deal? Dieter took a deep look at Tianjin Wangxing. This guy gave him a very unusual feeling. No matter what happens in this universe, you can't intervene. Tianjin Wangxing stared at Dejir. Oh, Dieter didn't expect that the content of Tianjin Wangxing's deal was this. I need to think about it. Dieter didn't agree immediately. He felt something was wrong. Definitely, I can give you time. I can stay in the Star God Club for a day. Tianjin Wangxing nodded. It was reasonable that the other party didn't agree immediately. Moreover, Tianjin Wangxing had a feeling that the other party seemed to have noticed his abnormality. After Dieter placed Tianjin Wangxing, he came to the highest point of the palace and set up the barrier of the small universe. What do you think of this guy? Dieter looked at Kaludia. Although Kaludia was usually unreliable and his thinking was erratic, but at the critical moment, he was still quite reliable. This guy is not simple. When I faced him, I felt like I was facing Syon before. But this guy's status seems to be higher than Syon. What I don't understand is that if his status is higher than Syon, why would working hard be a problem? According to the current situation, this guy has barely reached the level sub-god father. Kaludia was very confused. Tianjin Wangxing gave him a very different feeling. It was different from all the gods in this universe. Even if Kaludia faced gods like Zeus or Odin, he would not feel anything strange. But when he saw Tianjin Wangxing, he actually felt that his soul status was suppressed. You have to know that their souls are now placed in the Holy Land dimension, and their status is equivalent to that of a Dimension Lord. Although they do not have the strength of a Dimension Lord, it also shows how powerful they are. With such a configuration, facing a level sub-god father, they actually feel suppressed. No one would believe it if they told others. I also feel that this guy is hiding very deeply. It is very likely a multidimensional god. I just don't know why it has become this shape. Dieter also agreed with Kaludia's words. What should we do now? Should we agree to his deal? Kaludia looked at Dieter. He was a little unsure of the current situation. I tend to agree. Anyway, the core of the Star God Association is just the two of us. As long as it doesn't target us, the deal with him will be good for us. Dieter expressed his thoughts. As long as Tianjin Wangxing is willing to cooperate with them, accept the seeds of the small universe, and use the small universe to improve his own combat power. It is equivalent to tearing a hole between the gods. I practiced and became stronger. If you don't practice, you will be suppressed by me. Who can bear this? If it is some weak gods, after practicing the small universe, suppress the gods who were once stronger than themselves, then this storm will be more intense. Then agree. Kaludia nodded. Time came to the next day. Dieter found Tianjin Wangxing. Your deal, we agree. But there is one thing. No matter what you do, you can't affect the Star God Society. Dieter looked at Tianjin Wangxing. Okay. Tianjin Wangxing nodded decisively. It would take a long time for his plan to be realized. But as long as he gets his power back. What father? It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They all have to die. Before that, exchange for the power of the seed of the small universe. And let the two-level God-Father peak powerhouses of the Star God Society not take action. No matter how you look at it, it has no effect on him. By the way, I need to practice the small universe for a year before I will announce it to the public. Tianjin Wangxing added. Okay, Dieter didn't care about this year. Happy cooperation. Tianjin Wangxing smiled. The appearance of the small universe can be said to have brought him a surprise. If he was just a father, he would also be afraid of this power. But unfortunately, he is not just a father. Tianjin Wangxing absorbed the seed of the small universe without hesitation while thinking. Is this the power called the microcosm? It's really extraordinary. Tianjin Wangxing perceived the power provided by the microcosm seed in his body, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. After all, he is a god, and his status is extremely high. Unlike ordinary people, there is no need to practice from the five senses. The moment he accepted the microcosm seed, Tianjin Wangxing had reached the peak of the fifth sense, only one step away from the sixth sense. Although I don't know whose power the microcosm seed belongs to. But since I know it, after I get all the power back, I will also accept the power of the microcosm. Tianjin Wangxing showed a ferocious smile. If he can devour the creator of the microcosm, his strength will be further strengthened. And because of his special identity, multi-universe can only let him wreak havoc. At the same time, the major gods also learned that Tianjin Wangxing had been in the Star God Club for a day. Did this guy really accept the power of the microcosm seed? Countless gods were observing Tianjin Wangxing. Want to know what he did in the Star God Club? The Skrull Pantheon also learned of this news.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.